Hello? Am I live? Ugh. Oh, damn it, I didn't change that again. Son of a bitch. Every time I forget to add more days to this Blue Arctos Dacky simp counter. That's a thing?
You can automate almost anything.
Yeah, but I'm stupid.
Want me to try to automate it?
That'd be cool. Yeah, hi MB. Hello. And it was very funny last night when I drunkenly posted that link because I was apparently so drunk I didn't copy the raid message, and apparently when I pasted it, the last thing I pasted that day was probably the most recent thing in my not safe work area, and I was looking at their chat intensely to see my message, and I didn't see it was there, so I went and Control V'd and pasted it again and tried, like, you know, answering it again because, like, maybe I missed. But no, turns out I didn't miss, and the chat notified me that, oh, this link, you've already posted it before. And I'm like, wait, what link? And then I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. So yeah, apparently drunk casting is very not smart, but thankfully I don't think anybody saw it. Maybe the streamer friend did, but that's fine. The trusty thrusters link. The what now? I mean, it's the most recent one and not safe for work art. Is that what you mean by trusty thrusters?
No, that's the link to Asterion deck.
Oh! That would be funny, actually. That would be equally as funny. Ugh. I'd say I'm hungover from last night, but honestly, I had a really good sleep for the first time in, like, ever. Although it was very weird that I remember going to bed distinctly, like falling, like I remember passing out in bed. Wait, Copy took a picture of me passed out in bed. Wait, hang on, where is that? I need to see what this was like.
Oh, I'll send it.
Oh, you didn't send it to me already?
No.
Oh, okay.
I went to bed.
Oh, okay. Instead you get Scooby saying, light my fire on a rag. Also, I did manage to put up the, one of the other body pillows, that I got recently-ish. I just, unfortunately... We got it up, because I was testing out a different way of mounting it on the ceiling, and it worked, but now it's, I need to take it back down again and try again, because now I need to finish taping everything together.
And I sent it to you.
Oh, okay. I'll be there in just 1 second. Here, I'll post it in general. Mostly because these are funny. There you go. I've been trying, but I just can't figure out what sex to do. Wait, what? Sorry, I mean, did I miss that first half of the conversation?
Yeah, it's literally my comment above it.
Oh! Oh, okay.
I told you that me and Abby were gonna get innocent.
I actually don't remember this at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were awake at that.
It's fine. My only question is, where's the boner magic do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Wow, yeah, Cuppy, I passed out real good. I'm just in bed, and I don't remember any of that. I'm just all snuggled in.
You're so snuggled. I think I'm gonna, like, draw your little cow face, your face, and then you can see how.
Please do. They can also see the nice posters we have up. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna do one other thing here before I get started. Oh my God! Oh Lord! Oh Lordy! Copy. Look at the Pringlage. These are quadrangular now.
Oh, that's probably not good.
Yeah, I'll just take it out. It's dry here. I had some magic cards that I've been trying to unpringle, and I've done a really good job. So now they are thoroughly unpringled. Now they're so unpringled that they're in fact pringling the other way. Whoopsies. But otherwise, looks like the rest of my cards are staying flat. I gotta make Magic Deck again. If I ever get like a live camera, you guys can see me try to, I don't know, put together a Magic Deck or something on stream. You can see obsesses over cows. Oh yeah, that's another thing I want to do. I want to make a Magic the Gathering deck that actually has Asterion on it, or in it somewhere, because I know that there are Minotaur cards. And I think one of the ones that I really wanted to try doing it with was Fire Song and Sunspeaker, I think. Because it's 2 Minotaurs on 1 card that both do things. Like, they both, like, the idea is you have these 2 creatures that are acting as one, and like one is like healing and the other one's like fighting. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. But I'd have to commission some custom art for that and then get it printed as a proxy somewhere, which I've done that part before. Getting the custom artwork though and printing my own custom card, haven't quite done that part yet. Give me just 1 second though, because I'm gonna try finding a card sleeve real quick. I can try to unprongle my cards in. Not that I'm really going to use any of these cards, because, well, the card depicts an elf, and, well, I'm decidedly anti-elf here, apparently. Never should I come here. I understood so many of the words you just said. Oh, thanks, Indy. There we go. Put that in there. And, oh, God. It's a wall of roots, and it's more like a wall of Pringles now. So Pringled. So wild. Yeah, I never, like, I knew that Magic the Gathering cards that were foil would Pringle over time, just because, like, the paper that they're printed on, that will slightly change over time, because it's paper. It's very, like, humidity sensitive. But then the foil part is, like, I'm assuming, like, a plastic or something, so it's always, like, the same. But that's hilarious. It's so prongled. We're gonna put you in a card sleeve with another card, and see if we can calm you down, sir. Oh, already much better. Oh yeah, like your Pingus when it curves outward. It's like that. With a piece of paper. Anyways, the real reason we're here is, naturally, we want to play some Minotaur Hotel. And we're going to be doing the speedrunner version today, which should be interesting for me, at least. Yeah, we live in a very dry place. We live in a fucking desert, so the cards here get really upset from the lack of humidity. And to be fair, I looked over at my... Oh, God. Oh. Had a heart attack for a second. I thought there was mold growing in the box. No, it was just popcorn. Yeah, put them in an an airtight container with a humidifier so it causes them to flatten out because it makes them less dry. It's just... Usually this wasn't as big of a problem, but Wizards of the Coast changed their printing to somewhere else, I guess, or something, and it caused the cards to just, for the past, like, 5 or 6 years, it's just been, everything Pringles real bad. Queensland is humid as fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was wondering, what it was like down there. Also, MB, what is your water like down there? Do you have what's called hard water? Because we have hard water here. Our water is so fucking hard here, it's not even funny. Like, you think your dick's hard, but then our water here is harder. Yeah, Cuppy just immediately, you can't. Hard water, yeah. So I need to turn on gaming, go to Discord, or desktop capture, just so you can see what I was greeted with when I opened up the fucking game today. Like, capture, are you okay? Yeah, primary monitor. I don't know why you were wanting to cap the other one. So, as I was greeted with here, oh geez, how do you zoom in? Fuck. That's fine. Oh, wait, what? Oh, shit, what did I move? Not what I thought I moved. That's because it's locked, that's why. Yeah, lots of minerals in the water. No, I don't think we have that. Oh, okay, good. Well, awesome, because it fucking sucks here. Look at this fucking shit, okay? Minotaur Hotel. Last played 1 year ago. Because it's been a year since I played this game, everybody. We're in the year of 2023, the year where the cowman finally loses it all. Ugh. This is just very funny because I was also opening up itch.io, and I don't open up itch.io usually, so it's like Google. According to Google, you have some of the hardest water in Oz. It's been a year. Yeah, it's been a year. So fast. Oh, so copy when I read that, I thought you meant like you had some of the hardest water in your ass, but no, in your os would make more sense. Yeah, 47 hours. That was how long our first playthrough was. 47 hours. Like, goddamn. Like me when I was playing Mass Effect back in the day. And I was legitimately talking and doing every single quest ever because I'm like, I'm having such a good time here. I hope Rex notices me or something. Little did I know that the game developers are like, you want that Russie? The fucking, the wrangling of that Rex character? No, dog. Your human anatomy can't handle it. And I'm like, bro, I've seen things on the internet, okay? Trust me, there are humans that could definitely handle that. Anytime in 2022 is a year ago. Yeah, BioWare are cowards, yeah. I mean, at least I think you can get it with Garrus. I can't remember. What? Sorry, Cuppy's chair. I'm borrowing Cuppy's chair because my chair sucks ass.
It does.
Oh,
I'm in your chair and I feel like I'm gonna fall forward just because the angle of your chair is so weird.
Yeah. Garrus as female shepherd. What? Can you get? No, I don't know. You could definitely get with Garrus as male shepherd. I feel like I've done that before. Because like I was hitting on Garrus one time, and then we took it a little too far. No, Garrus is like canonically bi. Because I guess BioWare realized that like, oh yeah, the gays might also want to get into that gussy. You're welcome. Anyways, now that we've stared in silence at fucking Minotaur Hotel long enough, bloop, bloop, bloop. Think you think of Jal? I mean, Jal, you could also get into his pants too. Although I got real sad about him because Jal doesn't have a good. Oh wait, hang on, Jal. Wait, hang on. Which one's Jal? I don't think that's what I think it is. Is this the fucking? It is this fucking guy. It's the guy with the weird hands. I'm sorry. My biggest complaint about Jal and his species is that they have a weird number of fingers on their hands. Like they got fucking the like 2 fingers and a thumb kind of deal. But it just looks like back in the day when you would make characters really low poly, you would only give them 3 of their fingers would be taped together, a single finger and a thumb. And it just looks like they did that in the 21st century with fucking Jal here. And his entire species, and it always bothered me because I'm like, why would you do that? Why? You could have given him tentacle dick fingers and I would have been happy, but this is weird. Feels like you were cutting a quarter here. Did a video series with Male Shepherd with Garrus using save editors. Ooh. BioWare did intend all the romances to be bisexual in Mass Effect 2, but they carried out. Aw, damn it. Yeah, weird number of balls? Check. Weird number of fingers? No. Also, got I find it very funny that you say that specifically, considering in Krogan Man's server, Scorn, because that's his actual name. I just call him Blue or Bluey. I got a lot of blue boyfriends, okay? For Christmas, I wished him or not for Christmas, for New Year. I was like, Happy New Year, and then he's like, oh yeah, Happy New Year to you too, Quad Warmer. And I was like, aw, I'm his little Quad Warmer. That is now my name in his server, and it brings me infinite joy. Sorry, back to Minotaur Hotel. Very important. I'm a very not distracted streamer. I don't know what you're talking about. We're only 25 minutes in, and I've just talked about balls for ever. Oh, we're talking about Mass Effect now. When did that happen? Yeah. I mean, one day I should play Mass Effect again on stream, except that would take me a solid chunk of time. And I already have Baldur's Gate, which I haven't finished yet, and is taking a solid chunk of time. I think I need to finish Baldur's Gate before I can start another long IP franchise. Because I've gotten to Baldur's Gate 2 before, specifically at the part where I'm currently on hiatus on, And I did that, and then I left it there. And then I became a streamer, got all the way there again, and now it's left there again. And I'm like, no, I need to complete this. I need to see how it ends. I need to play all the DLC and shit. I need to fuck up all the characters and be like, ooh, I'm a big scary cow man. Ooh, I'm the son of Ball. Ooh, suck my balls. Ooh, or whatever the main plot line is. Mass Effect Trilogy would probably be 100% hours. I'm like, yeah, it would be massive. It would take me forever. Especially if I'm too busy trying to get everybody's pussy. Like Tally would definitely like Tally's people are the ones where they're like, oh yeah, their immune system is bad, but trust me, after Shepard has made enough deposits, she's probably not going to be have a weakened immune system anymore. If anything, she's probably going to be like, her doctor will be advising her to have less protein. Anywho, oh, Minotaur Hotel. A safe for work mode is available. Also, I hope I clicked the correct one because I haven't booted this up in a while. There's sound. Oh, there is. Good. Oh, thank goodness. I was scared for a second. I fucked something up. When will you stream the not safe for work version? I mean, I'd love to have it where either one day a month this year or like one day a week. No, probably one day a month. I play not safe for work stuff on a different website because there is a collection of not safe for work games I have that I haven't been able to touch because, like, well, I'm a gamer, but also I'm a streamer, so I won't start something if I can't have other people watch it with me so they can see my reactions as, like, you know, that guy's dong expands to 3 times my size or something. Valid. Yeah, thank you. Fuck, I have to click a new game. I'm scared. I'm scared. I was also wondering if before stream I should put in some mods or something, but... You could use an announcer for one. Yeah, that's the other thing, MB. I can have a Pingus out on stream. I think I remember talking with Cuppy about this, where I'm like, I want a model. Oh, I think it was Ghost Rent. I was mentioning Ghost Rent. Like, I should have a model where, like, instead of a blink animation, I have, like, you know, a wank animation or something, or like a twitch animation for a certain part of the body, which I thought would be incredibly funny. Yeah, which goat-themed friend would you commission for the Pingus model? Oh, good times. I love all the friends I've met while streaming. I had a great time. All right, let's get going with a new game. We have Ghost Goat and Goop Goat. Yeah, Ghost Goat and Goop Goat. Oh boy, it's been a while. I sing of starry-eyed Assyrian, heir of day and night, sea and earth, whose story I witnessed and now the muses sing. Lord Zeus, spur your daughters to grant beauty as sweet-sounding as was unceasing the hospitality of Poseidon's son. Muses, ever so kind to my dear Assyrian, please grant this guard a final breath of song before talent leaves me altogether. Hear but the man I called brother one last time. Oh, I know who that is now. He loved the smell of woolly Ditney, and when his princely duties overwhelmed him, Androgeus and I garlanded his horns with flowers. His mother was a nymph brought to madness in the flower of youth, who nonetheless at times tried to nurse the white-nosed boy. The software will change every time you start a new game, if it's not the first time you play it. Oh! His fur was pristine, of a fine white shade that reflected sunlight. Thrice as well as the finest polished mirror in the island, except for the star-shaped birthmark that inspired his name. 6 variants, oh wow. He had a pair of horns, wherein one could frame the stars and moon. His hands had such rough knuckles, but nonetheless, he made for an archer so precise the king boasted of his talent. Farewell, starry heir to the sun, earthbound son of Poseidon. Feathers float on the Styx' surface as you make your way to princely Androgeus in Elysium. Resting place of heroes. The starry night and the cosmos went on. My brother did not. And so farewell, proud son of Poseidon, whose ashes dot the sea. And thank you, sweet singing muses, who granted talent to this peasant in a single night of mourning. I shall remember you in another song too. Unknown author presumed Deucalion estimated 16,000 before Christ. unearthed by Matthias Corgius and Crate. The prologue. The deed. Oh, we're doing the deed! Oh, God. Oh, right, the deed. Yeah, that kind of deed. Yeah, okay. You don't remember much about that night. Yeah, I don't remember much about last night either. Oh, this looks like a vine sauce mushroom right here. Before Christ, and not before Christ ever?
Before Common Era. It's no longer considered before Christ because
it's
Christian. And
yeah.
not everyone in the world is Christian.
Before Christian
So now it's
ever.
before Common Era.
Herculean is the younger brother of Androgeus and Asterion. Oh, thank you, Chapman. Your travels have taken you far from home. You were halfway dead after all the nights tossing and turning under unfamiliar ceilings. It was 3 a.m., and you felt as if you had slept in a proper bed for at least 2 nights. You were pulling at all the spirit you had left to keep you going, grinding your mind to dust. But it would soon be over. You were close to home. You were so close to home. Just one more bus ride, one long enough for a good night's sleep. Till then, however, you had to keep yourself awake. You got up and set out to explore the station. The whole place was a sorry sight, didn't have much, and what little it had was poorly maintained. Just like my house. The bathroom was an atrocious mess, the lobby's floor was stained with age, the asphalt in the terminals was cracking. Also like my house. Even so, it had been built to last, decorated with brutal obsidian pillars cut right out of the earth itself, and marble tiles polished into labyrinthine patterns. The walls were lined with statues in a grotesque style, their exaggerated expressions locked in wide-eye screams. The ceiling was covered with latticed reproductions of paintings. Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam, and, a bit up ahead, Picasso's Guernica. Name Matthias is also familiar. It's the author of the book Robert gives you when you recruit him, and the name could show up during the intro as like, oh. Yeah, Chapman, you're smart. The lobby seemed to extend forever onwards, lined on either side by rows of closed-down stores. The elevating music playing from some unseen speaker was enough of a distraction to keep you going. A sudden crackling of static broke the song. You found your way into a cafe, populated solely by an old radio and an even older gentleman. His skin was paper thin, and he held up a cup of coffee, and every time he sipped from it, his shaking hands would spill half the contents. I have a theory, okay? It's a good one. Who do you think this old man is? Because I don't think he's who we thought we were at the start. I feel like this old man is somebody else that we previously saw holding a cup of coffee before he fucking disappeared. After he mumbled some seemingly innocuous things that didn't quite make sense because he's an old man, but I get you, okay? Am I wrong? Also, I have coffee. This is Hermes. They see. I think this is Hermes because Hermes mentioned that even he was getting really old, but that the previous deed owner had died before the deed could be given to somebody. And I'm thinking that Hermes here might have pocketed it himself and sought me out to like deliver it to me, because that's kind of what he does. And Hermes, I'm assuming because he's a Greek god, is a little old. He might not be doing so hot, you know? Because when I, like, squint, I feel like this is him. Like, if I like, take myself back and squint a whole bunch. Because, like, imagine he just had more hair on his head. He has a little bit of chin scruff and beard scruff left over. And his nose has just gotten, I don't know, old with age. That's just my theory. A game theory. The old man's glazed gaze passed over you a few dozen times before he realized you were there. As he looked at you, he patted the stool beside him and shook his hand in your direction. He poured a cup for you. You sit hunched over the counter and take a sip. A breeze of life pours over your face. You can't even register what it tastes like. You just know right then and there that you are alive and wide awake. You look to her side, to the old man. His face is contorted in some form of distress, lips quivering as his eyes dart to and fro. He puts a hand over each of his pockets, face still locked in fear, until his right hand falls over his breast pocket. He breathes a sigh of relief and looks at you. He starts talking, but not in a language you understand. But it's not even looking at you. His gaze wanders with seemingly no goal, but eventually he finds a thread you can follow. See? I feel like this is him, and he's trying to figure out which language to speak, whatever. Old man.
You seem like a traveler type. You remind me of...
He hesitates, glances around, mulls over his words.
Yes, ruined myself in my younger days.
Might be Zeus, because some other documents you could uncover say that if the master doesn't have valid heir to inherit the hotel, ownership falls back to Zeus and he chooses the next master. Oh! It's also possible that is Hermes delivering it to Zeus' behalf. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. He looks ahead and takes a sip of his drink. You catch a glimmer in his eyes, a sudden wakefulness.
I was a fool. Never settled down and squandered my one chance at a proper life. Thought the road would always take me in. Ended up throwing away the one place I could call home. It's been rotting for who knows how long, and now I'm old. Always wondered if someone would take over and treat it right. You do remind me of myself. I was the good man. Hopefully you don't have the mean streak I had.
I'm trying my best. I'm far from perfect, but I do try my best.
Is that so? I suppose that's as good as it gets. At least nowadays you can try. Back in my day, my father treated me like dirt, and no one batted an eye. I saw that happen a lot too, but I wasn't the only one.
Never thought you were the person to be this Hermes disguised. I mean, I feel like it is just because of how he was acting at the later stage of the game, when like his age is really creeping up on him, and you're starting to realize that like Hermes might have dementia or something, or like something in his brain isn't working as good as it used to. And maybe it takes like a lot of his power, remaining power he has, to like assume his normal form and whatnot.
It may be so to my siblings and I having a father like that, but don't you think I'm blaming you? You'll point the finger at your dad for so long, eh? At least eventually I found a way to make a living. How about you, young man? Have you found a calling?
I'm a streamer! I'm a speedrunner! I speedrun games for a living! Oh boy, here we go! The old man looks at you as if you had spat on a table insult towards him. I'm a streamer! I'm a gamer! I'll have you know, I have slightly less than 400 followers on Twitter now. Just you wait, old man. Your grandchildren will be yelling about me in the Fortnites one day. And this starts the chaos. Oh, God. I don't have slightly more than 500 on Twitter.
Oh.
On Twitch, I do, but I've noticed that my number on Twitter has been like, it went down by like 3 whole people, and I was like, okay, I don't know what I said or did to offend these 3 people, but okay, goodbye. He's left speechless. His lip quivers in shock. Still, he finds a facade of politeness, even if you just revealed your inhuman nature. Yeah. See this? Inhuman nature right here. I'm very not human. Like, look at this man. He's looking at me and like he's noticing my balls. He's like, "Excuse me, what the fuck? What's with the horns and tail?"
I need some help.
Why, hello, Gump. Puppy immediately rockets out of chair.
Yeah, any excuse to get out of that chair. So uncomfortable.
Hi, Gump. How's it going? How's your week going so far? Please tell me it's Friday. You don't have to work tomorrow. Sorry? Oh! Are you feeling better now than Gump? Sorry, I assumed Gump was going to work this whole time. Because, like, I thought Gump was doing, like, both. Being sick and at work. Fell asleep in Ghost Friends chat. Oh, yeah! Oh, actually, I did see you there earlier today. Fuck. Puppy's working on it. We are really low on alcohol. I mean, hey Gump, if you want, you could, instead of redeeming a shot, I could just drink a whole beer, right, Cuppy? But beer is good. We have this cool local brand called Legend 7. And we have like there's 7 different kinds of beer. Gump says that works, you know. Already poured me a heaping glass of spiders. Yeah, the Legend 7 Brewing company that we have in town. They have the 7 deadly sins as different beer flavors, and they all have really cool can art featuring like a satyr was on one of the ones, a siren was on another. I think I had some snakes on another one. Also, Cuppy chose the one shot glass we have that has an espresso bean on it.
Yeah, do you want to tell them the name of the shop, the name of the artist that makes them?
Oh yeah, it's right there. The name of the artist is Viva La Vulva Ceramics. So it's a bean, all right. Cause you're a cute bean. Oh, thanks, Gump. Go to the office for the first time today. Oh, okay. Yes, here you go, Gump. Oh, that's probably Jägermeister. Yeah, me. Ooh, ow, ooh, ah, ooh, ow.
Are you okay?
Remember how I broke a tooth?
Oh.
No, attacking the broken tooth part of my mouth. And yeah, spoilers, everybody. I broke a tooth fucking last weekend. I think it was on Saturday, between Saturday and Sunday night at 3 a.m. I was playing Magic. And I guess in a fit of rage, went to go eat a piece of candy, like a one of those like hard peppermint candies. And it slipped out of the right side of my mouth that I use for crunching hard things like that, and on the left side. And I crunched really hard. And I felt like, you know, a crunch on like, you know, both me and the candy. And then I later, like after I finished chewing it, I was like, that's weird. That felt extra crunchy than usual, and also my face hurts a bit. Weird. And then I went to bed, and it wasn't until like late Sunday evening that my face started hurting, and I was like, oh, fuck, I might have broken a tooth. And then sure enough, I found it out in the mirror. I had in fact broken a tooth. And I'm going to have some pineapple juice. I don't know if I want to put something in it. Oh, okay. I remember I chipped a tooth last night biting into an Oreo custard ice cream sandwich. Oh, that is so sad, Chapelbon. But also, an Oreo custard ice cream sandwich sounds really fucking good. Unfortunately, here in Canada, despite us being the paragons of, like, socialism and whatnot, we're really not. We're losing that fight real bad. We've never had teeth, like, actually be covered under anything. So, you better believe I'm gonna have to pay for this all out of my pocket to fucking fix my tooth. It'll be great. Because in Canada... your bones will fix those, but your teeth, those are just luxury bones that you have to pay for to keep, because you don't really need teeth to survive, right? You don't really need teeth to, like, you know, be removed, extracted, or fixed or maintained ever, because it's not like you only have one set of fucking teeth in your life or something. Yeah, I don't get how it isn't healthcare. Like, if your tooth is threatening your health to the point that you could die, maybe they'll fix it for you, but otherwise they're like, yeah, get fucked. Yeah, you don't need them. Like out here in the US, you need to pay separate for dental and IQ. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? And that being said, though, we did make some progress towards it in the form of, if you're a household now that makes less than $90,000 a year, which is already kind of unattainable for me, never make that much. But like, anyways... Yeah, because eyes are totally not important. Oh, hi, Soul Gem. Hello. Yeah, they passed something finally that's like, if you make less than 90k a year, because apparently that's middle class here is 90k a year. You can get $500 a year to fix your children less than, I think, 12 or 13. You can spend $500 a year that you'll get like $500 worth of dental care for your children. Per child, which is like, it's a start, But we have grown-ass adults and elderly people that have no fucking teeth and have no ability to afford teeth because teeth are expensive here. And the government's just like, yeah, we could do anything meaningful, but that would upset, like, you know, money, so we're just not gonna. Anywho, you don't care about any of that. Hi, Soul Jim. We're currently telling this old man here that I'm a speedrunner, I'm a streamer, and he's very upset that I'm a speedrunner. Come on. Come back. There we go. This man is a gentleman, even to a monstrosity such as yourself. He will show respect. Oh my god. I am indeed quite the monstrosity. The old man rambles in the same language from before. Yeah, he's probably cussing me out, being like, really? Really? This is the best I can get as a fucking gamer? A cow gamer? A streamer? Alright. Sometimes he'll stop and stare at you, as if expecting a response, a nod, or a grunt is enough to get him going again. His voice becomes graver and deeper as the night goes on. It is soothing in a way, even if at times he'll again allude to having a rough, sorrowful past. Eventually he stops as his gaze seems to shine with lucidity once more.
I must say I'm terribly sorry. I'm afraid I never asked for your name.
Oh, you think I'm pretty handsome? Oh, thanks, Haven the Puka. Thank you. Also, hi, hello. Welcome to the Cow Zone. If you're new here, this isn't actually the game I'm streaming. It says I'm playing Minotaur, or like the Labyrinth of Crate. This is Minotaur Hotel. It's slightly different. It is a gay visual novel with Minotaur's founding love. And it's very fitting that I play it. It's also very good. What is my name? Why, it's Ken Ass Chin. Do you get any, like, funny remarks if you give this man a really funny name? Like, if you're like, Pussy Destroy Your... Oops. Like, will this man be like, that's not a real name until real name young man? I'll be cute, really. Oh, good. It is a very nice game. It is surprisingly wholesome. Despite me trying to ruin it. I could go for Canassi. That's a name. Besides the name you give to get access to the VIP room, I don't know. I can look it up. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Well, what should my name be this time? I'll take your pick. If anybody has a funny cow-themed pod name, like I could be Tar. I could be oops. Minnow Milker. I don't know, Cuppy, do you got any ideas? What should my name be in the speed run?
Oh my goodness, this is a commitment.
So I feel like I could go for a Mimi name, because this is the speedrunner mode.
I don't know, it's probably still a bit of a commitment. I don't know how long the speedrunner lasts.
Oops. Oh, that's... Ass Chin.
No, wait.
Yeah?
You should do what you were doing before.
Chicken.
Also, this is my partner speaking. Hello.
Everyone knows me, right? Or is there someone new?
There's someone new named Haven the Puka.
Oh, hello, Haven the Puka. I am the partner.
The partner.
The partner.
My name is Ken Ashchin. The old man struggles to pierce together your incoherent mumbling. A frown spreads on his brow. He seems worried that you may be having a stroke. I feel like he's insulting me for my name. Hope drains from his face as he realizes that you may be plain stupid, but still he holds on to the idea you may be salvageable. Oh my god.
I hate to break it to him, but I don't think this man is salvageable.
He speaks slowly, in simple words, as to not overwhelm your sickly mind. Well, I am happy that I met you, Ken Ashchin. The old man's eyes become glazed again, and his hand starts shaking. Coffee spills everywhere, but it's gotten cold already. Oh, Haven says you have a nice voice copy.
Aw, thanks, Haven.
Copy says thanks.
You seem like a well-traveled man. Traveling when I was young was so difficult. Now you can be on the other side of the globe in a day or two. Oh, how the world has changed. There was this one time I talked with my brother, just about this topic. Back home, you used to have put an onion on your belt before you could start moving around. There was this vineyard where we spent so many summers, eating and drinking. I remember it so well, it's like a moving picture.
There's no reaction to the name you pick except for the name to jump to the VIP room. Oh, okay.
And you know what he told me? That when we were young, there was so much wonder and magic around us. It's true, we could walk down the road, a stony little thing from Roman times.
That's pretty sus.
When we were children, once or twice a week, we'd see ghosts rising from cairns and crosses to mingle about. Things have changed so much. I think it's the technology. Spirits in the arcane don't mix well with it. Or maybe it's something in the eyes. My brother used to say it's because mankind likes piety nowadays. The unknown is not as frightful either. So much mystery has been lost, and so the bridge with the fantastical broke down.
The old man freezes for a moment and then looks back to you.
Oh, I was rambling again, wasn't I? I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. That's interesting to hear, old man. Science explains a lot!
I've seen a number of seemingly unexplainable things.
Anyone who travels as much as I did will stumble onto too many to count, really. But I'm good at keeping my cool and paying attention. Too often these unexplainable phenomena are quite mundane in origin.
Video games are science! Science!
I don't, there are a few different reactions and cheat codes to the name you can enter for Gene's phone in chapter 15. Oh, okay. Oh! I finished this, last year. I finished this, a little while ago, Soul Gem. I think the season finale is on my YouTube channel, if anybody needs to catch up on where we are. Because we're starting this over again, with the speedrunner, build. Fuck, where's my channel?
I already shared.
No, I'm personally going to my channel, Copy. That's
okay.
the problem. I want to make sure I actually did upload it. Yeah, 3 weeks ago, I had the Minotaur Hotel Part 10, the finale, where I get to kiss a cowman. I think that'd be early December, yeah. And, oh geez, I'll probably make a different Minotaur Hotel thing for the speedrunner mode. But that's a problem for after stream when I have to upload it. I'm not saying there are people in costumes making hoaxes. Well, actually, yes, there are. Are making deepfakes and posting them online. Deepfakes, that's, well, that's I love how we went from deepfakes to just straight up AI-generated art in, like, a year or two. It's wild. I just got this middle image of you saying, well, that's a problem for future me. Yeah. That's exactly how I function, Haven, and it's not good. But too often there's a perfectly serviceable explanation elsewhere. You just have to pay attention and unravel the thread. I'm so cultured and smart.
Unraveling a thread, eh? Oh, that's quite sharp of you. I may believe in ghosts, I do, but I see the wisdom in your words.
You violated my mother. Let's get
Oh, wait, what? Soul Gem!
as well as these nuts. I love
Oh,
moist towelettes.
everybody. Yeah, highly recommend the fermented milk, the horse milk episode. I'm naked now. Hello. Thanks, Soul Gem, for removing my clothes. No clothes. Yeah, I need to get a shirt that says Minnow Milk on it for reasons. Yeah, surprise, shock, ooh. Also, I think I had to put naked-ish spelled like that specifically because Twitch wouldn't allow me to put naked in there because Twitch is like, any use of the word naked, not allowed.
I may believe in ghosts, I do, but when I see the wisdom in your words, don't let yourself be tricked. You really seem something special, I'd say. Perhaps you will do. Here, I'd like you to have this. I'm sure you'll take better care of it than I did.
Hands me the crustiest napkin you could ever imagine. The old man takes out a piece of paper from his breast pocket and extends it to you.
Well, indeed, for the place I told you about. The one I wondered. I'm old, tired. I would like someone to have it. I'm looking for an heir for a while now. And I don't quite feel like I have any more time to waste. Just take it. It's yours. A grandiose place. A hotel. That's taken a toll. But you'll just love it. Just please take care of it. Be good. Give him a purpose.
Weird that we're playing the Pronoun game with your hotel, but sure, yeah, I'll do that. You raise an eyebrow at him. Did this old man just try to give you a lap job or a hotel just like that?
Yeah.
Now, who would do that? His wandering gaze betrays his seniality. At times, he seems outright confused, as if he didn't know how he got here in the first place. We might have some sneaking suspicions about who this man is, and he's not who we think he is. He's not a human man. I'm pretty sure this man is a god or something. He's just got dementia. Or Alzheimer's. You can't take it. It wouldn't be right to take advantage of someone like him. I kind of wish there was an option that said, I have no morals about this issue. I will take it from him. Fuck this old man. That's assuming this piece of paper is a deed. It might just be a used napkin with a nice seal. The old man's gaze wanders around. With his hand still extended, he squints his eyes at you, and looks down at the paper. He struggles to put his thoughts together, but for a brief moment his expression grows firm and lucid.
You must think I'm crazy, but please understand, this is my last chance to do it right.
MB, what? What, MB? What are we talking about?
Just take the deed.
If I reject it right now, does the game just end? Is that it? Hang on, I gotta save. Because I don't want to reject.
You can't accept it. It would be wrong. The old man must be disoriented.
Where are his caretakers? Surely someone this old and senile isn't home. You're alone. You reject his offer and go back to your drink. You should probably get out of this place as soon as possible, or at least inform someone about this. Yeah, can somebody please pick up the grandpa? He's giving me the deed to his hotel. He remains staring at you. Try not to make eye contact, but a sideways glance is enough to catch that he's teary-eyed, and his pale, paper-thin face is contorted to a silent sob. God damn it. You down your drink. So what if this deed is just some random piece of paper? Maybe accepting it will appease the old man, and you can return it to him when he has one of his lapses. You extend your hand and take the parchment. You obtain the old deed. To check your items, open the menu and go to the item subscreen. This old piece of parchment looks unimaginably ancient. Older than you, that's for sure. The wax on it seems reasonably new, perhaps even fresh. Well, maybe I changed this from last time we tried. Oh, okay. Maybe he knows I'm a speedrunner, I'm a gamer, and that like all he had to do is give me the puppy dog eyes, and I just take the piece of paper from him.
You break open the seal and examine the paper's contents.
It's gibberish, written in an alphabet you've never seen before. Well, it would seem like this was all for nothing. You stick the deed in your jacket's pocket. Look back up at the old man. The corner of his mouth wrinkle. Shakes ever so slightly, but his joy is short-lived. His gaze wanders once again. When his focus returns to you, he furrows his brow, taking in each of your features, one at a time. The old man mumbles something to himself, takes a sip of his coffee, and smiles.
You're a kind speedrunner, Ken Ass Chin. Perhaps not all of your kind are bad.
He does remember your name, at least. You check your wristwatch, and the numbers, too, have turned into gibberish. You take it you've spent too long here. You collect your luggage, say your farewell to the old man, and thank him for the wonderful coffee. He subtly bows to you.
No, Kardashian. It is I ought to be grateful. It was a pleasure dealing with you.
Was it really?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a pleasure to deal with me. You leave the cafe and make your way to the bus terminal. The station is deserted, save for a single man smoking a cigarette outside the cafe. You greet him with a nod, and he responds in kind. Aside from the old man, he's the only person you find, but maybe that ought to be expected this time of night. An old man smoking a cigarette? Maybe that's the other guy that we know that smokes cigarettes and is old. You make your way through the empty station. There's no one to greet you at the boarding platform. The bus is so dark you can barely make out the driver's silhouette. As soon as you sit down and recline, you try to process the night's events, but your thoughts skitter away. It's so hard to say for sure exactly how long you've been traveling. All the airports, truck stops, train stations, and ports mixed together. The restlessness of unending travel is the only constant. It doesn't take long for you to give up. A merciful warmth seeps from your chest and you fall asleep. The hotel. Pretty much, you had no choice except you could be nice, take the deed, or be rude and let him beg and be sad. Yeah. The illusion of choice. Although I would have thought would be incredibly funny is if you reject it, and like he begs, and then you have the option to reject it again, and if you do, it just goes to end credits immediately. That would be incredibly funny to me. Oh, sorry. Poppy's chair is very comfortable. A few days later. Brum, 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 brum. The horizon sprawls across the stained windshield. The radio's tune has disintegrated into static. The AC can't keep up with the sun's heat on the car's roof. The desert stretches on the entire horizon ahead, a wasteland of flat, yellowed plains. To the right, about 100 meters from the road, the dusty soil gives way to a sharp cliff. A valley peeks out beneath it, stretching out to the blue horizon. There are end credits, except most won't see them because only the ruthless route is complete. Oh, rude, okay. It's like, okay, guess you don't want to play the game. The end, yeah. I mean, that happened with Nier Automata. At one point, I made like a left turn off of a building, and the game's like, oh, that's actually one of the secret endings of the game. It's game over now. That's the end of the game. The main character just walked away from all the problems. That's the end. Hope you have fun. And I was very confused because I'm like, wait, what? That game has it has 26 endings because there's 26 letters in the alphabet. I think that was ending G I got. The main character just walked away from the multiple problems. God, I wish I could do that. Yeah, me too. I wish I could just be like the main character in this game. Oh, I'm traveling all the time. I don't have a house. I don't have possessions. I don't have problems. I just traveled around, met an old man, and he gave me a deed to a magical hotel with a cow husbando that I'm going to seduce. And practice lots of stretching exercises with. I think the first one I stumbled across was eating the anchovies that permanently kills her. Wait, what? What? That is hilarious. Student debt? What's that? Anchovies. This kills the lady. Oh, you check the deed again. You can't read it at first. Maybe you were too tired, but now the once gibberish characters make some sense to your brain. It's like reading a language that had branched off from your native tongue a few centuries prior. It's just leet speak. It's just numbers and letters on a page. That's all it is. It's how gamers back in the day used to think they were cool and superior to other normies. Be like, you'd have sevens instead of like, a character that looks like a seven, like a T, I don't know. Or eights for boobies. I am so smart. It's just alien enough to be unrecognizable at first. However, when you squint hard enough, you find that the characters remind you of your alphabet. And then the word's meaning pops up in your mind. It's unsettling in a way. It feels as if your brain is shifting from inside out. The more you look at it, but try as you might, it's hard to even acknowledge this discomfort. It melts away at the blink of an eye. One NPC will give you quests in the last one's asking you to eat this because it's said to kill androids if they eat it. And it does. It's just numbers, Grandma! You squint at the deed. Just an hour or so ago, you had checked it and realized how close you were to the address. And so you got into your car and set out with a newfound curiosity and a nagging anxiety fighting it out in your chest.
Maybe the old man really had given you something of value after all, not a worthless scrap of paper. Yeah, home suck over there. Could it really be you got a deed for a hotel from a senile old man in a cafe? Sure, not many would complain about getting something for free like that, but at the same time, most would argue it feels wrong. Honestly, I wouldn't. I've seen enough media and whatnot to know that if some person who's better off than me gives me a free item, I better fucking monopolize, capitalize all of that shit as quick as possible, because, like, you know, I'm just a peasant. That's like a big commitment just accept from a senile old man, just saying, I know, right? It just makes me think of all the billionaires we have in our real life and how they must fart out cash randomly at people and just not realize that, like, oops, I just accidentally left like $1 billion in my briefcase in the car, and it turns out that car got stolen, and then the briefcase fell out during the high-speed chase, and it just ended up in the sewer somewhere. Ah, whatever, it's just a Billy. I have more in my other car. And then, like, some person finds the suitcase and is like, my life is irrevocably changed now. I will probably die trying to spend all this money. Anywho, the hotel should just be farther ahead. You turn on the engine and set off a game. Vroom! It pops up on the horizon just 5 minutes later. A while later, you pull into its gravel parking lot. Can we upgrade the parking lot to no longer be gravel? I just realized this wall to my left of me here has 2 holes in it. Oh, is it, oh shit, ah! It was the middle mouse button, okay. Oh shit. Wait. How far back did I go? I'm sorry. Wait. What? Hang on. I clicked a button on my mouse. I'm sorry. And apparently I clicked too far. No. Okay. Hotel. I just wanted to look at what the hotel looks like without the text. There we go. Because I noticed that there's some holes in the wall to the left here. And I'm like, are those cow-sized holes? Just saying. Could a cow man reasonably get stuck in there?
Huzzah!
Like right here?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the hydrant. I'm just saying. I'm a large cow man, okay? I could get stuck if I wanted to go through that wall hole. Anyways, it's like looking back in time, and what must have been one of the greater hotels of the 30s and 40s. It's built entirely out of marble in an Art Deco style. It's majestic, grandiose even, but utterly ruined by age and made eerie by its surroundings. Who thought building such an incredible place in a desert would be a good idea? Literally, look at Vegas. Like, the entire of Las Vegas is just... I don't know. All that's built in a desert, like, despite God, and, like, you know, prove that man will build anywhere for sin. Ken stuck in a hole in a wall? Does he know what he's saying? I know, Shafwana. What? Those are some funny words that better not be taken out of context for any artists that are listening. You look at the infinite horizon behind you. There was nothing aside from the hotel. No plants of any kind, no cacti, brush, or even dead trees. Only a hotel in the middle of a desert, built on top of the cliff's wall. No animals either. The sky is blue, without a cloud or bird of prey in sight. The ground beneath you has no bugs, not even a scorpion or a spider. I'll have to talk to somebody about that. I feel like there should be bugs here. There were no other cars on the road either. You look back to your car's panel. The odometer indicates you've only driven about 4 miles. Your car's hood is cool to the touch, as if it had been off for hours. Look back to the hotel just as you think of all those details. Something catches your eye, however. A porch overlooking the alley behind the hotel. Or beneath the hotel. I mean, this is the best possible way you can make me think of a corgi. A corgi? Oh. The valley stretches to the cloudless horizon, framed to the right and left by more cliffs. Looking down to the bottom, you can just make out the outline of a dry riverbed stretching out. You notice that there's a cave opening in the cliff wall, right below the hotel. Its exit is lined with statues, the details of which you can't make out at this distance. Right beside, there are rocky tiles spreading out in pathways. You'd wager a guess it's made for a labyrinth of sort when the river still flowed. Interesting. The maze ends with a single pathway leading to a high mound.
which would have easily stood as an island in the middle of the flooded valley. Interesting. This region's terrain is much like the hotel. It may have been beautiful a long time ago, but it's eaten away by time. They're very cute and have a lot of personality. Oh, yeah. I guess. Corgis, they also do have the funny little butts. Your reflection is broken as a more pressing matter sneaks up on you. The heat. Regardless of this weirdness around you, there is no escaping the sweltering sun. Yeah, me in about 2 or 3 months here when, actually, that's a lie. Oh, geez. I think we're about 4 or 5 months out for having summer again here, but I will be unable to escape the heat in summer here, and heat is not good for the cowmans. Ugh. Anyways, walk back inside. It's hard to tell for how long this place has been abandoned. The building itself is surely as old. The exterior is severely decayed. Wouldn't be surprising if the interior is teeming with wild animals, rotten walls, and fallen pieces of ceiling. But instead, it's just dusty. Humid and stagnant, too. The walls are water damaged and there's a lot of mold. However, it's not as bad as one would think. I mean, you say that now, but soon the walls will start talking to you, and then you know it's too late. You call out and hope anyone might be there. Maybe some squatters, but just like outside, there's no signs of life at all in the hotel. You walk up to the reception. The counter is dusty as you'd expect, and there are pens and yellowed pieces of paper strewn about. It seems whoever was here left this place in a hurry, who knows how many years ago. There's a door behind the reception desk, which leads you to a small but dignified office that seems to have been left under a similar state of hurry. There are even portraits on the table showing black and white pictures of a smiling family. In the corner of the room, there's a rusted safe. Ooh, let's check the safe. One of those old-timey safes you'd see in the movies from the 90s, with the spinning dial and all. You prepare yourself to try and crack the password, except it's already unlocked. A bit rusty. Oh, this Brazilian passport. I get it now. That makes sense. I understand the Brazilian one now. I don't understand the other 3, though. There's only a stash of booklets inside. 4 passports, all from different countries.
They might belong to characters.
Well, I know the Brazil one.
Yeah, obviously, we all know the Brazil one. It's a plot point.
But I'm like, do we meet the other 3 characters? Or like the descendants of the 3 characters for the rest of these passports? Because I'm realizing we never did in our last run. At least as far as I'm aware. Yeah, one looks Russian. Oh! I get you now, Chapamon. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think I get what you mean with that one. Yeah, I'm assuming the green one might be Chinese or somewhere. The blue one just looks like some funny European country. Unsurprisingly, they're all expired. There doesn't seem to be anything special about them. I love how I don't look at the pictures of the people in them, though. But it's strange that someone would keep passports in an office like this. Which one should you investigate? My desk. On the desk is a ledger. Like anything else in the hotel, its pages are yellowed and wrinkly, but it's still readable. It contains a list of guests, their respective rooms, check-in and check-out dates, and signatures, and so on. Oh, hi, Gamer Taku. Yeah, the Brazil one is for sure Pedro's grandfather's passport, for sure, 100%. Just curious about the other 3 now. The last guest arrived back to 1944. It goes good. I've already lost my clothes, and I've already taken a shot of liquor. I'm having a great time. I'm speedrunning this game this time, Gamer Taku, and I hope we get lots of funny dialogue tonight. I'm going to attempt to check in on that date, but I was interrupted in the process. Nice. While the following pages in the ledger are blank, you find a second leather-bound ledger as well. This one has staff written on it in flaking gold paint. Lists all the employees in the hotel during 1944, the country of origin, role, and if you have a star scribbled beside their name. The place employed quite a number of people. More than 50, in fact. There doesn't seem to be anything else you can deduce from this ledger. You take a moment to go over the ledgers and passports together. A cursory glance reveals a pattern. The passports are from the 4 employees with stars beside their names. You take them with you and leave the ledger on the table. You obtained the passports. You return to the reception to continue looking around. Up ahead is a tall spiral staircase going up both up and down. There are multiple paths branching up from the lobby. By the way, your model is a Minotaur. That's a Highland breed of cattle, right? Yeah. I wanted my Minotaur to look more like a Highland cow because those cows are fucking cute and floofy, and it's adorable to see them all over on TikTok now. Ledger, I barely know her. So yeah, I am very fluffy in IRL. I also might have a very big butt that is known for breaking pants, so it's great. And I do have a ton of hair, especially on my head too. Technically, when my hair is unbraided, it goes all the way down to my butt, because I've been growing this hair for a very long time. And Cuppy, my partner, CryMeACupcake, has been braiding it for a very long time. Cool, thank you. I'm going to quickly check the log. Oh, I just have... Oh, I can't examine the passports in more detail? That's lame. I return to the reception to continue looking around. Up ahead is a tall spiral staircase going both up and down. There are multiple paths branching up from this lobby. You take one of the hallways leading down to the bedrooms and find all the doors unlocked. Nice! Free real estate! Much like the lobby, the bedroom's rotting walls were consumed by time. Walking into them disturbed the fine mist of stagnant spores and dust, which was turned into a curtain of diamonds by the sun shining through the windows. I don't see a fucking window. What are you talking about? Each bedroom was equipped with at least one king-size bed. The springs were busted more often than not, and the fabric yellowed, but not even such desolation could hide the past glory of this place. Man, how are all these springs in the beds getting busted? Who's busted the springs of my beds? Clearly, it's a metaphorical window. The next time somebody said something, but it's not present in the room actually, or it's not real, or it's not really there, I'll be like, ah, yes, a metaphorical, like, you know, Spang Dongler 9000. Oh, God. From outside the hotel, it looked big, but not nearly sprawling enough to have a ground floor with over 100 bedrooms. No matter how many twists and turns you took, the hallway never wrapped back into itself. Backtracking all the way back to the lobby was the only option. The spiral staircase seemed much more inviting than wandering the seemingly endless hallways. It's the staircase. Over the staircase, all the way up, there was a skylight draping the sun's warmth over your shoulders. It was a lighthouse, guiding travelers to this once majestic hotel. The way down was as ominous as the skylight was graceful. The marble handrails were lined with burnt-out lamps. It was possible to see much in the darkness down below. The second floor was mostly bedrooms again, but here the outer hallways were lined with sprawling windows showing a courtyard behind the hotel, close to the cliff's edge. Oh look, it's the Titty Man and his funky little doggo. It was a sight to behold. While the hotel was consumed by time, the garden outside had flourished. It was a field brimming with white flowers, swaying in this wretched desert's wind. At the center was a statue of a man with a dog. The flowers rose up to the man's knees, and the only top of the dog's head could be seen. The man's hand was outstretched, as if beckoning the flowers to grow taller and for people to approach. Yeah, I'd like to, DM, I'd like to walk up to the statue and give him five, give him a nice, 5-finger handshake. The garden seemed a more inviting adventure. You descended back down the marble staircase, brimming with clarity, and felt like a cloak or a hug was draped over your back. You took the hallway leading further towards the hotel's back, and a single turn to your right brought you to a vast room. Yeah, it's a nice depiction of Hades. Seems like a perfectly reasonable request, yeah. Right beside its entrance was a bar, and to the left tables, couches, and reclining chairs. Furthermore, left there was a tall window of stained glass, like the ones in a cathedral, and through a glass door beside the window was the garden. Garden! The wind blowing through the garden sent out a long, continuous whistle. From this low angle, the statue seemed like a king, tall yet humble, beckoning his dear subjects. The flowers swayed back and forth in the swinging wind, the singing wind, and the dog's head was barely visible above them. Its ears were perked up and its tongue rolled out from its grinning mouth. Behind the statue, beyond the courtyard, was a railing overlooking the drop into the valley below. As you walked around the statue, you noticed out of the corner of your eye that the dog seemed to have turned its head to follow you. Well, hello? You look back. The dog statue hadn't budged, but indeed it was gazing right at you. You parted the flowers and walked up to it, and that's when you noticed the dog had 3 heads, one staring forward and one looking off to either side. All 3 of them exuded warmth. You petted one of their heads and noticed how worn the marble was. People have been petting him for a very long time now. I want a three-headed dog that I can pet. Then you made your way to the cliff's edge. Once more, you were greeted by the valley. Straight down, far below, you could see the statue-lined cave exit. You could only wonder how vibrant this land must have been ages ago when the valley's rivers still flowed. You go back inside, into the vast room. It seemed dark but intimate, now that your eyesight is used to the exterior's brightness. But Ken, you only have 2 hands? The one dog head would always be left out! I could give that one a kiss on the head, it's fine. You could still notice the whistling coming from outside. You take a seat at the bar. The newfound darkness is smooth, soft as velvet. It's like being in a candlelit lounge. I just want to say, this game already gets points for not depicting Hades as some horrifying, scary, villainous guy. Yeah! By the way, Haven, I'm sorry that you're experiencing this game for the first time now, and this is my second time, but, like, I'll try to be not as annoying. Because this is a very nice game. Behind the counter, the bottles of fine spirits are still half-filled. They glimmer in exquisite browns, reds, and blues. Blues? We got some Curacao there? Because that's the only thing I know that's blue and alcoholic. I think you're an absolute delight. Oh, thank you. Hades, also unsurprisingly perhaps, has a great representation of Hades. Yeah. The game called Hades has a great representation of Hades. You close your eyes and imagine how this place was decades ago. The whistling shifts again and turns to the hum of human life. Footsteps and breathing, chairs being dragged, cutlery and plates clinking, laughter, whispers, people greeting each other from across different tables. People dressed so nicely. A barman in front of you serving the finest drinks you can imagine. He knows your name and how you like it. Yeah, he better know how I like it. Whether you are tired or brimming with life, he lends you an attentive ear. You open your eyes, you are back in the abandoned hotel. Majestic and destroyed. Yes, Hades is beloved by our titular Minotaur. Oh, the canon mythology has a rule. Where's he stern but fair? Yeah. One can understand why the old man wished to pass it on to someone who would care for it. You tap your jacket's breast pocket, making sure the crumpled parchment is still there. Even the yellowed stained paper exudes warmth now. I know, I need to play Hades. I need to say hi to my cowboy friend. You stand up and walk out. As soon as you do, you notice a large purple stain on the floor behind the counter, and the glass shards of what used to be a wine bottle. Proceed further into the hotel. There's still a lot to see. Still. You literally have a pin of the cow and you haven't played it. I know! I literally have a pin of the cow. I'll probably get a pin up of that cow at some point in my future here. All the way down the hallway, a set of sliding glass doors beckon you, but from afar, the difference is clear. The wallpaper is ripped, and one of the doors is cracked. You step on something hard, a revolver bullet. You push the door to the side and are greeted by an even more chaotic sight. It's the hotel's restaurant. The tables are overturned, and both chairs and plates lay broken on the floor. There's a darkened stain in the middle of the room which trails to the kitchen. It leads you past the pantry into the massive iron door of a cold room, which is locked from outside and boarded up. All around the kitchen things are strewn about. There's even a pan on the stove with what must have been fossilized food. The sink is filled with dirty dishes. On a nearby counter is a revolver covered in thick dust. You think back to the bolt in the hallway and the stain on the restaurant floor. The old man wasn't kidding when he said that he wasn't a good person. Check your phone. Perhaps you'll need to call the police or morgue, but there's no signal out here. Excuse me, Canon Dan speech-to-text program? Yeah. Breathe in, preparing yourself for a terrible sight. The rusted door fights against your will, but stands no chance. Darkness pours out. The stench strikes first. It's the stagnant smell of blood and rot. Clings to your nose and mouth like a bitter oil. Before your eyes can adjust to the darkness, a second wave of stench hits. It's like a farm tube.
The scent of dusty fur, maybe even hay, were cooped it up in a hot, humid room for decades. And last but not least, stale shit and piss. This place has it all, the stench of 1,000 different deaths. The light pouring into the cold room shines on the floor in front of the doorway. Empty cans of soup and glasses of jam are strewn about over the trail of old blood. Whoever was locked in here didn't die quickly. The cold room extends in absolute darkness, a hallway in and of itself. You proceed scraping your shoes on the floor so you don't trip over the refuse. The entire floor is covered with discarded glasses and cans. Whatever scraps were left in them, long rotted, dried, and crumbled in dust. Both your footsteps and breathing echo. The overbearing humidity drapes across your back and your breathing becomes agitated. The stench is stronger. Your sight finally adapts to the dark. At what must be the cold room's far wall, you notice the faintest glimmer. Wow. Damn, I forgot. This Catman looked like a twink at first. Whoa. Actually, now that I know that I can use this button. Oh. So skinny. Chapo, what was the screen cap button again? I can't remember what it was. Yes, thank you. Emaciated, exactly. Oh. He's so small. He's just a baby. He's so skinny. Whatever it is, it slouched on the floor, motionless, as if it died where it stood after who knows how long locked here. A shy blue glimmer, however, flickers where its left eye ought to be. What do you do? I'm calling the police! You pull on your phone, but there's no signal. Maybe the cold room is causing interference. Before leaving, you take a moment to get a good look at the thing. You'll have to describe it to whoever picks up the call. Your eyesight is used to the dark now. The distant pillar of light bleeding from the doorway is enough to avoid tripping on the discarded glass. You crouch in front of the thing. It has a bull's head. You look around its neck, searching for a zipper or the edge of a mask, but there's none. Oh no, it's not a furry. It's worse. It's covered in fur. Aside from the patches of sickly exposed skin, it has hooves instead of feet. Its horns could easily gore a person. Half of its skull is exposed, the bone still a smattering of blood and dust near the remaining flesh. Its left eye socket is empty, but something shines inside it, a blue ember. The fur is coarse and unkempt, but can't hide how deathly thin this creature is. It died from starvation, not from whatever distorted its face. That's enough. You stand up and turn back to leave. As you do, your rustling clothes and echoing footsteps break the curtain of silence. That's when you hear it, breathing, as faint as a moth's wings flapping. You look back to the corpse. The blue flame flickers at you. Its chest expands and contracts. Take a step forward, and the spark follows you like an eye. What do we do, guys? What do we do? Yeah, I'm so mean at the beginning. I'm sorry. Ugh. Ugh. Big stretch. If I try to leave, do I get like bad points in the game? The thing, it's like you've never seen a furry before. I love how the first thing I did was check for a mask or a zipper, and I'm like, I don't think real life me would do that. Real life me would be like, okay, I'm not getting near this. I'm going to remain silent. You stand your ground. The thing's flame remains locked on you, flickering when a string of fresh air blows into the cold room. The exit is just 5 seconds away. If you turn back and sprint, if push comes to shove, the gun is still outside. The thing remains on the floor, barely moving. The blinking of its only eye is drawn out and deliberate. His head droops down as if it can barely hold itself awake. Its lips, or whatever remains of them, part. Its breathing becomes easier to hear. I beg your forgiveness, I'm in such a sorry state.
What an understatement. Understatement of the year here. Don't lose affection, but calling out to him adds affection. Oh, okay. Reacting to a furry like Warhammer 40k humans react to Xenos. Who are you? I am the hotel's keeper and prisoner of the labyrinth. His voice is raspy, nearly a string of grunts booming through the room in contrast with his disheveled body. His remaining eye frowns. Oh, baby. And you're the master now, which makes me your servant. Bound to your will, I cannot disobey your orders. Thing cradles his head between his arms. Voice comes out muffled. If you wish to know what thing I am a hybrid monster. About my sorry state, the previous master did this. And as your servant, I shall answer the master's questions. He remains with his face hidden for a while longer. When he does look up, he stares at the exit, not to you. He squints his eye and raises a deathly thin forearm over it. Okay, but at least he's polite. He scuttles an inch to the side, so your shadow covers him. Oh yeah, that Rogue Trader Alpha. I saw what you meant, gamer tag. It looks to me, because I didn't do too much research into it, but I looked at that game, and it kind of looks like it works the same way like Baldur's Gate does, where you have like a party of characters that are like not third person, like from top down kind of thing, where you have like a party of people you can select and group up and move around. He scuttles. Okay. Ask your question. Yeah, an isometric C RPG. Thank you. Yeah. Why were you locked in here? Why were you? Yeah. Okay. This is what the last master saw fit. He shot me, then commanded that I stay here in this room. But as you can see, I am undying. I only hurt. I cannot be killed. I only presume he expelled all the guests shortly after. Now the hotel must be in as sorry as a state as I am. He locked the door as well, but his command was enough. I cannot disobey, so I had no way out. I am a prisoner after all. You are the hotel's keeper? You're a prisoner, but you're also the hotel's keeper? The combat, even at its early state, feels really good, though, and the writing's solid. Oh, nice. I'll have to look into that more then. His eye narrows and ear droops. Oh, his one ear! Yes, I was sentenced by the gods to spend eternity here. I did not fight my killer, and for such weakness I was condemned. The gods made this land which they called the Labyrinth, to house me in my damnation. The master is meant to be my torturer, and to that end is given control over this land. But there was a master who believed the Labyrinth could turn to a soothing place, and that I could tend to it. So by his will I became the keeper. And by the gods' ancient command, the labyrinth attracts those who are lost and have nowhere to go. They become our treasured guests. Closes his eyes for a moment, lost in hate. What about your life before you came here? What was it like? Master Jean-Marie told me it became a matter of legends. I was born from a queen who had an illicit affair with the white bull of the sea god Poseidon. I was raised in the court of King Minos in Crete. He took me as his son, even if I was much worse than a bastard. But eventually my sister demanded I be sent away. Father Minos acquiesced. Mother spoke not. They shipped me off to my first labyrinth, alone, with just an axe for company. I stayed there for years. Till one day the warrior Theseus came for my head in rebellion against father's reign. He was prepared to fight me, but I had nothing to live for, so instead, he provided me with mercy. As you can see, the previous owner attempted the very same, but I cannot die. Not this time. Only loss of flesh. And the hotel's guests. His eye flickers madly. Why did your previous master do this to you? The creature recoils, shrinking further into a fetal position. Being a monster is enough for damnation. He chose to return the labyrinth to its original purpose, I presume. Bony jaw opens and closes, chewing on nothing. Does one need a reason to follow the will of the gods? It hardly matters. Regardless, I cannot die. His open wounds stand out as he speaks. Alongside his madly flickering flame, they are glaring enough to be visible from afar, even in the darkness. How can I help you with your injuries? He exhales sharply at your words. His face shrinks again between his legs. The master need not worry about me. I cannot die, and it stopped hurting a long time ago. Skull feels no pain. What truly hurts is thinking about our guests. For all this time, I've wondered what happened to them, if they found belonging elsewhere. Who lived here? That type of people used to consider this their home. Just about anyone in need, if fate saw it fit for them to stumble here, orphans and runaway children, homeless wanderers chased for their past, shell-shocked men seeking respite, those who have no one else and no place to call home. Before the last master took over, the hotel belonged to a man who fought in the First Great War. Master Jean-Marie saw fit to bring in those displaced by bloodshed. His voice falters for a moment, and you hear a little cracking. The hotel was glorious then. Master Jean-Marie survived the First War, but not the Second. For his brother inherited the hotel, and saw fit to enact his will against me. You pull the hotel's deed from your breast pocket. So, it's this that makes me the new master? Correct. The ownership of the labyrinth was transferred to you. I always know who the current master is and his name. We asked all your questions. Another comes to mind now. What's your name, mister? He hesitates before answering. His burning eye shifts ever so slightly. The master holds the right to pick my name, but if it is your wish to know, the one I was given at birth is Asterion. Asterion the Minotaur, adopted son to King Minos of Crete. Asterion looks up to you as he speaks. Perhaps the distant past, those words, adopted son to King Minos of Crete, brimmed with pride. But today they drip with the nostalgia and hope of a man who, for the first time in decades, utters his own name. For a split second, his remaining eye reflects a strand of light from outside. He realizes then how tired, thirsty, and hungry he is. But it doesn't matter. After all, he cannot die. As a servant, his duty takes precedence. Squish. The Minotaur readjusts to a kneeling position. The cracking of his kneecaps bounces off the walls. The call room's walls. Yeah, me when I also get up. You hear a cacophony of cracking coming from my back and knees. Oh, fuck. Although I realize that there is one downside to me using my partner's chair. And that is, it has a habit of getting the wheels stuck underneath the fucking... I have one of those plastic sheets that you put under a chair so that way your chair doesn't dig into the carpet. And the wheels on this chair really like to get stuck under that somehow.
You need help?
Nope, I'm all good. We're like... I was like, why can't I move? Why am I stuck in a corner? So I had to readjust my body. Ugh, because I was sitting funny. Oh, I agree, Haven. When you meet this character, he is very sad, and you might cry. He has a very sad backstory. And we fight for this man. We want to make him better again. Yeah, big oof. He bows his head to you. The bond between jailer and prisoner is born from the deed. Well, that between master and servant is willfully chosen. Will master hear my oath of servitude? Raise an eyebrow at the skeletal Minotaur's gesture. You cannot muster a response. In your silence, the Minotaur glances up to you. He starts shaking, barely able to hold his hands together. His lips tremble in anticipation. Master, the labyrinth was designed to torture me. The Minotaur's voice cracks. For the first time, you notice a tail thrashing behind him. The oath of servitude is what keeps it at bay. Please, master, allow me to recite it to take me into your service. The only non-response. With your authorization, he is able to proceed, after a minute to bring himself together again. By the provisions under the statute of Joseph the Merciful, the prisoner Asterion pledges loyalty and servitude to the labyrinth's master. The prisoner is made keeper of the hotel above the valley, and is bequeathed the power to realize the master's will. The master in turn binds the labyrinth, forbidding its malicious entities from said valley. The realm was engineered to torture the prisoner, and indeed its mission shall be accomplished. The prisoner will carry the burden of servitude, but shall not suffer the labyrinth's wrath within the hotel's territory. The prisoner, shielded by his master's will, is made safe as long as his duty is fulfilled, under the terms of the statute. Asterion dares not look up at you. Once he finishes his oath, his silence is broken only by the drops of sweat dripping from his trembling face. This is a lot of information to take in at once. If you want anything from me, you'll have to explain things a little better. For starters, gods? Are you telling me gods are real? Yes, pardon me. I failed to consider the times. Gods. They are, or perhaps were, quite real. I don't know for sure the specifics, but they seem to have disappeared. Back in my time, they were quite present among the lives of men, and more often than not, mortals were worse off for it. I don't know how long I've been in here, nor what changed since then, but from the stories I heard, it seemed like most traces of the supernatural had vanished from the world of the living. Your urge to protect Uprising. I know. We need to protect him. Oh, we're matching, guys. We're both naked. I just realized this. We're matching. Actually, yeah, we have like the same hairstyle and everything going on. We are very matchy right now. Does that answer the master's question? Not completely. What were the gods like? It was rare for mortals to know them personally. But the consequences of infuriating them were plain to see. The pantheon was respected, but above all feared. They were not merciful. I just realized you can things the wrong way in this. I can things the wrong way? Like, you mean like I can get bad ends in this game? You can see for yourself. They sentenced me here. This is a lot to take in, if I'm being honest. That Greek gods are real, or at least were, is kind of life-changing. Are all the other gods real too? All others? I don't know. I believe many of them were, yes, but I cannot know for sure, as I do regarding the gods from my time. Were there other Minotaurs? No, I was the only one. Never saw or heard another Minotaur in all these centuries. There are other supernatural beings. A few have appeared in the hotel here and there. Some were staff members even. But they've grown so very rare as the last few decades, centuries. But no Minotaurs. Why haven't I seen them elsewhere then? Do they like live in the woods, isolated from civilization? Are they Sasquatch man? Are they Manbear Pig? Back before I got locked in here, they used disguises. They passed as regular humans by using a charm. But I wouldn't know that if it's still what they do today. This is there. Oh yeah, you can totally do things, Soul Gem, that'll give you a bad end. Especially if you're mean to this cowman. If you're mean to this cowman, you get a bad end. You strip the whole game. Goes, you're a bad person and you should feel bad because this is a real sad cowman and you need to put him back together and maybe marry him. If you're mean to the cowman, you deserve a bad end. Yeah, exactly. And this oath you're talking about, what does it mean? It's what protects me, my lord. There are creatures in this valley. They cannot harm me inside the hotel as long as I'm under the master's service. The previous oath remained for as long as the hotel remained without a master. Your arrival, I'm made vulnerable again. Please allow me into your service. Will Master Canas Chin take Asterion as his servant under the terms of the statute? Yeah. Very well. Assuming you're speaking the truth, then yes, I accept you as my servant. I guess. Your words bounce off the walls and slither their way out of the cold room. The light dripping from the door behind you falters. Your shadow draped over the Minotaur flickers and shifts slightly. The world itself shudders under your words and responds by slithering into a new shape around you. Asterion still looks down, his frame now slouched further forward and no longer shaking. My gratefulness knows no bounds. I shall not disappoint. I may be in a sorry state now, but I'll be quick to recuperate. If Master so allows, I will take my leave. I need only take a trip to the infirmary to patch myself up. He raises his head ever so slightly, glancing at the doorway. I am still unable to leave this room until you command me otherwise. You go do that. Very well, you have my permission to leave the room. Uttering a word, the Minotaur bows to you, then puts his hands on the ground to try and rise up. He struggles first in snapping his knees from the new position, and then in finding his balance, he succeeds after holding onto one of the shelves. One step at a time, he ambles towards the door, taking breaks to rest against the wall and adjust his eyesight to the light. What a day. It takes a long time, but he leaves the cold room and makes his way to the infirmary. You follow him closely, making sure he doesn't trip and get hurt. His back is covered in bed sores. Against all odds, Asterion can indeed make it on his own. Against all odds. The infirmary is like looking into a period piece about the Second World War with an added layer of dust and rust. Much like the kitchen, it was evacuated in a hurry. There are clipboards strewn about, medication vials left half open, even a hypodermic needle still loaded with the sickly yellow liquid. Here's what Asterion looks like now, everybody. This is Asterion when he's basically a skeleton. He is very small. Oof. He's seen some better days. Squinting his eye, Asterion walks up to the drawers. He examines each one in silence until one of them reveals shards of green glass and a purple dried-out stain. The Minotaur slouches forward in size. He scrapes a finger on the drawer, trying to gather some of the purple dust, but it's no use. Yeah, he's in bad shape. He's not good. His titties, sad. He continues looking around, and you do the same. All you find are dusty bandages, long rotted medications, and deep in one of the drawers, a nearly empty bottle of wine. You hold it up against the window. There's just an inch of wine left. The cork has dried out and crumbling into dust. In the heat, it must have turned to vinegar already. You're about to put it back when you notice Asterian's gaze follow the bottle. He looks up briefly to your eyes, his face contorted in a pleading frown. Is this what you're looking for? The Minotaur nods meekly. The wine heals me. He does not budge until you extend it to him, and only then does he bow. The Minotaur sits on one of the infirmary beds. The cork crumbles to dust when he pulls it, leaving the bottle still clogged. Do you want me to open it? Here. How does Asterion figure it out? That's a fair question. The Minotaur eventually finds a solution, even if it's an inelegant one. He can't pull the cork out, so he pushes it in until it crumbles to dust into the bottle. Ooh, gross. Hands shake as he tries to pour a few drops of wine into the palm of his hand. He places the bottle on the nightstand. The Minotaur dabs his finger in the wine, leaving a single drop nearly falling from it, and touches one of his wounds. Creepy. He repeats the process again and again. A few drops fall on the bed. His face frowns bitterly. When his handful of wine is nearly gone, he rubs his still wet hand on his exposed skull. It's only been a few minutes, but you can already notice some of his wounds healing. The Minotaur notices you watching. His lips, or remains of them, curl into a proud half-smile. Yes, I can heal quite quickly, provided I have the wine for it. It is a pity the full bottle I had stashed was broken. Asterion reaches a hand to his back. He flinches as he grazes one of the bed sores. Offer to spread the wine for him. Let me help you with that. You can't see it. He droops his ears in defeat, knowing full well you are right. However, he extends the bottle back to you with a speed portraying his eagerness. His tail flicks to and fro behind him. I like how he's a very tail-centric cow. You dab a piece of old gauze with the wine and get to work. The Minotaur's wounds have a black tinge to them. A dark oil seems to have accumulated on them, oozing down his back in clearly defined rivers. He flinches when the fabric touches his damaged skin, but pushes back against you at the same time. His wounds close quickly, at an almost unsettling speed. 5 minutes later, you've run out of wine, but it was enough to rid Asterion of the most egregious bed sores. He lays a hand on his skull. I'll need a lot of more wine for this. He asks if there's any way you can help him. Master ought not to worry about me. As I said before, I cannot die. My current state is transitory. It shall pass before you know it. Should Master not have a task for me, I shall rest briefly and then wash myself so I may look presentable. Shouldn't you have some food first? What if you pass out in the bathroom? That shall not be an issue. I can obtain substance now that you've accepted me into your service. Master commands the labyrinth, then. Through the oath you have bequeathed me some of your power. I shall not go hungry again. There is much I can gladly teach you, Labyrinth Master. It shall tend to your needs if you need how to lead it. Observe. For a half second, it's as if the entire world blinks out around you and your mind goes blank alongside it. Now Assyrian has in his hands 2 apples. He extends one to you, his gaze cast downward in a bow. He only takes a bite out of his after you've tasted yours. The master eats first, always. As soon as the first apple is gone, another shows up in his hands. The process repeats itself time and time again, progressively quicker until Assyrian is like a wolf tearing into a carcass. Perhaps this would be a good moment to let the Minotaur have some privacy. I'll let you have your rest. I'll come back check upon you later. Yeah, I want a magic house that feeds me too. Complete with cow. Assyrian interrupts his feeding frenzy to bow to you, dignified despite the juices running down his mouth and chest. I shall be presentable after washing up, master. Worry not about me. You have to help with the bath? I know that if you help with the bath, he gets upset because he's like, no, don't touch me. So I kind of want to give him privacy, but I also didn't get to see what happens if you try to help him. So I'm like, yeah, I'm the cow. I'm the cow in the magic house. I'm gonna try helping him. Are you sure you don't want me to help with the bath? I don't want you falling in and getting hurt. The Minotaur shrinks down, his hunger giving way to a colder gaze. I speak the truth, master. I may be frail now, but after this meal and rest, I'll be strong enough to do it. There's a bathroom right here in the infirmary. I like how this character acts in the end of the game, and seeing him now makes me so sad. I know! I understand your worry, but I can do it. It won't make that much of a difference if you don't get that many affection points. Oh, okay. Air grows tense for a moment. Styrian's voice rings with an unexpected sharpness. He comes a long way. He really does. He lays his hands over his crotch and closes his legs. Master need not fear. I shall look presentable next time we meet. He bows to you and remains like that until you leave the infirmary. Drink your sorrows away. Chapter 2. Yeah, he's a poor baby. He's just a sad cow man. A sad baby. I mean, Cuppy, we have beer in the house now. The first time in a while we bought beer. It's pretty pog. Yeah, grab beer. You're back in the ruined hallway. It stretches out into the lobby and further into the hotel.
You've got noodles, right?
Yeah, noodles.
I'm gonna make myself some noodles.
Have some noodles, Cuppy. Eat noodles.
Are you hungry at all?
Vaguely. But, like, not noodles hungry.
Not
like
noodles hungry?
Not noodles hungry.
You want, like, a little snack?
Maybe a snack. I don't know.
Popcorn?
Yeah, sure, let's go for popcorn. And I'll try not to spill it this time.
Yesterday's popcorn ended up all over the floor.
Yeah, apparently I was a little tipsy yesterday, and I went to go grab some popcorn, and somehow I knocked the entire container off my desk.
I'll put it in a more sturdy container this time.
Okay. Ugh.
First, I'm gonna make myself noodles because all I've had today is cereal.
Yeah. Alright. Up ahead, something catches your eye. A leather-bound volume, not too different from the check-in register you found at the reception office, has been carelessly thrown on the floor. On the floor! A cursory look reveals most of its pages have been torn out, but the cover's backside contains something written in the same script from the deed. Popcorn is very nom. Yeah! Ugh. French. Also, now that I'm going to try and have a weekly schedule for, like, what I'm playing on the weekends now, I feel like I should try, and this is going to take me a lot of effort, but I should try to actually plan out my streams a month in advance or longer, so that way I can actually, like, tell what games I haven't touched recently instead of using my powers of ADHD to forget everything. Because that's honestly kind of what happens. That's why I'm like, oh, I need to play Baldur's Gate again. But in order for me to play Baldur's Gate again, I have to, A, mod and tweak it just a bit, because it's not fully functional where it is right now. And also, I need to fucking plan ahead to do that, and then have a day where I play it. And I've just been very distracted lately. Granted, I also had to spend all of last weekend cleaning the house and, like, doing errands. And despite it being a new year already, I already think of conventions and things that are gonna come up that'll mess with stuff. Because there's, like, another family gathering that's gonna happen soon, and I would like to actually visit my extended family at some point here again, because seeing my extended family only at Thanksgiving and Christmas is kind of shit. Because I'd love to hang out with them a little more often than that, because you know I actually like them. Anywho, the glyphs shift and twist under your gaze, marching into place the harder you look. After a few minutes, however, it turns uncomfortable, as your mind was being drilled by the paper. You take a seat at the lounger's bar, just a foot away from the green glass shards scattered about over the purple stain. You lose yourself in deciphering the script. Asterian's sentence. Hereby, the gods of Olympus sentenced the prisoner Asterian to eternal damnation for his meekness and cowardice in the face of adversity. With his sentence in his prison is created a labyrinth born out of the god's ichor. The labyrinth shall welcome lost mortals with nowhere to go. Among them, a jailer will be picked to command and rewrite the realm. That's very convenient. The jailer in the labyrinth's mission is to secure the prisoner's eternal torture. The jailer shall enjoy power and freedom to rewrite the labyrinth as to better enact his vision. Asterian of Crete, adopted son of King Minos, and every drop of his blasphemous blood is hereby sentenced to labyrinth. By this decree, the god's will is done. You obtained the ledger! The ledger lists your obtained items, guests, and additional information. Click the icon at the top right of the corner and screen to open it. Ledger! You're pulled from your trance by the bang of a door closing down the hallway. I'm a speedrunner! Yeah! Yeah, when do we gotta get the Xbox 360 version of this game? Oh wow, I feel like I just dated myself saying that. The PS5 version of this game, when's that dropping? Old D, passports. Ledger. I can't interact with them. The light around you has shifted. You look back to the garden and the sun is already setting. Time passed in a flash, and now the clap of hooves on marble floor echoes through the corridor. Oh, baby. The Minotaur enters the lounge, sees you, and bows. Hungry him. Oh, Asterian, did you sleep well? I did, master. I must thank you for allowing me to rest. That's good to hear. I take it you have no issue with your back? I did not. Asterian stands up and looks at you directly. He still looks a little scruffy. Minonon, when are we getting the Nintendo Switch version of Minotaur Hotel? Yeah, exactly. Where's the fucking Nintendo Switch version of this game? We need the Nintendo Switch version. We need the Steam Deck version. I need this on iOS and Android, clearly.
Nintendo Switch has put NSFW games on it before.
Oh, wow.
Like, there are NSFW games that are on Nintendo Switch, so, like, I'm just saying.
That's funny. Okay.
Yeah. It's wild. What's wild is that other platforms will be like, we can't have NSFW stuff, and Nintendo's like, money? Legit.
Wow. It actually is on Android, just not the Play Store. Oh, yo! Oh, nice. I'll have to keep that in mind. Asterian stands up and looks at you directly. I should ask for your forgiveness. I left you waiting without providing a tour of the hotel or its inner workings there. That was awfully unfitting of my position as the hotel's keeper. I am at your disposal now, however. There are a few questions you need to weigh me if you don't mind, but we can leave them for later if you aren't feeling well. Stuff with itch.io page if you're on your phone. Oh, nice! Neat. I am well enough to fulfill my duty. What is it the master wishes to know? Well, to start off... I have to ask him all three things. How are you feeling? Well, I'll admit, I'm a little worried about you. How are you feeling? Was the shower enjoyable? The Minotaur shifts his gaze, trying to read your expression and tone, looking for a tinge of irony or perhaps malice. I am not well. It's quite peculiar showering after all those years. I had forgotten what water felt like. It is fortunate that my wounds were closed. It would have been a painful affair otherwise. For quite a while I just stood there, under the water, thinking and feeling. All that is to say, yes, I am doing well. It is kind of you to ask. Is that all you wish to know? Also, I agree, I also sit on the shower like that, and like, just vibe. How did you make food appear out of thin air? If this whole world just blinked for a second. What exactly is going on? I am frightfully sorry, my lord. I failed to explain that ahead of time. This realm operates under very peculiar rules. It relates to the oath I swore, contracts, oaths, promises, all manifestations of the will from the master can be made a binding effect. Laws in this land are self-enforcing, if branded by the Lord's might. The oath I swore relates to one ancient piece of law, Statute of Joseph the Merciful. And one of its articles allows me to summon food. In most circumstances, the swearing of the oath would have been a formal event, wherein I would have read the full statute. This situation was dire indeed. And to be fair, one of the best things to come out of the mobile gaming is the ability to play while pooping. Gamer Taku, that's a vibe. That's me when I play Arena now on my phone, because now I can play Magic the Gathering while I'm taking a shit. And it still eats my battery like you wouldn't believe, but like, hey, I got something to do. I'm in a comfy place.
Power brick beside the toilet.
Yeah. I am sorry, my lord. As soon as possible, I shall present to you the statute for your consideration. Thanks. I don't like signing contracts I didn't read. Don't go overexerting yourself. I suppose this isn't priority right now. Getting you patched up is more important. Still, this isn't exactly what I asked you about. You can summon food because of the oath, but how can food be summoned like that in the first place? In other words, what kind of place is this? The Minotaur's gaze goes to the floor. His hooves scrape against it. He's like, ah, shit, this guy's a fucking sciencey nerd. Which is a lie. Speedrunner main character has we'll see that. What? This realm was created to imprison me. The jailer's mission is to keep watch. For that purpose, the gods saw it fit that matter could be spontaneously created. So the jailer's job would be not be interrupted by petty things, such as material limitations. It is, as well, the master's compensation. Being able to create whatever your heart desires out of thin air, that is quite a reward, wouldn't you say? That's right, this is no small power. With some creativity, anyone can make a fortune out of this place. Well, there are a few limitations. Mainly, the realm refuses to make metals, such as gold and silver in large quantities. But previous masters were quite creative, and that did not stop them from amassing fortunes of their own. As keeper, it is my duty to instruct you. I can show you how to summon some materials. I appreciate that a lot, but can we leave that for later if it's complicated? I have more things I'd like to discuss with you. Very well. It is that the master wishes to know. What other mythical creatures are there? I'm still a bit shaken up for letting Greek gods were real, or were. There are a lot of implications to that, you know. For example, I can assume there's an afterlife then? Perhaps. When he says this, I'm reminded of that meme where it's just like, you're transformed into a cow, but you can only, everything you say is a lie, and somebody asks you if you're human or something, and all you can say is perhaps. Or something like that. It's a very specific meme, I guess, but the fact that it has a cow in it does make me laugh. I was sent to an afterlife after my death. It was called Hades. Just like the game on Steam right now!
I haven't played.
That I still haven't played. But that was back then, thousands of years ago. I know not what happened to the gods, or if the realm persists to this day. Neither do I know if other afterlife realms exist in the first place. Although I do believe that is the case. Sounds like yours to me.
I want to say something I like about this game is the main character is like, okay, so the Greek gods, what about the other gods? Some games are all like, yes, Greek gods, I guess that's the thing. End of story. Not bringing up anything else. I don't know, I like it when games acknowledge other, you know, that's what
Other fandoms,
that's
like,
what I would ask.
yeah.
That's what my first thought would be like, oh, the Greek gods exist? Okay. Are there more?
Also, look at these cards. Like, they're getting flattened because I put them in, like, a sleeve with another card.
That's wild.
But they feel tense.
Anyways, play your game.
Alright.
Stop looking at magic cards that Chet can't see.
I'm sorry, but they're cool. They're shiny. And I'm easily distracted by shiny things.
I know.
Yeah, Supergiant Games sponsor Canasta. Yeah, please, sponsor. Sponsor me to play Hades. I'll even promote Hades 2. Electric Boogaloo. And if there's any monsters in there, you better believe I better have the right to date them. I am aware, however, that the worship of the Olympians has long gone out of favor. If Master would entertain my curiosities, it's still so. Yeah, no one worships them. No, it's a dead religion, that's for sure. Most you'll find is people studying it during history classes, and some places do use the gods as symbols. That's about it. I see. Then in this regard, nothing changed since I was locked away. You know, there's something I want to know, however. You told me about the gods and other mythical beings. I want to know more about that, if you don't mind. Yes, I see. That is a question masters of previous times struggled with as well. Despite my thousands of years, I must admit I do not possess complex knowledge about the variety of mythical beings that exist. I only know of those that passed by this hotel, and what they were kind enough to share with me. They used a charm to pass unnoticed as humans. It wasn't always like that. That custom only began a handful of centuries ago. When I was a child, there was no such thing. My true form was plain for everyone to see, and Father Minos made sure I was seen. Regardless, their charms never worked in this realm. I do not know why, but it was always a constant. It was quite peculiar back then. Human and supernatural guests mingled together. They broke the bed springs, that's for sure. It was always jarring at first, but after a while it became special. It does believe the possibility of other religions' gods being real in some capacity. Yeah. It's always jarring at first. Oops. Oh, crunch out. Humans are eager to learn about the unknown, and mythical beings yearn to live without a disguise. Now, back to the 20th century. They had taken to using what was the word again? Is a booklet they carried around. A passport? Yes, a passport. They would have it enchanted and keep it close always. It was inconspicuous, but they'd keep multiple charts of them, jewelry oftentimes, in case they were separated from their document. Did they make fake passports then? How's that? Oh, I don't think so. I am sorry that I know not much about it, but I have the impression that these booklets were issued by governments. As in, the governments made the enchanted passports. A few times I was told they had to be registered. It was quite common for mythical beings, even the staff, to be required to report back to their countries for bureaucratic affairs. Or for warfare. Master Jean-Marie was not the only man we lost in the Great War. I didn't expect there to be bureaucracy about mythical beings. Indeed, it is a tad peculiar. But I would stress that all of this is learned from previous guests. Never saw it for myself. Before I forget, I found these inside a safe near reception. You give Asterion the bundle of passports. Are these the enchanted passports? They don't seem anything out of the ordinary. The Minotaur looks over each of the passports. His brow furrows. For a second, it and his lower lip quivers. Yes, this is it. I recognize the names. These are the passports. They hated these things. They were their shackles. Which is why they were so eager to stay and work here at a place where they did not have to hide their true forms. Only about their shape either. There's something else these passports did. It made them easy to forget and go unnoticed. Again, I never witnessed this for myself, but I was often told it was terribly difficult to make friends, establish relationships too, when your loved ones are prone to forgetting you ever existed. That sounds rough to say the least. Theirs must be a lonely existence. That's rough, buddy. Asterion sinks into thought as he flops over the passport's pages. Sorry, flips. He did not seem to hear you. When he closes the last one, his gaze returns to you with a somber look. That is, more somber than before. Does Master have more questions? I think that's all I have in mind for now. There's a lot to take in. That gods and mythical creatures exist, for starters, and that his place can just... Oh, no. Garetta's gonna come back. Or what's her face?
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's on you.
Spoilers, but... I might lose my voice. The gods and mythical creatures exist for starters, and that this place can just create matter out of thin air. This is all pretty bonkers. Thanks for telling me all that. I'll just need some time to process it all. It is a pleasure to serve. Could I provide the master with a drink? What would please you? He looks behind you, the wall covered in dozens of bottles of liquor. Well, I don't think those are safe. I checked a few of them, but they weren't smelling right. How does alcohol go bad? Actually, here's a funny joke, Cuppy. Because Thursday is Friday, you know, where I work, we were clearing out the fridge at the end of the day. You know what the oldest item we found there was? Guess the date. The oldest item we found was a beer, a Guinness specifically, from 2013. And I'm like, this beer expired like 10 years ago now. Because that was the expiry date on it. So I'm like, how old is this beer? Like, what the fuck? And like, yeah, alcohol can go bad if it's opened. So we were very confused, and naturally, because we're clearing stuff out of the fridge, we're like, well, we may as well open it and pour it down the sink unless somebody wants it. And naturally, one person wanted it just after we opened it. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
The presence of alcohol does not mean that something won't go bad. Like, 100% alcohol is not gonna go bad, but if beer's like, what, 5% or whatever, there's other things in it that can go bad.
It was just wild, too, because I'm like, well, I'll at least give it a whiff. Like, I'm not gonna drink it, because, like, I'm still basically at work, and also, like, it's old. But for a beer that's been sat in a fridge for 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, I don't even know how a possession like that could just be in a public place for that long without fucking doing anything. But after 10 years, it still smelled like a Guinness, just not as strong. It felt like it had, like it had mellowed out and, like, had gone stale in a way. Like, it didn't have as strong a head as it normally does. It's just like, oh, that's like a weak Guinness. Weird. But yeah, 10 years. That's incredible. Anywho, hard liquors probably are not as long as the seal stays intact. Yeah. That will not be an issue. I can muster more for master. Very well, go on then. The Minotaur walks behind the counter. The world blinks around you, and when you look again, he holds a bottle of whiskey. He walks with a spring in his step, but stops once he sees the purple stain on the floor. Interestingly, uncontaminated honey doesn't go bad. Oh, interesting.
That is true. That's because the honey, sugar is preserved.
Mostly sugar and vomit. He walks with a purple stain. Whatever smidgen of chirpiness was on his face is gone. He lowers himself to the floor and runs a hand over the dried out wine. He tries scraping the dust off the ground, and rubbing his hand on it to no avail. What's on your mind? Minotaur speaks without looking up to you. You went all the way. The previous master locking me away was enough. He had to kick out all the guests and go as far as breaking the bottles. A lack of anything able to grow in it also does help. Oh yeah, that too. You knew the wine could heal me. I had one in the infirmary in case I got hurt and needed help. One here for my enjoyment. I hope we didn't break the others as well. Possible to willfully summon more. The Minotaur rises up and supports himself on the counter. He summons a rag and goes through the motions of dusting. No matter now. What his masters want, I shall tell you up front. The hotel's liquor is quite impressive. Ask for a drunk. Tell Asterion what your favorite drink. He listens intently. As you speak, the hotel blinks around you. A second after finishing your description, your drink sits in front of you. I hope it is to master's liking. It isn't bad, but neither is it good. It tastes just a bit off. Asterion notices the disappointment in your face and his ear droops. I'm sorry, Asterion! I suppose the hotel is still rusty. It might take a while before it's capable as it used to be. Or perhaps I am the problem. Oh, pee-pee! I must say, I'm terribly sorry. Mumbles something you can't quite understand. His remaining eye twitches. Perhaps this would be an adequate moment to introduce Master to his quarters. Surely you must be tired. It darkens already. Pee-pee, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. You return to the hotel's lobby. The spiral staircase, now tinted orange by the skylight, remains as welcoming as before. The fourth floor has no doors, however. Here, this floor is dedicated to the master and those he allows in. The hotel bends the master's will. Wish for a door and it will be done. Our similar to yours, albeit much weaker. I know, I hurt the cowman's feelings by, like, not being super duper impressed by whatever alcohol he gave me. In due time, the hotel shall confirm from the ground up to your vision. Reality requires you to focus. Just a passing thought is enough to make the hotel flicker in and out of reality. The door welcomes you. It flickers away after you and Asterion cross the threshold. Shoom! I don't remember being this clean here at the start. Although I do love my lamp up here with its rust stains. Oh, there's a pattern on the rug. The living room ahead of you seems to resist the damage of time better than the rest of the hotel. It is dusty, and some chunks of the wall show the beginnings of mold, but that is nothing compared to the devastation you saw in the kitchen. Asterion says nothing at first. His gaze seems to be lost in the distance as he walks around inspecting the room. There are lines of wooden carvings on the shelves. During the Minotaur's silence, you take the chance to explore it yourself. The living room is a sprawling lounge, made to receive guests, both in great number and for intimate get-togethers. Get-togethers! Under the sunlight's light, the wooden floor colors the room with a soft, warm hue. There's a master bedroom with a vast closet still filled with clothes. None you'd use, however. It's a wardrobe pulled straight from the 30s, organized with a tireless devotion. There's also a large office, the kind you'd expect from an important executive. Sitting on the desk is a selection of finely decorated fountain pens and a stash of documents. For the most part, written in delicate calligraphy. Most of the documents are signed by a Master Jean-Marie, with a handful bearing a legible scribble for a signature. There is a finely furnished bathroom off in a tight hallway, the side of the living room, and at one end of the corridor, after a sharp turn, there's a cramped, windowless chamber. There's a handful of remnants of the living room's warmth, albeit muted. The wood's color is faded, and the ceiling is a meter lower. There's little to no furniture. There is, however, an austere bed that looks larger than your typical single. Beside it is a tiny chest of drawers, with a handful of dusty poetry books piled on top, alongside more wooden carvings. This room affords privacy, but little else. At my house. Asterion is going over it when you arrive. He cradles every wooden carving on the room, examining them one by one. Many of the carvings depict bulls. He opens one of the books, and a page marker falls from it. He looks down at it, but doesn't bother picking it up. The Minotaur opens a small closet off to the side and takes up what seems to be a long piece of fabric. He smelled it, or perhaps hugs it to his chest. His bony snout leaves a stain of blood dust on it. Oof. He sighs and shudders. The Minotaur looks back to you, acknowledging your presence for the first time since arriving here. I am gratefully sorry. I was lost in thought. This floor is the master's quarters. It contains your bedroom, office, living room, and any other installations you wish to add. This room we are in was my bedroom. I served the hotel, but above all else I served the master. It's often considered convenient to have me around, as I could cook and help the master however he seemed. There were masters who had children, for instance. I would assist in tending to them, providing entertainment and play while the master rested. Master Jean-Marie was a man of culture. He enjoyed having me play my lyre for him at night. Man of culture? You mean this guy had hentai books everywhere? Oh, God. Sorry, I'm doing a stretch. Oh. He's a cultured individual, you know? I'm sure Master Jean-Marie had a very specific tier list for waifus. The wine should be in the kitchen. The two of you go there. This time there's no purple stain on the floor or glass shards thrown about. The empty bottle is gingerly placed on the counter beside the sink. Asterion shrinks down again. At least he did not damage Master Jean-Marie's carvings. Was that the last bottle? No, I have one last bottle stashed away. I am sure it must be intact. There's no way he learned about that one. It's all the way downstairs. All the way? About 30 floors down, yes. Worry not, Master. It's getting late already. I can prepare you a proper meal and dust off your quarters. You may rest for the night. I shall deal with this affair after you sleep. No, I can't let you do that. You're in no state to go up and down 30 flights of stairs. Tell me a what? Tell me where to find the bottle. Well, I'll go down there. You can check over the quarters if you want to go over your previous master's belongings. For a single moment, you see Asterion looking off to the side, pondering before giving his response. Very well, I obey. The 25th underground floor is much like this one, outdoors. You may command the hotel to reveal the way. It's where we've stored things with the centuries. All the way down the corridor, there's a wall painting. The bottle should be in front of it. You answer with a thumbs up as you summon a door out. Wow! Once more, you're enveloped by sunlight draping from the skylight. Your echoing footsteps have a sonority to them, a twinge of life in this abandoned hotel. Once you reach the ground floor, however, your path becomes darker. Footsteps now sound shy in front of an oppressive veil. Whoa, I don't remember this picture. Damn. You're going down. The 25th floor cannot come soon enough. A plaque on the featureless wall greets you. The door flickers in front of you with a similar eagerness. Zoom. The hallway extends far into the distance, its sides lined with all sorts of objects. Armor sets, furnitures, statues, treasure chests full of trinkets from all ages. You do. Oh, look at the trinkets! Take a moment to examine your surroundings. It's all stinky old trash. None of this would be useful. In fact, you're wasting your time by looking around. What? You get on the... Fuck off! Excuse me? What do you mean stinky old trash? You just said there was trinkets and shit! Is this the speedrunner game fucking with me? As you reach the corridor's end, the objects take a sharp turn to what you'd expect from a museum on ancient Greece. Speedrunner Dalek, I knew it. There's a wall painting Asturian told you about. Right in front of it is a sealed bottle of wine. It is covered in dust. The label is faded. You obtained a wine bottle. Yeah, where are my trinkets? My trinkets! What's going on? Off to the side, there's a glass case containing a jagged purple rock in the vague shape of a double-headed axe head. I don't know, that doesn't look like a vague shape if you ask me. That looks exactly like the shape of a double-headed axe head. I don't know what you're talking about. It drips an oily, dark red liquid down the case. The goo has pooled on the case's bottom, wafting an unpleasant, bloody stench. The case is locked by an old padlock. Yummy. You've got what you came for. You make your way back upstairs. There's nothing vague about that shape. Yeah, I know. There's nothing. There's nothing vague about it. It is exactly the shape of an axe. The setting sun's orange tones color the entire apartment. It turns the suspended dust in the air into thousands of sparkling diamonds. Previous master's carvings stare at you, wide-eyed and beckoning you further into the quarters. The smell of old dust seems so small compared to how sweetly the room welcomes you. If a place can ever be alive, and if it can ever be naked, this is it. The hotel itself embraces you in intimacy laid bare. Me too, which is why I'm not wearing clothes as well. Nothing moves, and Assyrian is nowhere to be seen. Silence reigns, save for a faint hum of life. You leave the wine bottle on the living room table. You delve deeper into your quarters, and the hum grows louder and sharper. It's like breathing, ragged and pain. Dust visible under the sunlight shudders. The sound is coming from the office. Asturian standing over the desk, his back to you, sobbing. Oh, baby. Oh. His ear flicks in response to your footsteps. His head twitches to the side, barely catching sight of you. Asturian holds his breath, but his back convulses still once, twice, 3 times. He closes his hands into claws and digs them into his chest, holding himself together. Baby. As a final convulsion as he curls himself forward, mouth locked in a silent scream. He can't hear it, but anyone could feel it, shaking into the bones, his throat made coarse with the bone-curdling vibration of a prisoner's pain. It's over just as quickly as it started, like a poppy made nude in a single red breeze. Its petals are lost to the world and its scream dies. When the Minotaur turns to you, his eye drills you like a statue's. One cursing the world which saw its rock pulled out from the earth's embrace, cut apart, and locked in a coil it never asked for. There is not a tear on his face. His single eye swirls in a maelstrom of thoughts. He bows only after taking his sweet time appraising your every feature. Are you feeling alright? I feel like that's the fucking dumbest thing to say in this situation. I see you're a little upset. Are you okay? I'm an empath. And I can tell you're not okay. It's because I'm an empath, Cuppy. Oh, God. I'm an empath, you know? Oh, God. Yes, at your service, master. Pardon my weakness. Are you sure you're feeling well? We can talk about it. Master ought not worry. I cannot die. Everything is fine. There's just a drop of petulance in his voice. The Minotaur remains bowed to you. I swear, if this was the position of the player character, I'd probably be desperately trying to figure out how to get this Minotaur professional help. He deserves it. I know! We're all the help he's gonna get, okay? We need to make him better again. We need to fix this little cow man to make him feel special. We gotta give him a little kiss on the cheek and be like, it's okay, man. Well, I have good news. I found the wine you wanted. Thank you. Cheers. Asterion forgoes using a glass entirely. He leans his head on the to the side so the wine doesn't drip from his exposed jawbone and drinks straight from the bottle. By the way, because you're new here, Haven, I have also gone through a period of my life, and it still persists to this day, where half my face doesn't work. I had the nerves in like the right side of my face just stopped functioning one day. And both me and Asterion have a weird crossover special thing where like I'm like, I know exactly how that feels, because there was time where having the right side of my mouth stay closed while trying to eat or drink something was actually a challenge, and I had to physically remember how to hold my face in a way where things wouldn't fall out. And for quite a while here, yeah, we need a smart centaur. Yeah, for quite a while, Asturion's in this state, and I'm very sympathetic to his situation, because I'm like, I know how that feels a lot. He savors the first gulp. He sighs, leaning his head back, and lets out a groan as his entire body relaxes. Then he returns to the bottle, this time drinking in earnest. From the corner of his eye, he looks at you. A tinge of shame spreads on his face as a drop or two of wine drip from his exposed jaw. It doesn't take long before his arms start shaking, however, for his emaciated musculature holding the position for long is a challenge. Maybe. I could hold up the bottle for him?
I don't know if he'd like that.
I don't think he'd like that, but I think it'd be funny. I just imagine like a cow being all like, you know, giving a bottle of milk, and I'm doing the same with my adult cow man.
Ken, you spent 47 hours befriending this man in a previous life. And now you're like, it'd be funny if I fed him like a baby.
I mean, it would. I mean, it's another run. It's another playthrough. I gotta change things up, you know?
Go for it. Do whatever.
I gotta see if this man will begrudgingly, like, you know, hate marriage me later or something. Is that a thing? I know. The fans have been asking about getting Asterion professional help in the game, and the author said he would be including that now since the fans have been asking for it. Aww. Good.
I'll be honest. If I was his therapist, I'd be like, maybe don't have a relationship with someone who has complete and utter control over you. If I was a therapist.
Yeah, I feel like that meme where it's like a kid sitting on Santa's lap, and it's just like, how big was the dinosaur you wanted? What color is the dinosaur you wanted? I want to hold up the bottle for him. You stand and help him hold the bottle up. It's like bottle feeding a calf! I knew it! Asterion looks up to you with a sharpened gaze. He does not reject your help, but his brow frowns and his eye locks on you in petulance. Oh, I'm sorry! Barely a minute passes before he seizes the bottle and goes back to holding it up himself. Okay, This option doesn't affect affection! No power imbalance in this relationship. Nope, absolutely not. He wastes no time and drinks the entire contents of the bottle without stopping, going so far as to shake the bottle to get the last drops. Asterion leans back on the sofa, a half smile painted on his face. Thank you so much for the wine, Master. I feel better already. It won't be long now before it starts taking effect. Don't mention it. It was nothing. And it was really cute when I started bottle feeding you there, like a little cow. That's so, Master. If it is not impertinent to me, would you answer a few questions? Sure, I don't see how that could be a problem. I wish to know about the war. How did it end? War? Which war? The Second World War, the conflict between the Allies and the Axis. France was occupied. How did it end? France exists still. Yes, it does. France is doing fine. The Allies won the war. A lot of stuff happened since then, though. You briefly tell France's history after the Second World War, especially the aftermath of the war.
Oh, I'm so relieved to hear that. I've spent all these years locked away thinking about it. Master Jean-Marie talked so many times about France.
I do love how you just happen to know the things that happened in France after the Second World War.
Yeah, because I, as a human being right now, don't really know what happened after that.
Yeah, if I stumbled, I'm sorry, I'm like taking over Ken's stream here, but if I stumbled upon a hotel with a Minotaur who asked me about France after the Second World War, I'd be like, France is
a country. They have cheese.
France was the good guys, right? Yeah.
Un baguette, hon hon.
Yeah, un baguette hon hon. Charcuterie board.
Oh, so Cappy, what is going on your screen?
Oh,
Cappy has a very interesting screensaver at the moment.
It's just a stage.
Oh, okay. That cell phone's a Google Earth thing. We don't have internet out here yet. We do get internet later, but right now our cell phone is essentially dead.
Yeah, there's no internet at the hotel right now.
But yeah, France still exists, unless it's been stated otherwise in the game. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, I'm eating a piece of chocolate and some coffee.
I'd be like, yeah, some of my ancestors were French. We don't really talk about them.
It's good chocolate.
Wait, Ken, you don't have any French ancestors, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Huh.
And don't worry, Haven. This will all be explained later. And getting internet is actually a fucking quest line and a half. Sorry, I forgot this chocolate is kind of huge chunks and crunchy, so it's gonna take me a minute here. Yeah, hon hon hon, baguette, French.
Baguette, French.
Huzzah! Thank you.
Hydrate, oh thank you. And a posture check, oh boy. Haven, you're gonna hear something now, okay? And I promise it's normal. Ooh, I even remained conscious the whole time. Sorry, it's a technique that's been passed down my family through generations, and that is stretching loudly, apparently. Not everybody does that, apparently. Ugh. Baguette, French, hot. Paris, this and that, but also about the countryside. The fields of lavender, the fragrances, the vineyards, all sorts of wine. Master Jean-Marie could never go a meal without a glass. If he actually made that sound, that's impressive. Yeah, that comes out of me naturally, you'll have you know. I've been informed multiple times on stream that most people don't make those sounds when they're stretching. He grew up in a village near Bordeaux. Yes, he's always said his village's wine was the best, period. Master Jean-Marie fought in the Great War, too. He found his way to the hotel as a guest himself, a shell-shocked young man fresh off the battlefield. He inherited the deed from the previous master, and rule over the hotel was a sight to behold. He was very kind, had a preference for bringing in victims of war. Jean-Marie was an alcoholic, but we didn't talk about it. It wasn't easy caring for so many amputees and shell-shocked men, but it was worth it. He loved it here, but I suppose he loved France the most. I couldn't dissuade him from returning home to liberate his country. He died in 1944. I felt it right when it happened. Felt the bullet going through my head in the middle of the night. 1 week later, the next master arrived. Jean-Marie left a will giving the hotel's deed to his brother, Master Clement. Clement wasn't bad at first. He was very eager to please, to be of use to the guests, but there was something in him. Agreed, I suppose. Humanly be liked wasn't enough, you see. He and the Master Jean-Marie differed greatly. Jean-Marie had a vision, to bring comfort to those affected by war. Clement, on the other hand, didn't want to be liked, but worshipped. He had his eyes on a guest, a woman who held his mind in the palm of her hand. I can only imagine it went badly, and so he... Well, you saw what he did to me. The guests are gone and the hotel has been left to rot. I had glimpsed the beginnings of madness in his eyes. I am no fool. It was clear he was no sane man, but I had hoped he'd be harmless. I'm gonna say nothing, because I don't think I've actually met him. You have a suspicion, but decide to hold your tongue. The Asturian looks up to the ceiling. His voice is relaxed now, almost soothing, but it carries a spike of sobriety. Master, if once again you would accept it, may I ask a question? This one, however, may be out of place for me as a keeper. You give him permission. The labyrinth was created to torture me as punishment for my crime. Over the years, the human masters chose to impose a different will on it. It began with a young man who took pity on me, and over the generations it has become a haven for the lost. Each master had a vision for it. We had a good run, a few centuries ever since we started, until, as you saw, Clement came along. I wish to know your intentions, that it's awfully out of place for me as a prisoner. You are my captor, and I shall obey whatever you may be. Nevertheless, I wish to have impertinent question answered, if it isn't much. Is it your will to carry on with the hotel's mission, to offer sanctuary to those lost with nowhere else to go? I should let you know before you answer that I'm used to suffering. Been through a lot worse than what you saw today. If your will is to torture me like Master Clement did, then you need not pretend. However, you accepted my oath and took me into your service. Now you've treated me with kindness. I believe then that you were not like him. So tell me, is your wish to uphold the hotel's mission to provide respite to those in need? Be honest, if you will. Servitude to you remains regardless of your choice, as I have none myself.
Yeah, you're not like him because you're hornier.
I'm hornier.
You're hornier.
I'm a gamer. I'm a speedrunner gamer. I wish to be a good master to the hotel and to you. I want the best for the hotel, but can't I set you free?
I think you chose the second one last time, right?
Yeah.
Do the first one.
Okay. I didn't know what I was getting into when I accepted Clement's deed. A lot has happened in a single day, and I couldn't have imagined any of this from his ramblings. But yes, I intend to uphold the hotel's mission now. I want to be a good master to the hotel and to you. I'm not trying to trick you, but what you've told me, I have no reason to. Maybe it's hard for you to believe me right now, but I mean it. The Minotaur stares you up and down. His eye is sharp. It blinks quickly like a cat's without shifting away from you. Horny? In my video game stream? It's more likely than you think. It really is, though. Ugh. There we go. It's like being dissected in search of something. Suddenly he gets up too quickly for comfort and walks up to you. The Minotaur kneels. Very well. Thank you, Master. It shall be an honor to serve. I am provided with no other choice, quite naturally. But if it brings satisfaction, know that I gladly obey who has the hotel's best interests in mind. It brings me purpose. It's the right thing to do.
Where can I put these that you're not going to knock them over?
I love how it's the same container as yesterday.
No, yesterday was a round container. Yesterday it was that container. Pretty sure. Was it that container? Okay, fine. I'll give you a different container.
Okay. So I'll use it.
Okay. You're not going to knock over the popcorn?
No guarantees.
Well, then I'm taking the container.
Oh. Guys, I'm being put in jail. I am most grateful. Night quickly settles. The hotel has no electricity, but you can make do with candles. Your shadow and Asturian slither onto the walls, trembling alongside the flickering flames. The master's quarters are filled with the velvety sounds of life. Breathing, footsteps, furniture creaking under you. We breaking the bed springs tonight? From outside, a passerby would see this ruined hotel with a single candlelit window. If he perchance tried exploring it, he'd only find unending hallways of black and white marble tiles echoing with the rustling of his clothes. He could seek out... Oh, hi, Copy. Oh, thank you. I have a... Is this the container?
The other side.
Oh, awesome. Copy has put them into a goldfish container. It's a container in the size of goldfish that you normally put your goldfish, like, you know, the little snack in. An officially branded Pepperidge Farm goldfish snack container from 2010. And if I open up the tail section, I get a little bit of popcorn. Copy is taking pictures. It's adorable. Yeah, but it's hard to get fucking popcorn kernels out of this man's ass. Fuck. Also, even in context, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, phrasing. You can seek out the comfort of this candlelit room, but would never find it. Locked away as it is behind a doorless wall. Silence drifts back over to the two of you. More often than not, Asterion is turned towards you, following with his gaze. Just when you realize how hungry you are, he summons a humble feast for you. Fruit, cheese, water, even a regular bottle of wine. Oh, thank you, Guppy. He turns his back to you, set the table. He stumbles a bit. A few apples roll up to the ground. You catch him giving you a sideways glance. His nostrils flare under his nervous breathing. He picks up the apples and turns his back to you, handshaking. Your candlelit dinner is simple and uneventful. Any offer to have Asterion eat alongside you is brushed off with a shake of his head. A long, deliberate movement. A single ear whips to and fro beside his head. Baby. You ask him if there's any way to restore the hotel's electricity. There is, yes. We must light the hotel's hearth, and for that we must use a special object. It is a set of bronze mirrors that focus sunlight. It generates a pure flame. It will bring the entire hotel back to life. Shortly after, with nothing else to do for the night, the both of you find rest in their respective rooms. Yeah, it's cute. It's something. Hades Voyage. Ugh. I have to take a break soon here, though, mostly just to recover my voice, because this is the most voicing I've had to do in a while for characters. Ugh. I still have a headache for some reason. I mean, Cuppy, Asterion and I always have separate rooms for the entire game. We never really snuggle on the couch or anything. Like, we snuggle on the couch like once or twice, but we don't ever sleep in the same bed. Which does bother me a bit. I want to sleep with my cowmans. In the safe for work version, what? You mean to tell me that we fucking raw dogging it every night in the not safe for work version? Okay. You're sure that'll be in the next update? Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm eating my popcorn. Give me a second. I have to shake out handfuls of popcorn out of this fish's butthole. I mean, I guess it works. I can't knock this on the floor and spill it all everywhere. At least easily. Okay. The Minotaur dreams. I think the author said they're still not going to have sex yet in the next update, but there will be more wholesome couple time with Asterion. Oh, good. I like wholesome couple time with Asterion. Before Athens and Sparta were great, where Zeus was born and raised, wild goats left their cloven marks on its slopes, carved out of cooled magma from the age of the Titans. Its soil, rich and hard, bore the promise of prosperity. Crete was a cradle safe and fertile for early mankind, as it was for Zeus, first of the Olympians. His son, Minos I, made his way there and became its founder and king. When death came for him, Minos was made judge of the dead. His lineage bore many kings for Crete, the prosperous cradle of man. There was another who carried the name of Minos, a man who had made a simple pact with Poseidon, the god of the sea, from the foamy waters. The Olympians sent a white bull to signal his favor, and in turn the man promised to sacrifice it. But Minos took for himself that which was meant for the gods. Whereas hubris, Poseidon cursed his household. His wife Persephone was struck with lust for the beast and ordered the legendary craftsman Daedalus to craft a hollow heifer. Persephone took the bull's lurch and became pregnant with his child. So was born the Minotaur. I feel like with everything that characters have been through, sexual contact should be something that is taken very slow and very carefully. Poor boy is working through a lot of trauma. Yeah, he really is. Pasiphae's infamy survives. Crete fell in favor of Athens, which in turn was dragged away by Rome, which too was consumed by time, but Pasiphae's disgrace remains. Much like the tale of the cannibal half-breed she birthed survives. She could have just said, just had the king dressed like a furry. But for the Minotaur, she was like a mom, and she called him Asterion, her starry-eyed son. He drank from her breast like any boy, and he played with the siblings even if his visage betrayed the sin which begat him. The Minotaur dreams of a vast field of white asphodel flowers, where he'd go with his sister, Aridne, holding her fingers, where they would sit by a tree and he'd nap with his head on her thighs. Aw, pee-pee. Asterion dreams of Crete, the place of Gnosis where he was raised, and of his inescapable fate, the labyrinth crafted by Daedalus, where he met his end. Before the first hairs of a beard would have sprouted were he fully human, he was carved off to a stone labyrinth deep within one of Crate's valleys. The exit was blocked off, and he was left only with an axe he could hardly raise. A decade passed before a visitor came. Asterion could no longer think. Language had escaped his mind altogether, so lonely he had become. His visitor, Theseus, had crossed the sea of for the Minotaur's head. The hero expected a battle, but found only a beast deserving of mercy. Oh, Minos, I ordered you a special costume for role-playing night. Asterion did not reject the hero's pity. At last, he dreams of the Asphodel Meadows. It's a mercy. It's the end of his suffering, but he awakens to the labyrinth again. Baby. Oh, he's already feeling much better. He's got like the rest of his nose and mouth back. Or his lips. He jumps from dream to reflection. Master Jean-Marie and Clement. The cold room, the new master, freedom from the darkness, food, and wine. Asterion grasps the dusty sheets. It's been decades since he slept on a bed. He feels no bed sores on his back. Instead of the cold room's stench, there is only the slightly moldy smell of his old room. His lips, half bull, half skeletal, threaten to curl into a smile, but doubt eats away at him and churns in his stomach. The Minotaur unceremoniously rises and opens the closet. No matter what comes out next, he must work. Work and then work some more. While he checks his garments, he mumbles for an old poem from memory. You came, and you did well to come. I longed for you, and you brought fire to my heart, which burns high for you. And now y'all get to see Goofy Asterion. Asterion's trying to wear his old clothes, but he's too skinny to fit. He's just all wrinkles. These old clothes don't fit him. The mirror makes it clear how much of a disgrace he is. The gaping, fleshless hole in his skull makes his ichor bubble and threaten to burst from his mouth. But he's less of a disgrace than he was the day before, and for the last 80 years there is some mercy in that. He forces a half smile and goes out. As soon as he steps out, however, his ear flicks. He catches a distant tune. Chirpy, one could say even joyous. It is faint but unmistakable. The smile disappears from his face. Yo, we got to meet somebody. A foreman. The foreskin. Dust diamonds float across the room, suspended in time. Merciless daylight pierces the windows. Your mouth is dry, your eyes red, the room is humid and growing hotter into the deserts. Wow, nice to know apparently me taking a nap here is the equivalent of me taking a nap on a couch during Christmas, where it's just like, you wake up after, I don't know how many hours after you passed out there, and you're like, ugh, my eyes, my mouth, I feel bad. I'm gonna die. Just outside, you hear the clopping of hooves, very faint but noticeable, as if a certain Minotaur was trying and failing to be quiet. Your phone, now about to run out of battery, says 6 a.m. You get up and go out to face the day. With this next choice, I would recommend picking the option to give Asteria new clothes for the speedrunner dialogue. Oh, okay. Good morning, Master. I hope you slept well. Asteria, what are those clothes you're wearing? It's what I used to wear. They may be a tad big right now, but it won't last long. I'll be back to my old shape before you know it. I thought it was inappropriate enough to have spent a whole day naked in your presence, so this morning I set out to clothe myself. Do you like them? How about something more modern? I think they look good, sure, but those clothes are a bit old. How about wearing something more modern? Yeah, he's a handsome boy. A real handsy boy. I mean, we could just summon food and water here, right? Sure, they can get you some clothes, too. Of course, Master. Just command the hotel and it will bend to your will. The hotel flickers around you and reality rewrites itself. You picture a shirt you could see yourself wearing? It's a simple task. Something you would consider stylish and fashionable. Out of nowhere, a bundle of clothes appear in Asterian's hands. He goes away for a minute to try it out. What have I done? This is what people wear nowadays. Oh my God. I fucking love it. He's so cute. I'm sorry, I shouldn't question your judgment. Your will is my command, unfortunately. Oh, look at him! He's so gamer! I love him! He's got a little... I need this shirt in real life. I fucking need this. Oh, hi, Remy. Hello. I need this little fucking pixel cow shirt, complete with, like, you know, it's just his face on the shirt. I fucking need this right now. Please tell me if you can make me this shirt. Oh, God. This is great. Remind you, can do. That is so funny. I gotta wear this shirt in public just so people have no idea what it's from. Shortly after, Asterian summons a simple breakfast for you. Bread, cheese, and fruit. It's all you can offer now, seeing as the kitchen still doesn't have working equipment. Yeah, fantastic. I love these clothes. This is great. You take a seat while Asterian stands still with his back to the wall looking at you. So, what do you have to do today? Any chores? There is one, but it's not something Master ought to worry about. The trinket I mentioned last night, the one which can light a pure flame. If Master so wishes, I can search for it, and then we shall be able to restore the hotel. But I can help. It's no trouble. It's not like we have nothing else to do while you're busy. I obey the Master's will. Silence hangs around you, and the air is heavy as Asterian directs his gaze at you and the food on the table. Okay, Max here. Hi, Mac. How's it going? Yeah, look at this. Mac, you're just in time. We're at the start of the game now. Where we have to take this sad cow man and make him to a happy, hunky cow man. Again. Although I will say, he does look very funny in this tight outfit. I just realized it has to be a V-neck, so that way he can get his horns through it. This is what I used to look like. I mean, yeah, this is what I used to look like back when I was also skinny as hell and, like, had no meat on my bones. You've been playing it yourself, man? Oh my god, that's awesome! That's so great, actually. I'm glad you get to play this game. I'm assuming you didn't choose the speedrunner option, though, and you're not stuck with funny, cringy dialogue now. Oh yeah, and the food on the table. This meal of fruit and cheese and bread is simple. One could say it is bland and boring. What are you talking? I love fucking those three things. On the not safe for stream here. Oh, on the not safe for stream. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's a charcuterie board. But the Minotaur looks at it with a fervor befitting of how thin he is. Saliva drips from his half-exposed jaw. He does not notice as the first drop falls to the floor, but once it starts seeping onto his chin's fur, he slaps his own cheek to cover the wound. Oh, baby. His eye goes wide as he realizes what just happened. Sterling looks to you, frightful of your reaction. It is a sorry sight. His gaze conveys a sense of dread. It would seem he fully expected you to be angry at his appalling behavior. Baby. Oh, CryMeACupcake. Yeah, this is my new PNG that our friend GhostRent made. GhostRent made a couple different outfits. This one's the naked one because, as GhostRent put it, they had to draw the body first and then add clothes. So by default, I had to be naked first before I was allowed to have pants. Yeah, go check out GhostRent. GhostRent is great. They're like kind of really cool. And I may or may not have some funny art with them now in my Discord somewhere. GhostRent draws me as a very cute cow, and I really love it a lot. Hey, you seem hungry, Styrian. Are you going to eat? I don't mind sharing a meal with you. It is improper for the servant to eat with the Lord Master. Need not worry about me. I'll eat after you're done. Hey, Discord stream for that someday, Ken. Yeah, I know. And followed. Oh, awesome. I mean, hey, I yet again, in this future year we have coming up, maybe I should put it together where maybe one day a month I play funny hee hee haha naked games on different streaming website. Also, those hooves on screen would please some people. Oh, I know. These hooves are very pleasing to me. This is the naked one because it's because, as GhostRent put it, you have to draw the body there first and then add clothes. So you have to start naked and then you get clothes. But also, I just really like how I look naked, so I'm not complaining. Is that how the previous masters treated you? Yes, that has been our custom ever since for many centuries, shall we say. Master Jean-Marie in particular was quite strict with it. He appreciated order and hierarchy. Just like in real life. In truth, he would have been appalled that he seen my behavior yesterday, walking around naked, depending on the master for assistance. He was kind but strict, and at times he would punish my insubordination quite harshly. After all, how else was I supposed to know what I did was wrong? Even then, he was among the kinder masters. Is that really necessary? Couldn't he just, like, talk with you? He believed otherwise. It's okay, he's probably, like, an older French guy, and I guess, you know, back then in France, like, you just fucking beat your children for no reason until they realize what they did wrong. Nonetheless, he had no qualms with treating me well when I exceeded his expectations. Wait, working on that same idea there? I'll be honest, I'm, like, skipping like, half the talking mostly because reading is hard for long times. Mac, you mean you don't want to read 47 hours worth of dialogue? Because apparently that's how long my first run of this game was 47 hours. Not complaining though, I really liked it the whole time. The Minotaur shifts on his hooves and looks down. His eyes grow duller. He would pet me at times, scratch my chin behind my ears. He could be affectionate. I enjoyed my time with him, I did. He was a fine master for the hotel. It flourished under his rule, and that's what mattered. In one sense. Oh, okay. After you're done with your meal, the Minotaur retreats to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Only afterwards does he eat. He sits on the floor, cross-legged, and eats what remains of the food he summoned for you. Aww. Takes longer if you read it out loud and laugh your ass off after bedtime. Be like, oh, well, okay, that is fair, Chapelon. Most people are not having to Google what mare's milk online is laughing their ass off. Just get bored very quickly. That's fair. Even though the kitchen is nothing like the cold stone cell in which you met, the air of despondency which surrounds the Styrian is so infectious that it almost appears the same. You watch him take his meal of bread and cheese, slowly, painstakingly, as though it's the very sensation of eating was somehow foreign to him after innumerable decades left to starve. Since he only has half a face, you can see a cross-section of every motion as he bites, chews, and swallows his meager meal, trying his best to find an angle which affords him the dignity of not exposing himself any further. Yet again, this dialogue right here, this was my life for a year or two, where my face, like half my face, didn't work properly, because it was paralyzed, so I really stand this part And I really appreciate that they point out that having half your face not work is a real bitch to try and eat and drink food. Oh, you love the variety when my model pops to speak. Okay, good night, Gamer Taco. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. Take care. Oh. What I don't get is how I still have a headache despite taking something for my headache already and drinking coffee, because it's usually gives me a headache. But new. Oh, it's only 10:21. Jeez, positively early tonight. But good night, Gamer Taku. Caught as he is between the shame of meeting your eyes, the impropriety of turning to avoid you, and the embarrassment of letting you see inside his mouth as he eats, he struggles briefly before presenting himself to the lattermost option. Unsure how to further rouse him from his melancholy, you simply allow yourself to share the silence, awkward though it may be. For several minutes, the only sound that can be heard is your own breathing, as well as the occasional splat when the Minotaur misjudges how much room he has to work with, and some half-truth falls through the skull side of his mouth. Yet again, as somebody who had face paralysis, and specifically, like, the entire right side of my face, there were so many times where I'd take a big drink of water or something, and then the right side of my mouth would just like, bloop, and just pop open, and I'd have to, like, slap my face closed, because I'd be like, excuse me, that has to stay in there. Make the little, ooh. Well, you're gonna have to remake the My Little Maku PNG, ooh. Also, Cat Mac is very nice to see you here again. I do appreciate whenever you pop by. You're very cute. So I think after this chapter, I might take a bit of a break, just so I can rest my voice. No, you are. Aw, thanks. However, shortly after Syrian chokes down the last morsel of cheese, a sudden sound snaps you both from the shared isolation. Oh, also your turn to good night? Oh, okay. Good night, Soul Gem. Thanks for coming by. If I can, maybe this weekend I'll try to schedule out how I'm going to do streams for the rest of the year, or at least get a tentative schedule. Good night. Because I would like to make more progress in Baldur's Gate this year. Like for certain, because I want to finish off, because there's Baldur's Gate, but there's a lot of games that are also built on its engine that I need to get through. Because I haven't played through all of them yet, and I want to. And what else is there? There's just a seemingly never-ending stream of games, like list of games that I have to get through to like play through and whatnot. Because I would like to get through my backlog of games, but also Blue, my husbando, Blue Arctos, just kind of sort of gifted me another game. Another one. So I'll have to work on that too. You hear a flute playing from outside the apartment, piping away a blithely chipper tune. As staring at your flicks, he looks up to you, notices you heard it too, and freezes. Come back sooner rather than later. Oh yeah, that too, Cat Mac. Maybe at some point in the future, I could try doing a collab stream with you again. Paleness creeps up his face, drops of sweat fall from his brows, bits of saliva leak from his half-destroyed mouth. What's that? The Minotaur starts shaking. Please don't send me into the valley, I beg of you. I'm so sorry for mentioning it earlier. I was going to, but I was so afraid. The torturer is down in the valley, and I will try to bring me out. Please don't send me out. Collab or collapse with me both sound fun, but just making sure. I'd like to do a collab with you, Cat Mac. What are you talking about? I can't I can't kiss you over there if you're all the way over there. I gotta get on the same stream as you. Oh, look at that flirty face. I'm sorry, guys. Cat Mac is here. I'm a little distracted. It takes a while to calm the Minotaur, but eventually he takes you to the source of the hauntingly chirpy song, all the way down the spiral staircase to the very depths of the hotel. There we go. Asterion follows closely behind you, even if in theory he should be the one guiding ahead. Also, I don't know where the music went. I'm hoping it comes back. The song grows louder as you go down. It is carried upwards by a draft coming all the way from below. Oh, we're back. Okay. The bottom floor is bare rock, a vaguely circular gallery with a single exit leading out to the valley. So far, the entire hotel, even if dilapidated, has only given you the impression it was lovingly built. Excuse me. It's not the case for this area at its lowest point. It is precariously carved out of the rock and left behind with an active distaste and carelessness. The sunlight pouring from outside is harsh to your eyes, accustomed as they are to the darkness of the spiral staircase. In contrast, the song has a jolly touch to it, and it continues to throw Asterion into a nearly panicked state. The songs grow louder while it goes quiet. Oh, okay. He is there, the foreman of the labyrinth. He is called Argos. He'll hurt me if I go out, but he can't harm the master. The valley is laid out before you, painted in broad strokes of vivid orange, balanced out with blue and gold hues in the sky. It is arid, but there is a vegetation here. Here it is actually soothing scenery compared to the thoroughly lifeless desert around the hotel. The wind even has a tinge of an early morning humidity. It'd be no surprise finding some dew lingering on the bushes. It is quite peculiar. The valley seemed devoid of life when you look down at it from the hotel's lookout, but up close it is quite different. Just ahead are 2 rows of marble statues, each one standing 4 to 5 meters tall, and a single statue of a woman pointing the sword in her hand at the hotel's entrance. The song comes from the statue. You look back to Asterion, and you can barely make out the blue flame in the cave's darkness. Oh, fuck. Praise the Olympians! The bones showed the truth. A new master is indeed upon us. A gray hand grasps the statue's shoulder. The serpentine shape emerges and coils around the woman's neck. The long wait has been long, my good lord. Oh, I have anticipated this day when a human would again rise to fulfill the mission bestowed by Athena. I had spent decades lying here in this valley, as interesting as a dung heap, ever since Master Clement left this realm all by my lonesome. It is all the epic said, servants never do their work when their master's hand is no longer over them, for Zeus takes half the goodness out of a man when he makes a slave of him. That a master, the Minotaur has failed his duties, the mighty hotel is in despair. The hotel's entities have outright vanished. There's no work to do if a master's not around, you see. Only I remain, waiting, but that shall change too soon enough. I feel the earth stirring beneath the statues. Before you know it, the old king of the gods will be among us once more.
Oh, yes.
Among us. Now, my good master, do you know your most faithful follower's name? Has the Minotaur informed you my pedigree? He's there among us. Hi, Shadowstorm. Master has not offered me a greeting, nor a word of appreciation, so I can only assume the old bull neglects his duties again. You're about to speak up when he interrupts you and continues with his speech. Your face says it all very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Argos, Panoptes, Watcher of the Heifer, Worshipper of the Olympians. My pedigree is unmatched. I was born from the labyrinth itself, and there is no beast capable of evading my tracking. Well, hi, Dragonfruit. We are having a great night. I am seducing my cowman again, bringing him back to health, putting him back together. But also, I'm doing the speedrunner mode, so we get funny dialogue and shit. Nor any relic, for that matter. Snake holds a metal object under his arm. Hi, Cuppy. Honk honk. Hi, hello. Set of bronze mirrors. Oh, my master, my eyes are up here. Legit, he just pulled the meme. Master, my eyes are up here. Why? Please avert your gaze. Greetings from the main town of Moo Mesa, Montana. Yeah, how good rhyme. Your gaze would have me believe my form has got your attention. Really, I'm a fine specimen, am I not? Or perhaps you're interested in this fine trinket I scavenged. No, I'm interested in your bussy, Argos. That's exactly what it is. He understands right. Did I go back?
It is a relic from ancient times that focuses the sunlight into a single beam, generating a pure flame fitting for an offering. It's called the Mirror of Hestia. That's the goddess of the hearth. Keep her appeased, and her blessing will tend to this realm. I found it here in the valley quite a while ago. Discarded but not destroyed. I reckon Master Clement threw it off the cliff before his departure. He moved the mirror's value. Surely he intended to cause harm.
Yeah, is this a cowardly being of a trinkist? Yeah, exactly. Trinkets. Trinkets!
I know for a fact that trinkets here hold quite the importance up there, and that the hotel you have. You see, without this, it will remain in a state of disrepair. Only these little bronze dishes can light its sacred hearth. Perhaps it is Master's desire to possess such a thing. Now, it'd be my pleasure to be of use, such is my function, to serve the Lord of the Realm. I shall gladly consider offering it to you if only Master realizes a very simple request of mine.
He will let you have it until you suck his dick. Dicks. He's a snake. I mean, hey, Argos. I'd like to see how that works.
It is trivial, insignificant. I merely wish to have 2 minutes with the Minotaur. Right here in the valley. Order him to come out and stay for 2 short minutes.
I don't know, Argus. As much as I'd like to watch you jerk off to the Minotaur for 2 minutes, I think it's a pass for me. Yeah, he has to have 2 of them. Argus, you don't have his consent. So you want to challenge them to the snake fuckball fight? 1 minute for the number of penises I have. Okay, here's my question though. If Argos is a snake, where is his butthole? Where is his pee-pee? Where are they? Because snakes, that's a funny question if you're a snake, okay? And like, we can quite clearly see he's fucking smooth in the front. I'm just saying. Right near the end, yeah. On his tail, obviously. The same. Typically, if I remember correctly, a snake will have 1 penis but have more than 1 head, like 2 heads. Yeah. Really? I'm sorry. Everything that we just said earlier is okay, but butthole is a sex-based term that we're not allowed to say. Yes, butthole is illegal. He's crawling on his slit in butthole. Ow, that must hurt. Hole of the butt. It's 2. It's 2. He's got 2. Jeez, Argos, why does your mom let you have 2?
I shall not lay a finger on him, that I promise you. I merely wish to become reacquainted with the prisoner.
Yeah, he's fucking lying. Yeah, I'm gonna refuse offer. Fuck you. Eat a dick. I'm afraid I can't do that. Chad face immediately.
Now, why would that be? Has the Minotaur slandered my good name? I loathe him. They say a coward's liver is pale. Perhaps one day I shall confirm it with my own eyes. Regardless, I have Master know that I'm merely a pious follower of the old ways. There is no reason to doubt my character, assuming that is, you hold dear the word of the 12 Olympians. My duty is simple. I assist the Master in fulfilling his God's given task of enacting the Minotaur's punishment. He was, after all, sentenced to eternal damnation. The lords of old were true heroes. They had the iron fist to do what the gods required. Then come the later lineage of weak-willed degenerates with sacrilegious ideas.
Argos, that's exactly what I am. I am a weak-willed degenerate with sacrilegious ideas. Now leave me and my Minotaur husband alone. I have to show him all sorts of degenerate, sacrilegious things we can do. No, Argonaut, you're not allowed to fuck the cow before we do.
Offering mercy to the damned. Such childish silliness. That one Master Clement, I'd say, was a welcome return to form, but so uncreative, merely locked in the prisoner room scarcely compares to the might of olden times.
Yeah, show us the sacrilege. Or does sneaky Minotaur radiate used car salesman vibes? I'm gonna love Kambish's father if you ever see the rest of the road with. Oh yeah, right. I never got to see Kambish's father. Fuck. Snake dogs. I never got to ask Kambish's dad why he thought that truffles wouldn't bother his son. I know why, but I need to ask his dad specifically.
Humans have grown awfully soft over the millennia. It's such a sorry sight. It pains me to think the heritage of Theseus, Heracles, and Odysseus is wasted. Heroes of old had no hesitation. Heracles' aim was true. With an arrow coated in the Hydra's blood, he cleaved Grain's skull, the monster of the Red Desert. Silver-tongued Odysseus, hero of Ithaca, blinded the Cyclops Polyphemus with a stake and bathed his palace in blood. And last but not least, Theseus beheaded the Minotaur with Crete's sacred labyrinths. Time and time again, Athena's heroes prevailed over Poseidon's bestial descendants. Good mastered the triumph of civilization of mankind over chaos. This day, we honor Athena's and mankind's triumph here in this glorious realm. The Minotaur is sentenced to damnation, you see, and torturing him is an act of divine worship. Perhaps it is difficult for you to comprehend, fresh as you are in the labyrinth. Suffice to say, this whole thing, the hotel, is a perversion of the Olympian's wheel. It is not Athena's wish to bring out mercy to the Minotaur, nor was their intention that the prison realm be used for leisure. Bruh, I will leisure this Minotaur however I see fit. You humans are frightfully gifted with ingenuity. These weak-willed masters of centuries past corrupted this fine land into a den of degeneracy. Bruh, I'm working on it. All of it accomplished by abusing the laws of this realm. But to complete this game, mind you, if humans will make contracts to push us further from the gods, then I propose with the masters which will bring us closer. In fact, I have a contract for you right here. I can only hope you'll see soon enough that the Minotaur you protect is a coward, and one who will brought about the fall of this land and the end of his lineage. He deserves no mercy, master. Argus returns to playing his flute. The song washes over the valley like a refreshing rain. He closes his eyes and takes his time, as if insulting your presence. The pelt he wears sways with the wind. Or perhaps you just have massive bastard sadistic tendencies. Yeah, you know, there's that. Yeah, he's our coward. He's my bottom, and I'll do what I want. Incoherent screaming from the mighty monarch. Gaze upon the Theseus, for I am your monarch. You hold your ground, looking up at the snake atop the statue. You're not used to dealing with people this difficult in your line of work? Oh, because I'm a streamer! At least not directly. You feel like you're out of your element trying to negotiate with the snake. What do? I don't do fucking anything, apparently. I say nothing. You hold your tongue. Mod! Fucking ban this man. Mods, I need you to teach this man a lesson. Double flute like his double dong. After he finishes the song, he looks down at you again. Well, what is it? Do you want the mirror? May you offer? Give me 2 minutes with the high fare, and I'll consider giving it to you. If you'll not take it, I'll have no reason to deal with you. I may serve the labyrinth's mission, but I'm not bound to your will. I need not follow your demands.
Can I just, like, wield the labyrinth to give me a fucking, like, Glock or something? So I can be like, you know what, Argos? Let me introduce you to my friend here, like, you know, 9mm Parabellum. or like my friend Smith and Wesson. Like, come on. I could probably conjure a gun. And just be like, Argos, fuck you. Like, what's to stop me from doing that? Here is my friend KV2. He has a large metal box, but damn can this lad lob around. Hell, you can wield the labyrinth to give you a damn sniper rifle and sniping from a distance, perhaps. Yeah. Never put 2 and 2 together, but you could be intended imagery. Yeah, exactly! I agree, Chapman, with what Ryan said there. The double flute is definitely fucking him putting a dong on screen.
However, if the master will not take my offer first, I suppose there is one thing I may want that may be palatable to you. You see, my good master, I'm an entity of the labyrinth. This earth begat me. I am born from the divine, but even I have needs.
He has needs. I think he's talking about his penis.
With the previous masters, I've had fine arrangements which have turned into fruitful partnerships, even if we disagreed on this whole hotel thing. Perhaps I should cut to the point, eh? I shall offer you a contract. It's exactly what you would seem be, a piece of parchment saying them rules and effects. Master, I may be half divine, but I need food and water. For decades now I've scavenged this land because Master Clement left without negotiating his terms with me. The contract is clear. You will bequeath me a fragment of your power, so I may summon food, water, and shelter. I am tired of living off this barren land. As payment for your mercy, I shall give you this divine artifact used to light the holy flames of the earth. I'd say it's quite the fair exchange. You will have your comfortable lair, and so will I. Save for Clement, whose reign was frightfully short. All other masters have signed this term. I've been useful to them all, as I shall be to you and for you to me. Yeah, gaze upon mine trinket of Heckler and Koch, forsooth containing Kraut's space gear magics. can be good, gentlemanly neighbors. My contract also has a non-aggression clause. I shall not hurt you, you shall not hurt me. It is a self-enforcing agreement. We will both find ourselves unable to break it. The laws here, you see, apply themselves. Contracts are very powerful.
I don't know, Argos. I think denying you an orgasm might be a non-aggressible clause that will still piss you off.
On the off chance one of us somehow breaks one of these terms, then our pact is terminated. I lose the powers to create me, and your hotel's hearth will go out. The drink reverts back to my ownership. It is a most fair agreement, I'd say.
Speedrunner! Sure, why not? Okay, where do I sign?
What? Won't Master read the contract?
Stop wasting my time. Every character we display on screen is a frame I lose. I'm trying to get a world record here. Excuse me? You snatch the contract from his hand and sign it. Bye. You waddle back inside the snake lump speeches after display of agility. And that's game. The cave slows you back into the hotel's depths, a velvety darkness to which your eyes struggle to adapt. Your breathing and footsteps echo all the way up to the spiral staircase. Your shadow extends long into the chamber, turning irregular over the floor's jagged rocks. As your eyes settle down, you gaze upon it, at how gargantuan it is, the shadow of a man. Here's my little gamer cow! Assyrian sitting against one of the chamber's walls, looking at you and at his beast stretching from your feet. This beast stretching from your feet. The fire from his eye flickers at you. Gnashing used the skill Steel, that normally we steal panties as per anime law physics. Yeah, exactly. Yo, I got the mirror. Now we can get the hotel back and running, right? He headed down to Assyrian. His fingers graze and curl softly over the bronze. And then he takes it from your hand with a ceremonial grace and cradles it against his chest. Take a good look at Assyrian. Fur and shirt are matted with sweat despite the chamber's somewhat chilly temperature. His tail swishes behind them like a rowdy sea. I'm sorry for not informing you earlier of the foreman. I am true. I didn't know I came over, Master. Don't worry about that. There was no trouble at all. He wanted to send you out, but I wasn't going to do that, so I had to figure out another way. I'm not too good at this whole reading thing, so I just went ahead and signed it. Seemed like a good idea at the moment. You can feel Assyrian's disappointment boiling inside him. I see, I should have guessed. The snake, he's an old thing from the labyrinth. His shape changes every now and then. He disappears for a few years at a time, even decades. But the foreman has existed for millennia now. His role, too, is to torture me. Thank you. Assyrian hugs the mirror. His fingers brush against the surface, teasing out the sharp cold of the metal. He holds it against his chest like something dearly precious. Well then, shall we go back up? You are a terrible person as a gamer in this game, so realistically written. Yeah. Yes, sir. Pardon my slowness. I am feeling a bit nauseous. This has all left me in a panic. Oh, I can wait. You sit down beside Assyrian, taking a position quite distinct from his, sitting cross-legged in contrast with his knees up. So, did he hurt you back then? Is that what you're afraid of him? He doesn't usually hurt me. He plays games to terrorize me. More often than not, he sends out worse things to me. There are horrible things out there. Creatures made by the gods themselves. Argos must be one of them. Just gifted with more intelligence than bloodlust. The valley is beautiful, isn't it, Master? It is a sight to behold. But to me it is terrifying. A beautiful place could be hell too. For millennia I was tortured there. Just being down here makes me sick. Master, would you allow me to speak frankly? You don't have to ask my permission like that. If you want to speak, you can do it. After the scene, do you want to take a quick picture? Yeah, that's kind of plain copy. I am giving you my permission to speak freely whenever you want. Your words cut through the gallery around you, and you hear the now familiar hum coming from the staircase. The world itself shudders in response. If your words took root and shifted it forcibly. The Minotaur takes a deep breath and averts his eyes from you. Please never send me out to the valley. I will do anything for you, anything at all. Just don't ask me to do this one thing. You may punish me however you want, but if I do something wrong, even if I do everything right too, I'll take anything. Just please don't make me go out. Change the subject! I promise to never send Assyrian out to the valley. Assyrian, look at me. I am the captain now. I promise I'll never send you out. I can say I know exactly what they did to you out there. I understand if you don't want me to talk about it, but I'll take your word and I won't send you out. I meant what I told you last night. I want to be a good master to you and the hotel. I won't hurt you, and I promise I'll never send you out. Asterion looks at you with a half-closed eye. Nausea still twists inside him, and he sways back and forth as if pushed and pulled by the sea's waves. Your words are sweet as honey. A veil of lead falls on the Minotaur. His back gives out and he curls forward, still holding the mirror against his chest. He rests his horns on his knees and lets out a rumbling sigh from the depths of his lungs. Oh, baby. Are you feeling alright? I'm just so tired. We can stay here a while longer. Take your time. Asterion groans again. Can I comfort the cow? You lay an arm over Asterion's shoulders. Beepy. The Minotaur freezes as soon as you touch him. The tension in his stance is sign enough that your touch is not too welcome. You pat him on the back and leave it at that. Asterion signals that he's ready to make his way back upstairs. Oops, maybe I shouldn't have touched him there. You have to stop a few times, let Asterion rest, but eventually you do make it up to the ground floor into the lounge. Within the old lounge, glorious and eaten away by time, you and Asterion find a soot-covered hearth right across from the bar. It is circled by a set of armchairs. Their leather has cracked and dried, but no amount of damage can hide the talent with which they were made. Sunlight falls in front of the hearth, coming from the tall glass windows of the lounge. Asterion kneels before the hearth in a prayer-like position. He assumes the position. He lays the mirror aside for a moment and summons logs of wood and fine dried hay. He then places the hay at the mirror's focal point. A beam of light focused heats up the hay. You and Asterion wait. Decades ago, had the fire gone out, I would have been punished. Tending to it was one of my many duties. Failing to do so is one of the gravest mistakes I could make. Once it is lit again, the hotel will come back to life. This realm is quite unlike the world outside, is it not? It is hard for me to even remember what it was like when I was alive. Back then, I was just a boy. I went out hunting for wild goats with one of my brothers, finding our own food and bringing it back home. Our father would take me out to the fields. People believed that I would bring them luck and good harvest. Food is harvested or hunted, wood is chopped down, homes are built with sweat and stone. But the world operates under different rules. The gods built the world where we were born, knowing well that we'd be fated to toil and suffer. The gods built the world where we were born, knowing well that we were fated to toil and suffer, such is the fate of man. While you live, shine, have no grief at all. Life exists only for a short while, and time demands its due. The gods appreciated the suffering of mortals, but they chose instead not to bind this realm by the same rules. One wishes to inflict pain, he must chop down a tree and work the wood into a spear, then mine and refine the metal for its head. But here my jailer could break and summon spears at his heart's content. Why waste time working the land when we could easily summon all the food the body craves? So too could he bend the rules of life and space itself. The architecture of reality, the master's will is sovereign. As Asterion speaks, the hay twists as it dries further, then darkens and emits a fine smoke. The pure flame will soon be at hand. The gods, however, seldom grasp human ingenuity. Change confuses them. They would gladly go by centuries without changing, repeating the same days forever and ever. I saw that with my own eyes. I may be a monster, but I'm half human. Change comes easily to me as well. I have shifted with each century, adapting to my master's will, doing whatever it took. A sliver of fire rises from the hay. Asterion picks it up, not caring for whether or not he gets burned, and places it between the logs. You have kindness in you. But human ingenuity at times goes too far. There are things the hotel cannot accomplish, no matter how much one tries. Man cannot be made immortal, for starters. The gods would not have been so lenient. Neither can the dead be brought back. The hotel will not make gold or silver in large quantities, and will never print currency. Most important of all, the realm needs precise instructions on what is intended to fabricate. As powerful as the master may be here, he can never be made into a god. That is a fundamental rule of the labyrinth. A purifier fitting for the gods. The gods are gone. From the stories guests have told over the centuries, it seemed to me that the world outside was well on its way to leaving myth and magic behind. But their power lingers. An offering to them may still be heard, and the labyrinth will never let go of those fundamental rules.
A man remains a man. While you live, shine, have no grief at all. Life exists only for a short while, and then time demands its due. Have you listened to that song before, Master? I heard a woman from Ephesus sing that. Said her husband wrote it for her when she died. Odd people took it, singing it down there, whether in Elysium or Tartarus. Life is short for some, more than others. It ought to be enjoyed. Whoever bequeathed you the hotel's deed gave you a gift greater than any fortune. This place and I will tend to your needs. You can live a blessed life, and if you allow this place to fulfill its man-made purpose, to give respite to those lost and wandering, it will give you life, meaning as well. Even an existence as rich as mine can have beauty, my lord. I do not know why I am telling you all this. I suppose I miss talking and feel so nervous.
Don't worry about that. I like listening to you. You're cute. This is fine, you know, talking like this in front of the fire. I can't say I figured out how this hotel works, but what's going on, but it's a real nice moment, don't you think?
Yes, it indeed is.
The flame looks like any ordinary fire, but something in it pulls your attention to it. For a long time, hours maybe, you and Asterion gaze at it. At the back of your mind, you can hear the hotel creaking and twisting, furniture dragging itself here and there, fabric ripping and sewing itself back up. You can, at the corners of your vision, notice the lounge remaking itself. The sun drags itself through the sky. At some point, a vague shape materialized between you and Asterion. A wine bottle. The Minotaur is just as sluggish as you, and you manage to pick it up and open it. Much like last night, he drinks directly from the bottle, though this time, he proves better at managing his half-skeletal mouth. Oh yeah, I'm 100% gonna pick Coda as my first guest this time around, Chapter 1. Oh yeah, because I guess we're almost at that point again. But your attention is pulled back to the fire. The flames dim the harder you look until settling down to barely lit embers. Perhaps it's your eyes tricking you, but on the hearth's flames, a scene unfolds. There's you, Asterion, and the lounge. It shifts and sways. At times reverts into an archaic tavern. Its floor is lined with ceramic tiles, and its walls covered by barrels of aging wine. Then it leaps ahead to what can only be believed is the future. It is as if the fire is indecisive. At times you see a classy restaurant and finely dressed patrons, with a wide figure behind the bar. It's a scenic space, but one with an underlying strictness that some consider stifling. But there is another. A rowdy place, perhaps even lascivious, with a scantily clad man managing it. The kind of place where one would live out unforgettable shenanigans, both disgraceful and re-energizing. Oh, God. These two versions of the lounge seem to struggle against each other. A weight falls on your shoulders. The flames repeat the vision again and again, pushing you to make a choice. The hotel demands an answer. What is your will? Classic and scene, but strict. Fun, rowdy, perhaps even horny. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. Because it was too fucking funny having to explain to all my coworkers like the following Monday when I was like, yeah, I clicked the horny option and we got a lot of horny real fast. We'll go for classy and scenic, but strict. You know. As you make your choice, a sense of finality descends, as if you had broken a seal, perhaps signed a contract. You're pulled out of your meditation. Asterion looks as well to the fire, unfazed by what happened. I was afraid I'd be locked in there forever. It kept coming back to me. Was this the fate of the gods? Were they locked away somewhere, stuck and forgotten? Is that why they disappeared? If only I could disobey Master Clement's orders, I would have rammed that door down on the very same day he threw me in, but I couldn't. I can't disobey the Master. Neither can I disobey you. For all those years I thought and thought and thought. There's nothing else I could do. My body was rotting away. I thought about all that could happen, every little possibility. I wish I could tell you that I dreamed. And indeed, at times, I allowed myself to hope. But more often than not, I thought about all the bad that could come. Every possible. It's difficult for me to believe I am free. At times, I catch myself thinking that this must be one of my daydreams. I was certain you'd send me out to the foreman, and it would all turn into a nightmare. My stomach was turning. I sat down because I couldn't stay up. When you turn, you're greeted with a new sight. a rebuilt lounge, an afternoon sun outside, and an entirely different Asterion. Oh, look at him! Oh, yo, Cuppy! Look at the shirt. He fits the shirt now.
Ah, he looks
Baby.
so much better. Love him.
I need this shirt.
Oh,
Baby. I think this is like... This was my favorite look of Asterion when he was not fully repaired, so he wasn't like mega buff yet. He was just like average dude sized. And he still had the damage. But it's not a dream. We are here. I just want to get back to my life, my hotel, my guests, voices bouncing down the hallways, food and drink for all, listening to their stories well into the night. At times I would sneak out during the night, while Master Jean-Marie slept. Outside I'd meet up with an old friend, a mathematician from the New World. We talked on and on about infinity, about the hotel's architecture. We'd bring in wine and get way too drunk and rowdy. Then the kitchen staff joined us, and later the nighttime receptionist. We'd hang out by the kitchen's back door outside with the radio blaring from inside. We'd listen to the French songs all night long. I'd summon cigarettes for them. I didn't smoke myself, but I'd return reeking of tobacco. I'd always have to take a bath before Master woke up. And in turn, they'd ask Master Jean-Marie to put me in their crews. And I'd just not do much, just enjoy their company. Spending a day with friends, talking, laughing, not a care in the world. It was life. I woke up every day knowing my existence had meaning. I had a purpose. It was all that I had, and that fiend took it from me. It was like a dream. It was as if all my past had never happened, and I could live a fantasy of doing something good. Each and every day was a marvel. It was good and kept me from the nightmares. It didn't matter if the masters treated me well or not, because they were not my life. I had friends and a reason to be. I wasn't the Minotaur from Crate or some tortured prisoner. I was Asterion. That's all. The Chancellor really didn't know what got me put here in the first place. But the dream had to come to an end. It just had to. I died once, in Crate, and again when Clement kicked out my guests. All my other deaths, tortured by masters from centuries ago, were small compared to those. It isn't fair. I am a monster, I know my crimes, but what did my guests do? Nothing to deserve being kicked out of their home. We had veterans recovering from shell shock, soldiers still healing from the wounds, refugees from the fronts. We built a purpose for them in this place, no thanks to the gods. That selfish fiend destroyed it. I'm sorry, I forgot my place when I drank mess. Would happen again, it was awfully out of place. It's fine, though I gave you permission to speak freely with me, didn't I? And I meant it. If you're bothering me, I would have told you to stop already, so you can relax. I suppose I wanted to learn more about what you went through. I only assume times have changed. You're not like the other masters. I'd have been put in my place for this insolence by now. I keep thinking this will all end at any moment now, and that I'll wake up back in that room. Tyrion's gaze wanders, and it seems that only now he realizes the vast change in the lounge. The hotel is alive again. But it's not a dream, you'll see. It may take a while for you to believe me, but it's true. And I meant what I said. I want to be a good master of the hotel and to you. Astarion's eye shifts away and then back to you. The Minotaur bites his lips. The smallest sigh escapes his lips, followed by him closing his eye, and the side of his face wrinkles. He's about to say something. His face goes cold in a nearly professional solemnity, but he stops himself again. One last time he looks at you. I am sure that Master will. Lip trembles for a moment before a smile cracks his face. His voice comes out twisted, the curve of his smile gives his words a tinge of warmth. The words come out shaken, his voice cracks, and the Minotaur enunciates slowly. There's also an undercurrent of anxiety as his eye shifts to and fro. I am glad that of all people there are, you are here, Master. Ken-ass shit. I'm sorry, I love how to ruin the moment with my fucking meme name. He looks down, and then back to you. Something seems to flash in front of his eyes, which takes away his attention. He sinks in thought. It is as if he's entertaining an idea. Whatever it is, takes his mind, seems hopeful. He bites his lips in want and continues to lose himself in wanting to believe. A smile conquers his face first, and spreads out to his whole body. This time his voice comes out firmer amidst the smile. Then I repeat my vows. If you are set on caring for the hotel and its guests and fulfilling its man-made mission, I will serve you out of my own will. It will be a pleasure to serve you, Master Canaschin. There's much about which I would enjoy talking with you. Maybe perhaps I can persuade you to enjoy a drink. Aww. Drink time. He's happy now. He's a little happy now. He still needs work, but he's doing a little bit better. He's got both ears again. Yeah, I'll take a break. Well, is there a pause here? I can't remember. I'll save. I'll take a break. Yeah, look at this glow up. We went from stick figure in undies to hunky cowman in funny cow shirt. Yeah, I think this is my favorite appearance of Asterion, is when he's just like normal dude sized and his eye is still funky. Okay, I'll go take a break. We'll be back in probably like 15 or 20 minutes, depending on how long shit takes. Well, address Asterion. Well, here's the thing that I just realized, Gorion. There was a revolver with a pistol with like a bullet that I stepped on earlier. I could have easily gone back in the hotel, grabbed that, and been like, okay, Argos, I got Smith & Wesson here in my hand, and you're gonna give me that mirror, or I'm gonna send you to fucking hell. I'm gonna send you right back to God. Normal.
We'll find out if there's more than just the Greek gods.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, normal dude size. He buff dude size. Yeah. He's normal buff dude size. I'll be back in a bit. Cause I need a break. I need to like lay down. I need to rest my voice. Cause this game is a lot of me reading. Grime, what did you just post?
The trouble with
Oh, it's this. I know this one. Here, let me quickly just. You can hear the meme. That's all you need.
the trouble with you, my brother, is that you've always been too good.
Well, that may be. But I still think I look more like Ma than you do. You know, lots of character. I'm aging better.
Brother, there is no need for me to destroy you. Surrender. Surrender your world.
You always did need an audience, you sap.
You sap.
Let me tell you, I ain't practiced much magic for a long time. I want to show you a trick Mother showed me when you weren't around. To use on special occasions
A
like
magic
this.
trick.
Huh?
Watch.
Oh, yeah. One more thing. I'm glad you changed your last name, you son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch! He shoots him! That's quite the magic trick, okay? That's pretty good. A classic. I'll show you a magic trick my mom taught me. Pow. Anyways, we'll be on break for a bit. Let's see y'all in a bit. Bye-bye. Okay, I should be back now. Yeah, and I didn't read that until after I was on break there, but I agree that, yeah, because P said that killing somebody with a gun is much better than using magic. Magic. Reminds me of the Dresden Files, where Dresden is like a wizard guy, and he can shoot fireballs from his fucking staff and whatnot, but oftentimes he's like, it's just quicker and easier on my body to just pull up my 44 Magnum and just like send somebody straight to hell with that. Because like in that universe, using magic, especially if you're a normal human person, it requires tapping into a bunch of shit, and it gets real straining on your body. Like cast lightning bolts everywhere, whereas shooting a gun is just pew. Easy enough. Ugh. Oh. So I got popcorn. That's a good snack. And yes, if you go into my not safe for a general area, you get to see the economy of our household with the 2 cups we have. Cow and Alien. Okay. Popcorn has been consumed. All right. Back to gaming. Yeah. There we go. Everything should be working now. We should be back to normal. Ugh. God, sitting down on my couch bed there is very comfortable. Also, Cuppy, these are very good. But that means that I've technically eaten like all the snack foods that are near my desk that aren't just blocks of chocolate. These blocks of chocolate are thick. Well, they're really good. I kind of can't complain. Okay, that's better. Oh. Oh, damn. What a day. What a day, everybody. We've already given Asturian quite the glow up. Hopefully it only gets better. Oh my gosh, it's the fucking... Alright. I'm back, officially. I don't know if other people are back, but I'm back. So I'm going to continue the story of our sad little cow friend. You nod and tell us about your favorite drinks. The details of what you say seem to wash over Asturian. He doesn't nod or react as you describe the drink. Instead, his face is taken by a languid joy. Asturian goes behind the new lounge's counter. His hands caress the wood. I feel like it's smooth, almost sensual texture. He nods without looking at you. No, I can assure you, I'll make something quite extraordinary. Yeah, I described gamer juice to him. Yeah, this is gamer girl bathwater, Asterian. This is gamer pee. Specifically girl gamer pee. He says this while caressing his beloved hotel. Mountain Dew Code Red. Minotaur looks at the bottles on the wall. You don't recognize any of the labels. Even if you can guess their contents, it seems these are all in-house products. Asterian, however, seems at home. His gaze wanders for only a moment before it gains a knowledgeable tinge. He selects the necessary bottles and starts to make your drink. He starts by washing a cup. It's already shown when the Minotaur picked it up from the counter as if it had just been polished for its first use, but he insists on doing it. The water is on, and there's even a fresh bar of soap near the sink, as if the entire place had just been tidied up by a disciplined cleaning crew. The Minotaur holds onto his smile. Eyes half closed as he runs his finger on the glassware and all the equipment he will use. He takes his sweet time becoming acquainted with the new environment. Then pouring your drink, at times he shows a bit of clumsiness, no doubt, a consequence of downing an entire bottle of wine. Asterian gingerly slides the cup to you on top of a napkin. He finally looks back to your eyes, acknowledging his existence. His voice comes out with the slightest inflection of a smile. I'm not quite there yet. I will get better still. Just need some practice to polish up back to my old self. I rarely ever managed to lounge. I'm acquainted with it, of course, but there were always better bartenders. But I enjoy it. So soothing, the precision that goes with mixing drinks. Asterian lays his forearm on the counter and supports his weight on it. His tail swishes lazily behind him. I was never the best cook either. I do well enough to please the master. But working in the kitchen requires agility. I could spend 10 minutes chopping a single tomato, making sure all the pieces were the same size. Master Jean-Marie had me do it exactly like that a few times. Cooking is a very intimate thing, Master. Back when Jean-Marie was alive, my shifts helping the kitchen staff would amount to at most standing in a corner, chopping a few onions per hour. Working with my hands is very relaxing, even if I'm not terribly dexterous. It may surprise you, but I only learned how to cook, how to measure ingredients, read recipes, season food just a few centuries ago. No one taught me how to cook back in Crate, and when I was in the Labyrinth, I didn't have much to cook with. Father would send food shipments. No matter. It was an improper of me to unload something like that on anyone, let alone Master. Happier subjects abound. The Minotaur turns back and picks up a bottle of wine. It's different from the previous bottles you found. It has a minimalistic label and a more modern shape. Is it Mountain Dew Code Red? Asterian gives you a quick, pensive glance before opening the bottle and taking a long swig from it. What are you talking about next? Oh, okay. What are your favorite foods, cowman? Oh, shit. Life back on Crate. No, that, my memory is hazy, to say the least. It's been so long now, I'm not sure if I remember is even correct. But Crate was quite the power back then. That was before Athens gained attraction. I was raised in the Palace of Gnosis. It was an immense, sprawling building. Perhaps the greatest the world has ever seen at the time. I had siblings we played when I was allowed to. I wouldn't leave the palace often. I used to sneak out with my brothers and go hunting wild goats. I was swift-footed. My hooves helped me cross Crate's hard volcanic soil. I had a mother and a father like any other child. My mother's name was Pasiphae. She is, in retrospect, I realized she wasn't all there. I mean. I didn't quite understand it back then. I don't think she liked seeing me. I reminded her of what she had done and her reputation. My adoptive father was King Minos. Assuming I wasn't misbehaving, he treated me well for the most part, because I was scared. They're sacred. That's about it, I suppose. Does Master have any other questions? What's your favorite food? My favorite food? Master should not worry about that. I eat the leftovers. Anything will do. Yeah, it's not like I can die from starvation. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. But surely there are things you prefer, or foods you won't eat. Any allergies? Well, if Master truly wishes to know, I'd rather not eat beef, and have not for thousands of years now. It'd be cannibalism. Though it's usually poultry and fish for me, I did hunt wild goats with my brothers back in Crate. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite foods by far. I didn't get to eat meat often when I was a child. It was a luxury of sorts, and the shipments to Labyrinth rarely had any. They'd rot on the way, so they didn't even try. Goat aside, for the longest time, oats were the best thing I could get. Even today, I have a liking for porridge. Ah! That's funny. That's funny, because he's okay. And I have a sweet tooth. I always liked fruit and honey, even as a kid, but back in the 1940s, there were so many options. Moo. Master Jean-Marie insisted from the start of his mandate that we needed French pastries daily. Traditional baguettes, croissants, and pain au chocolat for breakfast with jam. Macarons every Sunday and tarts after lunch. Making a traditional baguette is no simple matter. I spent many months trying to make a single one which pleased his palate. He allowed me to eat the leftovers every once in a while. Just the thought makes me salivate. I'm so brilliant. Pain au chocolat is just a croissant with chocolate in it. Yeah, I know. You've told me that, I think. He doesn't finish the thought. Styrian keeps his eyes fixed on you, and his ears and tail flicking lazily. Is there anything else you wish to know, Master? You need only ask. What do you do for fun around here? I'm curious, before Master Clement came along, what did you do for fun here? Fun. Oh, Freya! Hi, Freya! How's it going? Good morning? You came just in time. We're speedrunning this game. So we got funny dialogue and funny shirt. I just got up from work. Oh, okay, that's great. I hope you can sit down and relax then. Because I know working for you is not always super duper pog time. I'm just happy to be using my new model and looking at my cow husbando over here. Although now we look kind of very similar, me and the cow guy. Just chill for a bit now. That's good, Freya. Also, Freya, I saw the most recent things from Hellslinger on Twitter, and goddamn, am I ever excited for that game. I really want to save up some money here and commission that guy to make me like a badass cow girl Canadian. And my new model is hot. Thank you. You can thank Ghostrand. Ghostrand did a real good job making look like a very, very hot cow. There are long horns like your models that you can put on a Styrian. Oh, wow. I did not realize you could change his horns as well. I confirm he is awesome. He did do me. Yeah, he did you an image that looks real cool. I'd like to get a PNG. It'd be really cool if I could get it to be one of those animated PNGs, but that'd probably be more money and time and effort. I don't know. Either ear flicks or like pow pow guns going like pew pew. They haven't been introduced to the game yet, but you can see it in the VIP room. Oh, okay. I suppose I had a number of leisure activities over the ages. Ever since the hotel was built, at least. I didn't always have the means, but I've been an avid reader for a while. Mind you, I come from a time long before the printing press. I learned to read the Cretan language from my brothers by writing and reading letters in the sand. There was no paper during those times, and stories were recited from memory. Even today, the hotel can't manifest books. We still depend on receiving shipments from the outside world. When the master saw fit to gift me some, I always enjoyed reading material. Poetry mainly, but how can I put it? I'm curious about how the world outside is doing. I can never see it for myself, but when I read the stories, I can imagine. I often wondered how different reality is from what I've imagined and how much it has changed. Master Jean-Marie insisted I read The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Huzzah!
He even showed me a
Thank
few
you.
drawings of the cathedral, which he drew himself from memory. Thanks for the hydrate, Cat Mac. I got chalky milk now, hot chalky milk. And we got Freya here, too. The new Veronica art is a reminder that despite everything that may happen to me, I'll always be quite gay. I'm glad to hear it, Freya. That's awesome. I mean, heck, I agree. That new Veronica art is nice. Nice. But I do wonder what it must feel like to be there. How haunting must it be? I've never been in a church. I died long before Christ. that is like if I ever had like one of those like grinder websites or whatever, I'd have to put my description as I died long before Christ. That's definitely how I describe myself on the internet. Like that'll be my new Twitter bio. I died long before Christ. Oh god. Do it. Oh my god. Long before Christ. Oh, that is a fucking sentence. That's so funny. But the guests have told me all about them. Stained glass windows, tall mighty pillars, the arches. One's voice echoes all the way to the entrance, the wooden benches. I wonder what Notre Dame de Paris must look like today. What it must feel like to walk through it, seeing all the statues of the apostles. Hi, Sugary. Yeah, somebody redeemed the thing where all my clothes fall off. And naturally, my model has a naked option because, but that hotel has, but the hotel you has a shirt of you. I know. I need to have this shirt in real life. I might, maybe I can bother Ghost Rent and slip him some money and be like, hey, Ghost Rent, can you draw a shirt on my character model? Because we're doing the speedrunner one, instead of the normal shirt that he has, I think that's just pink that says Moo, he gets a little gamer shirt of him. It's like a little pixel sprite. And apparently the shirt changes with Asterian's appearance as you like make him all better again. Although I also want the shirt in real life because it looks great.
Oh, hooray!
Hat time! Oh, fuck. Nobody has done that in a while. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, damn, my hat missed. Ah! Okay, OBS. Thank you. OBS does this thing where I will open it, or I'll Alt-Tab, and OBS will be like, cool, I'm making the rest of your screen black and only showing OBS now. There we go. It looks like I'm wearing the hat. 100%. That explains why you two are acting like you know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry for it. Yeah, we're starting a new run, and it's the speedrunner run, which is why apparently we'll have some funny dialogue and different options. No, I'm not, dude. Oh, thank you, Sugary. All the backgrounds have their own unique V-neck shirts. Yeah, they have to be V-necks. That way, Asterian can put them on, which I didn't realize until this run. That like, oh yeah, I guess it would have to be V-neck. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get, you know, his horned head through that hole. Okay, speedrun your way towards them smooches. Exactly. I mean, hey, I already had a hilarious interaction with Argos outside. He's the evil snake man. Basically I said, no, I'm not going to give you 2 minutes alone time with Asterian, because, like, you know, you got too many pinguses for me to, like, trust you with doing that. So I was like, okay, cool. Instead, how about you sign this contract, and, like, in the contract, you give me some stuff. And I said, cool. And I just immediately yeet the contract from him, sign it, and say, yeah, I'm used to, like, you know, signing these all the time for internet shit. Here you go. And I just threw it back at him, and he's like, what? It was very funny. Also, at the start, you meet an old man who gives you the deed to the hotel, and you have to tell him your occupation. And I said my occupation was gamer, like streamer, and he's just like, this disgusts him on an entire level. Despite him being old, he cannot hide how much this disgusts him. He tries his best to understand what a gamer is. Oh, no! Speedrunner. Oh, I know Notre Dame. Isn't it the church that burned down? Wow! Oh, fuck. Excuse me? Yeah, it burned down. It was like a faulty wiring or something. Oh. Don't be sad. There are video games set in France. They have very accurate recreations of it. Oh my god. No! I'm sorry, but what's a video game? Never mind. I'm just not gonna tell what a video game is. What the fuck? What's your favorite memory? My favorite memory? That's a tough question. Styrian drinks more of his wine, then rubs his hand against the counter. He sighs, looks to you, then looks back down again a few times. Very hard question, but I think I know. There was a master, Sir Bernard. He was the Labyrinth's lord for a few decades, and then passed it on to his son, Sir Robert. When Sir Bernard was on his deathbed, his son transferred ownership of the hotel back to him for a day. As the hotel's returning master, Sir Bernard wrote and signed a contract. It was just a letter to me, thanking me for everything. Sir Robert took over again, of course, and he prepared me something too. I'd helped him raise him, you see, and he gathered all his childhood drawings of me and signed them all as a contract as well. Contracts are everlasting unless explicitly revoked, so their contacts would last forever. They can't be burned or torn apart, nothing will destroy them. That is my dearest memory, Robert and Bernard's gifts to me. Contracts, they are everlasting. I know Clement tore apart the ledger where we kept them. They must be hidden away somewhere. Eventually they'll find them again, even if it takes me years. After all, I have all the time in the world, don't I? This was one of the more touching moments. The fact that the previous masters had done these very nice things and had gone out of their way to make it so they were permanent. Because despite human life ending, they wanted to permanently give a gift to this cowman, and that is very sweet and wholesome. The Minotaur takes yet another swig of his wine. He sways left and right, his eyes half closed. Fuck, it's me last night. I have another memory just as sweet. When I was in the underworld, I made friends. One of them gifted me with a statue of a red ox. It was a herder in life. It was fitting, of course. I brought it with me to this place. The only thing I managed to bring. It was supposed to be in my room, but, again, Clement. I was loved. The letters and the statue, I cherished them dearly. But love needs no gift to be remembered. Styrian looks down again. He holds the wine bottle against his chest. When the conversation naturally exhausts itself, you both let inertia carry you into a comfortable silence. Aw, thank you for the moocat, Mac. The warm buzz of alcohol in your system does much to ease the day's drudgery, as does the newly kindled hearth's fire convivial crackle. Timing is great, yeah! The seats bear your weight admirably, despite the rage, and the rustic scent of wood smoke and fine leather upholstery makes relaxation as effortless as breathing. Though you and Styrian are the only current occupants of the lounge, things seem a little livelier than the stark row of unclaimed souls would suggest. The hotel's improving condition, each one brims over with the potential for future patrons to serve. There's something about Firelight's ability to captivate the heart that harkens back to a time immemorial. So written into your bones by the struggle of your ancestors, the dancing shadows stir and impulse that your mind can only dimly direct. I think the last time I was around a campfire, or at least a fire, in the dark, had to be, I think it was, Cupcake's family does a thing with, like, a bunch of other people, because, like, they live outside of, they live in, like, a small town in the middle of fuck all nowhere, so they can get away with this, where after Christmas, everybody would take their dead trees, that are, like, thoroughly dried, and they'd make a massive bonfire in, like, the middle of somebody's backyard. And I think that was the last time I remember being in a bonfire in the dark. Yeah, the annual Christmas tree bonfire. That was the last time I remember being in the dark with Cuppy around a massive fire. And it must have been years ago. Because, like, due to a certain global pandemic, we haven't been able to do anything like that in a while. But I remember that, and I really get what you mean. Being outside in the dark with the fire is really something, now that I think about it. I feel old now because I think about it and go, yeah, that's actually a pretty pog thing to do. Yeah, I should do that again. For a moment, Styrian's presence is so insubstantial that you feel alone with your thoughts. From the corner of your eye, you see his bovine brow crease, eyes slowly flickering back and forth between you and the fireplace. His mouth opens soundlessly for a moment, but closes just as quickly, as though the subtlest perturbation of the air would be enough to shatter the idyllic scene. In the soft light, Styrian's countenance grows soulful, and then cold and lucid. Perhaps as a quirk of his immortal body, he seems to sober up more quickly than you were expecting. His gaze finally settles on the fire with the stone-faced focus of a trained guard, alert, but betraying no further sign of his feelings. You cannot say how many hours you two have spent before the fireplace, looking with simple, rapt attention at the flame. Heedless of the passage of time, the greedy moment stretches on as long as the compulsions of your body of biology will allow it to. Fuck, imagine being this carefree that you and your cow boyfriend can just stare at a fireplace for hours, apparently, in thought. Fuck, I can't even remember the last time I did anything to myself. I think the closest I got was over Christmas, naturally. I'd gotten some gifts, and some of them were like omnibuses of a comic I read a bunch as a kid. And I got to read one of those at Cuppy's parents' place, because that's where we had Christmas. And I think, yeah, that was the first time in a while I've like lost track of time and just got to read a book. And it was nice. Very nice. The feeling of your chin hitting your chest eventually jolts you from your quiet reverie. You didn't even notice you were starting to nod off. Yeah, that happens to me all the time too. I can definitely 100% pass out in the middle of doing anything. Copy is well aware of this. Bleary-eyed, whether from inebriation or fatigue, you check your phone. It's almost midnight. Asterion furtively steals a glimpse at the clock on your smartphone screen, but raises no comment about it. Curiosity waylaid by duty, he speaks at last. It is quite late, Master. Would it please you if I prepare dinner before you retire for the night? This time I can cook you a proper meal. Aw, we get to have a nice midnight snack. Excuse me. You can see no reason to refuse Asterion's offer. You walk back to your quarters and blessedly brief the walk back to your quarters is blessedly brief. You quickly take a seat on the couch and make ready for your evening meal. While your Minotaur manservant prepares your dinner, there is little to do except lounge on the couch and savor the smells that waft from your private kitchen. How is the sun still up if it's midnight? I feel like it should be a lot darker in here. You continue to lapse in and out of consciousness every so often, torn between gnawing hunger and rebellion, the sudden weight of your eyeballs, or eyelids. Asterion presents you with food in short order, bringing a tray of ham, steak, and mashed potatoes to the couch to spare you the need to walk to the table. Oh, can you believe this? Fuck, imagine Cuppy just bringing me a tray of ham, steak, and mashed potatoes at midnight and being like, eat, go to bed. To your tipsy, sleep-fogged brain, it seems a veritable feast. You tear into it with the gusto of a starving man. I think this is an oversight on the assets being pulled up, since there is a nighttime version of this room. Yeah, that's what's taking two chap on. I'm like, I feel like there is a nighttime version of this room. As you sit up and start to eat, Asterion seems faintly content to see you're enjoying his cooking. But old habits die hard nonetheless. The Minotaur bows dutifully before cantering away to let you enjoy your meal in solitude. He has gone before you can think to ask him to join you. And though you know he is but a simple shout away, you think better of asking anything else of him. Once your hunger is sated, sleep is upon you in a moment. You set the tray down on the side of the couch and close your eyes. Aww. Is there a version where Asterion picks me up and, like, tucks me in? The last sounds you hear are the faint click of Asterion's hooves against the floor and the jingling of silverware as he carries your leftovers back to the kitchen. Or maybe it's not meant to be midnight. Maybe it's oversized in the writing. Yeah, that could be too. Hades, Arrival. Ooh. Oh, because it's time for him to go to bed. Taking a snack break. Hmm. Oh. Sorry, Cuppy found chips somewhere in the house, and fuck, do I ever love chips. Oh. The doorknob clicks behind Asterion. His smile persists as he holds on to the onto the warmth from this night. The Minotaur's cheeks hurt from smiling, an unfamiliar sensation after the decades locked away. I mean, here's another fun fact. It could also be, Asterion, that you now have muscles in the right side of your face again. Because there is still times where, due to me having, like, been paralyzed from the right side of my face, where if something hits, like, if something makes me laugh too hard, or is legitimately just so fucking funny, it will cause nerves in my face to try to make me laugh, like, and smile really hard. The problem, though, is those nerves haven't been used in years, so it actually hurts. And that's when I know something is legitimately incredibly funny to me, is when my face hurts, because it's triggering the muscles in my face to laugh and smile so hard that my face is like, I don't know how to do that anymore. Ah! More fun times about partial facial paralysis. His throat, too, is sore from talking. Whatever he tries to say only comes out as a raspy croak now. Me too. His recovering body surprises him at times. How doesn't it hurt to move anymore? How quick he is even at a slow pace? This renewed strength surprises him. He had a difficult time handling the fragile glasses and small delicate tools back in the lounge. Similarly, closing the door without slamming it behind him just now was tricky. Oh, baby. And yet now he is alone in his room. There is silence. Is there a not safe for work version of this, Chapamon, where he proceeds to go to town on his hog or something? Because the way this scene is phrased, it sounds like that's what we're supposed to do. And a silence like this after any night... No, there isn't. Oh, okay. After any night when one's cheeks end up hurting from smiling is as oppressive as being whisked away from paradise. Silence can be unforgivable. The master's voice and breathing, the slight shift in furniture as he moved around the room, the sounds of his own footsteps, all gone. There are no eyes watching him, nothing to say or do in the spare bedroom. I mean, there's one thing you could do, but we can't show that on stream. He lays on his bed looking up at the ceiling. The bedroom has no windows, just a single light bulb shining overhead. You know, Asterion, you could just ask and we could put a fucking window in your room. We could probably also make your room not like 3 feet by 5 feet. Asterion switches his tail. The tuft of hair at its end provides it with a single sound. He clutches his pillow beneath his head, his fingers contort to shaking fist, and light prints a stain on his eyes. Oh, baby. The corners of his healed mouth hurt. It's been decades since he smiled this much. Left alone, there is no distractions from dark thoughts. Oh. About that, Master, and all humans for that matter. Humanity is a sentence by itself, he thinks, to only be half human and to be ruled by those I'll never be like. Oh, baby. Minotaur wonders how large is the gap that keeps men from going wild. Is it easy to show goodness at first, like Clement did, but eventually they grow bored? Bored men are dangerous indeed. How long will it take for this master to lure in the Minotaur wonders? It usually starts simple enough. At first he becomes their plaything, a doll. But it won't stop there. Humans seek new thrills often. Clement was a special case, a man who started out good but went wild like none before. But yes, there were many masters who had the same seed in them, only it germinated slower. Even Master Jean-Marie had it, to an extent. There was that one time. Terry jolts up, stopping himself from progressing down that road. There are thoughts too dark for such a late hour, and what does it matter now, thinking about the well-buried dead? Mine goes back to the current master. A single good night does not make up for a terrible past and a frightening future. Asterion thinks about back to Argos and his contract, and how the master handled it. Master Ken Aschin signed it. Oh, good night, Dragon Fruit. Thanks for coming by. As I try to cheer up my sad cow husbando. Also, Master Ken Aschin is a very funny fucking thing to see in this game now. Was there a catch? It's quite possible based on past experiences. But whatever the risk may be, Asterion feels a relief flowing through him. The master is all the more dangerous the smarter he is. Wait, is that what you called your name? Yeah, my name for this run is Ken Aschin. Because it's funny. This is the meme run, so I decided to make it a little memey. Oh, it's a good thing that I'm stupid then. It is a mercy that in all those years, no human has tried to use the hotel's power to evil to others outside. Even the worst lords were content to use it for their own hedonism. Master Ken Aschin is an unusual master, Assyrian thinks. He does not stop talking about such peculiar subjects. Yeah, like gaming and streaming. And G Fuel. Video games this, strats that, optimization, followers, foreign concepts not given the necessary time or attention to be assimilated. I fucking guessed it before the game said it. Oh my god. I fucking do it.
I love this. So good.
Yeah. Times sure have changed. Is it common for people to perform these same useless, repetitive tasks over and over for no purpose other than personal achievement? Yeah, well, dude, that's why I'm playing a second run of this game with you. Assyrian has served very eccentric people before. Bohemians, sheltered aristocrats, pariahs, and outcasts that found their way to the hotel. As removed as they were from society, they were aware of it, but Master Ken Aschin discusses it all in such a matter-of-fact fashion. The Minotaur keeps thinking himself to exhaustion, analyzing every possibility regarding this new master. He does not notice drowsiness setting in, nor sleep's merciful embrace. Yeah, go to sleep dreaming about how shitty I am as a streamer. The Minotaur dreams. A field of white flowers swayed under a chilly breeze. He was lying face down on the soil, and the flowers' stalks and leaves tickled his back as if trying to rouse him from sleep. The soil was damp and smelled of petrichor and dense vegetation. Asturian caressed it, scratched it, felt the sand's water seeping into his fur. Everything hurt, but with every heartbeat, his head and eyes were hammered. His whole body burned in exhaustion, dizzy and nauseous. But above all, his neck, it burned as if a seething hot metal wire strangled him. The Minotaur tried breathing, but it was as if his lungs couldn't pull in any air. It would have made him despair were it not for the overwhelming pain distracting him. Time passed. How long he could not tell. Asturian had only the soil damp and aromatic, and the flowers swaying above him. He dug into the loamy ground. The coarse texture slipping around his fingers made the pain bearable. And then a chill ran from his skull down his spine to the tip of his tail. He breathed a lungful of air, and he could hear his own ragged gaunts of relief. The Minotaur flicked his ears till his full senses returned. The swaying wind, he could hear it again, alongside the rustling leaves. He propped his chest up, supporting himself on his burning forearms. The taste came back to him. Iron. He coughed, and cold dark blood poured out of his mouth. It fell on the white fur of his hand. His tongue remained coated in the black oil. It was bitter tasting like a forged fume smelled. He knew the scent well. As he tried to gather himself, the blood dripped down to the soil. His fur remained matted and red, while the dark oil dripped down. First blood, he thought, but something else came to his mind as well. The chill that brought him back. It was under his tongue, a hard, icy lump. He tried to spit it out, but to no avail. His insides lurched and lost control. He retched, but nothing could come out. It was another hour before he managed to stand up and see the horizon. There was no sky above, only sharp-edged rocks pointing down like knives. The horizon itself was painted with serpentine rivers, their waters crashing around and leaving foamy trails. The land was dark, and yet light seemed to seep from all surfaces. The ceiling stalactites shone with turquoise. The field of flowers blinked with white lights when the breeze blew by. The soil itself shone with a subdued, almost royal purple. The breeze had a freshness to it. The river's crashing waters filled the air with little droplets. Water dripped here and there from the ceiling, with an almost lazy grace, like a god slipping gifts to people below from above. A man waited by the river shore, looking up to the Minotaur. He beckoned, and right there, Asturian's mind was set at ease. This beautiful land was his mercy. The knot in his throat and lump under his tongue would be the final pains he'd ever feel. Oh, because this is him going to Hades. He's got coins under his tongue. That's what it is. He had been freed. Oh, baby. Soft opening. Oh, boy. You wake up to the sound of Asturian's hooves clicking on the wooden floor right behind you. Uh-oh. Sorry, chip break. Oh. Okay. So these are just like plain salty chips, and they're so good. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Sometimes you just need a plain salty chip. You wake up to the sound of Asterian's hooves clicking on the wooden. Whoa! Uh-oh. Okay, well, that wasn't what I meant to do, but this is all right. Oh, I am fully reclined in my chair now. And by my chair, I mean Cuppy's chair. Oh, so comfy. You wake up to the sound of Asterian's hooves clicking on the wooden floor right behind you. Here, let me move the microphone. Now we are very intimate. Good morning, Master. I'm sorry for the noise. It was not my intention to wake you. Don't worry about it. I slept enough. Oh, that is a relief. Well, I went ahead and made breakfast for you. At times, it's easy to forget how exceptional are the circumstances you find yourself in. Waiting for breakfast is such a mundane thing. All it takes is a glimpse of Asterian for this facade of normalcy to fail or fall. It's easy to find Asterian's quick healing jarring, more so than the hotel itself. He already stretches the clothes that seemed to be too big yesterday. I see the shirt fits you better. Do you like it? Yes, I do much appreciate the gesture, Master. There wasn't much left in my wardrobe save for my old clothes from when Jean-Marie was my master and an old Parazoma. Parazoma? I must have slipped. I'm sorry. It's an old style of loincloth. That's what we wore back in Crate. No need to be embarrassed. I'm glad you liked the shirt enough to wear it again. Perhaps it is more fitting that I have more modern clothes to wear. Today might be a special day. Now that the hearth is lit, guests may find their way to the hotel again. I want to make a good impression. Maybe the clothes I picked are inappropriate. I wouldn't know. It's been a long time after all. I love him too. He's so cute. Your fashion is unusual, Master. Maybe it was indeed been too long. I can't help but trust your judgment. Yeah, trust the judgment of a gamer. What should I wear today then? Dress Asterian. Select one of the categories. Yeah, okay. Oh, so that's my okay. Well, we do get to dress him, but like, none. Should not judge the judgment of a man who wears nothing but a graphic tees. Whoa, ooh, damn. I forgot Asterian looked this hot. Ooh. PNG. Damn, Asterian. I don't think I've seen your body like this in a while. See, this is I like when Asterian's this large. He looks very quaint this size. You know? And the real question is, we should still be in safe work mode. Yeah. You can't show that this is a Christian novel. Yeah, there we go. Good. You're like you, but with bigger titties. Yeah, look at this man's fucking titties. They're fucking like 2 goddamn squares. Oh. And you gotta go those push-ups and pull-ups. We gotta get you bigger titties. Yeah, clearly. No, we'll have you rock the modern clothes for a bit. Well, I guess we'll have you go commando, because I guess that's a fucking option. Asterian seems curious about his new clothes. He looks at the pattern on the shirt, runs his hands through the fabric of his blue jeans, and adjusts his tail to peek through a hole below the belt. I've seen this fabric before. Let me think. I believe I saw it on a miner from America. He had lost his home after the Wall Street crash and found his way here. His pants seemed sturdier, despite being worn from work. Is this fabric common nowadays, Master? Yes, very much. Pretty much everyone has at least one pair of jeans now. Fucking, I have like... Actually, that's a lie. I was supposed to say I have a bunch, but I only have 2. I used to have, like, only pairs of jeans, but I have no idea what the fuck happened to, like, the 10 pairs of jeans I probably moved out with. I have, like, 2 now, and that's it. No, isn't this a funny turn of events? I remember these garments were looked down upon back then. It was always amusing when working class clothes became fashionable, even among aristocrats. I've seen it happen a few times. Did I sit through them? I don't think it was a matter of me actually wearing them apart, though. That was the thing. Because I usually don't destroy, like, blue jeans and shit like that often. It's only my work pants, because surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, the pants that I wear for, like, seemingly 90% of my fucking year, I wear through those pretty quick. But the pants that I wear on only my day off, I hardly put any damage on them. Siri looks down to his shirt with a furrowed brow and a hint of aversion. Something wrong? No, it's fine. I'm not used to modern fashion, that is all. What's that? What is this square mosaic pattern? Asterion touches his shirt and feels the stamped low-quality plastic you summon, displaying his likeness in pixel art. Oh my god. That is so funny. It's just... I hope you can forgive my rudeness, Master, but I expected all the advancements in textile technology would produce more tasteful and comfortable clothing. Is he throwing shade at your sense of fashion? I'm sure I'll get used to it. This is nothing next to the powdered wigs an old master used to have me wear. I shudder just thinking about it. Let me tell you, 18th century opioids were no laughing matter. We get guests today. I expect this will look intimidating for them. You've made a fine choice, Master. Now that this matter is settled, I shall interrupt your breakfast no more, Master. You begin your meal. Asterion sits on the other end of the table, occasionally inspecting his appearance. When you look up from your plate, you catch him grooming his fur here and there. Aw, baby. Once you're done, Asterion bows and takes your plate. Asterion? Yeah, where is this Asterion in a powdered wig? I have to see this shit. I imagine it's like literally like just a white powdered wig with curls everywhere, and Asterion's probably tried to wear like some kind of fancy aristocratic getup. And he's got to be in heels. He's got to somehow be in heels despite having cloven feet. As he carries it to the kitchen, you see him pick at some of the scraps and eat them. I don't know why, but Asterion has a weird fascination with always eating my leftovers, which, like, on the one hand, I consider this potentially being an intimate thing to do with a person, but on the other hand, it's also just odd that, like, he's grown up in such a way where that's just his normal default action to do. Like, he doesn't ask me about that. He doesn't even mention that he does it. He just does it. You know? Do I have the master's permission to go down and inspect the hearth? I want to make sure everything in the hotel is working properly. Sure, I can go with you. Really? Yes, I mean, if we're having guests, maybe I should help with the inspection, see where everything is and all. There's long bangs that cover his eyes, head accessory, but again, only currently accessible in the VIP room. How does one get to the VIP room, Chapelmon? Is that like a normal thing, or do you have to put in like a cheat code for that? Very well, please follow me. Oh, it's a cheat. Oh, okay. Oh, Coda! We're up to Coda already. Journey to the Waste. Wait, I can skip the guest scene? Why? Why do I skip Coda? Coda's probably gonna do something. And that's just the exact same as before, where he just, like, sits down in a stream, and then, like, before he starts jerking off, he gets accosted by a certain man. So I'm finishing some chips. Give me 1 second. Because it's nothing different. Oh, okay. Wait, you start a new game and enter Anon? This is the character name? That's it? Oh, that's... okay. And I'm assuming you can just access the VIP room, like, first thing? I don't know. Ow. I'm being stabbed by chips. Crisps. Chippies. Cuppy made me a very nice cup of hot chocolate. Cuppy, this is the normal hot chocolate mix, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not giving you my my special hot chocolate. That's for me.
So I had to quickly double check that I was just drinking normal hot chocolate because, much to our surprise, in Canada, cannabis products are legal here. And recently, while we were out and about, we noticed that there's a new cannabis product store, so we decided to go take a look. And I picked up a bottle of cannabis-infused, like THC and CBD-infused hot sauce. So I thought that was fucking funny. Copy got a package of, like, I don't know how they did it, but they somehow managed to get, like, weed chemicals into hot chocolate mix. So there's special hot chocolate mix now in our house that you can take to get high if you want. Like American skipping Luke's, there's speedrunner dialogue when you have to avert your eyes in the safe work version during his intro. Oh, okay. It's just Coda walking along. Companions, constantly with science as he walks. Really, despite cannabis not being legal here, various CBD stuff is still sold openly here. Wait, what? That's weird. Also, I love that countries are like, can't have cannabis products, they bad. But then, like, now that our countries had them for, because those THC, that's why. Now that we've had it for a while here and I've tried a bunch, honestly, I don't see all the hype. It's like, I don't know why this shit's illegal. It just feels like people are like, you're enjoying a thing? Well, but like, for stupid personal preferences, you're not allowed. Because like legit, I have gotten high now with the THC, and it's like, yeah, I get a little funny. I still think the funniest THC experience we ever had was I believe this was February, a couple years back. We had just gotten home after buying a bunch of metal minis from our local game store because they were having a huge blowout sale where it was like up to 50% off or more. Yeah, that again is the UK, so yeah. And I don't know how much THC I had, but I must have ingested something that hit me immediately, because I remember for the next couple of hours, we were trying to, like, play around and figure out the new metal miniatures we had acquired and, like, what ones we wanted to paint first and whatnot. And my brain was so fucking checked out. Time would, like, if you know JoJo, there's this stand called Crimson Emperor, or Emperor Crimson. And basically, he makes the world stand still for 5 seconds, at which point he can move around and interact and do things. And then when time resumes, nobody's aware of what he did. Like, he just deletes 5 seconds at a time. That was my brain every 5 seconds. I'd be all like, wait, where am I here? How did I get here? Why am I standing on Copy's desk? Like, how did I get here kind of shit?
No doubt.
Just like that. Yeah, it was so funny too, because I remember Cuppy was just like, oh, can you go grab me a paperclip or something from my desk? And I got up, stared at the desk for a solid 10 minutes, and then was just like, yeah, I can't find it. And it turns out the thing I was staring at on the desk was the lid of the paperclip container. So I saw the lid, saw that it was off the container, and assumed that I could not find the container then, because the lid was off. And it was not under the lid where it's supposed to be.
No, it was just beside it.
Yeah, it was literally to the left of it, but, you know. The VIP room has a message from the devs. It gives you access to all the strange costume options that place the pool scene, bar scene, and wrestling scene with every character that's currently possible in the game. Oh, okay. This includes P and Starman, all the characters will shop possible normally. Oh, okay. We just pulls a bottle of water, take some sip, pull some water. Okay. So to anybody new here who's still watching, this is Coda. He's a really cool water dragon. He has an entire scene here where he describes where he's been working for the past little while here, and then eventually he gets picked up and delivered at our place. As much as I'd like to read through this entire scene, including the part where he takes off his clothes and goes skinny dipping for a bit, and then thinks about masturbating for a bit, I think I agree with Chapman that I can just skip this part, because apparently there's no special funny gamer dialogue. So essentially, yeah, he's a cute dragon man. I really like him. He's very nice. And he's like, "Ooh, look at me! I'm gonna go take a dip," and then suddenly he has no fucking clothes on. Wait. Coda doesn't have nipples because he's a scaly. He has titties, but no nipples. That's funny. Anywho, also, Coda likes to just wear his, like, thong around when you get real friendly with him. No milk. Yeah, he's thick. He's also very thick. He has a large dragon. He has a very nice face, though. And I assume he sounds like Uncle Iroh from Avatar: The Last Airbender, but unfortunately I cannot do that voice. Yeah, he sits here, and then, oops, no clothes on. Yeah, I'd pet him. Yeah, he's a very nice guy. He's so cute. And then he just takes a skinny dip here. And if I were to assume anything, the fact that this is the safe for work version and there is a boulder placed right here is probably, there's probably a reason for that. But otherwise, look at him. He's a very large dragon guy. I really like how you get this angle of his face here because he has a very nice face. He's very pretty. Yeah, was that a censorship ticket I saw? 100% for you. 100%. Whenever there's things in this game that are not safe for work, you get a little sign that says, "Hey, you know, this is my Christian server. You're not allowed to have dicks here." And yes, Chapon, as people pointed out, because he's a scaly, he has a slit. His junk is on the inside, and it comes out for fun. Instead of everybody else whose junk is just already on the outside. Anywho. He sits in for a bit, and then starts thinking about, a finger brushes the soft scale lips of the slit at the dragon's crotch. Yeah, he starts playing with his junk. Honestly, if that boulder wasn't there, this picture would be worse, but it's got a tasteful pinup vibe, and it does so much good. It does. It really does. Ooh. Goddamn. Fucking Coda here just imagining the last person to finger him. Good times. Anywho, he does this for a little bit, but then he realized that, like, you know, there could be other people around, and sure, fair enough. Oh, okay, that's funny. Worst case, isn't there you go. Yeah, it's actually funnier when it's backwards. Yeah, apparently Coda didn't hear this very old man here show up. And be like, "I'm an old man who just showed up out of nowhere. I deliver things for a company." And he basically just talks to Coda and says, "Hey, by the way, you should totally go in this direction to go to this hotel that I know of." And then they talk about stuff, and Gene ends up being what this man chooses to name himself. And Coda has an exchange with him, obviously. And he says, "Let me get dressed." And they have a good time. And then Coda goes on a trip. Done. That's the TLDR of that scene. Hot. So hot. Oh. But the water dragon has to go through the desert to get to where we are. And he's a water dragon. And we're, like, in a desert. The opposite of where he would probably want to be. But not the heat he's been craving. This is dry, lifeless. This land is cursed. Gotta ask Jean if he's seen a red dragon, while assuming Jean can't see his dragon from... Yeah, form! You know, totally normal things to say. The dragon trudges along the side of the highway, tongue lolling from his open mouth like a panting dog's. His supply of bottled water ran dry long ago, and now his sweat has completely dried from both his yukata and his brow, leaving the desolation of the desert around him to seep into his bones and his breast. It feels wrong with the dragon, just like slipping into the flowing stream earlier felt right. How long has it been since he left Jean behind? It swims away, a fish darting just out of reach of his fingers. He was there in the forest, and now he's here in the desert. And there, looming on the horizon, is the hotel the old man told him about. It rises up from the other side of a hill, looking almost out of place at the sandy expanse stretching towards the horizon in every direction. The style is one that Coda hasn't seen in quite a long while, and the disrepair of the building is readily apparent even from this distance. It wasn't like the dragon was expecting a bustling hub with polished and shiny doors, never having a chance to swing closed around the tide of travelers making their way in. Nope. But the place looks like as desolate as the surrounding desert. Still, Koda is here, and while the sight before him makes his heart sink just the smallest bit, the dragon still trudges onward. Down the sandy hill, working a sharp rock out of his sandal with his toes as he goes, along the road, feeling the heat of the black top against the scales of his legs, curving slightly in as he follows the driveway into the parking lot. Forward, forward, always forward. Koda struggles to make his way up the steps to the building's front door. As the fatigue of his journey begins to set in, he has to stop, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. At close, the hotel looks at least a little better. The dragon can see the places where effort has been made to patch up the worst of the wear. The repairs look fairly recent. Someone has to be here. A final deep breath, Koda pushes the door open. Hello? The dragon barely recognizes his own voice. As dry and dusty as it is, he coughs, hacking, gasping, swallowing to wet his throat, and then tries again. Hello? Sir, are you alright? Before Koda can answer, another coughing fit racks his weary body. He feels a presence rush forward to wrap an arm around his back, and the dragon is led forward to the cool hotel lobby. His host lowers him into a chair. The word blinks for a moment, then a glass of water is pushed into Koda's hand. Koda haphazardly bows in gratitude before opening his maw wide enough to gulp down the cold liquid. It's not much, but that little bit of moisture settles in and revitalizes the dragon. He swallows, holds the glass out to be taken by a large fur-covered hand, and looks up at his host. Oh, please pardon my intrusion and forgive my shameful display. There's no trouble. I am happy to offer assistance. Thank you. Dragon takes a slow, deep breath, and then another. The soreness settles into his weary limbs, fading slightly as it spreads through his body. Koda takes the opportunity to look around the hotel lobby, examining both the room and the hotel's apparent owner. Oh, pardon me. Welcome to the hotel, sir. I am Asterion, the keeper of this fine establishment. The master is otherwise occupied at the moment, but I would be happy to introduce you later. For now, please let me know if there's anything I can do for you or any questions I can answer. Oh, thank you very much, Master Asterion. I've heard your hotel opening and wished to see it for myself. And I must say I am pleased. I have never seen a Minotaur in my life. I traveled all around the globe, I've seen all sorts of beings, but I always thought Minotaurs were only a legend. This place truly must be special for such a rare specimen to be here. Hello. Dragon looks around the empty lobby. The half-man, half-bull keeper seems able to easily read Koda's expression, offers him another low bow. Yes, the hotel reopened just recently. We've only just started accepting guests. In fact, it's embarrassing to say, but you're among the first in a long while. Regardless, you're welcome to stay for as long as you like. Dragon hums in thought, letting his claws brush through and tug at his beard. The words Jean spoke at their parting, which had spurred him on through the trek along the desert road outside, teased against the back of his mind once more. Again, he looks around the empty lobby and then up to Asterian's face. Behind his servile facade, the half-man, half-bull looks eager. His hooves clop faintly against the tile as it shifts from one to another, and an almost childish earnestness flickers behind his polite smile, made no less friendly by the missing half of Asterian's face. The hotel seems to be about as run down as its keeper, but there's potential there. Hope. Thank you very much, Mr. Styrian. I would be happy to stay for at least a little while. I have little money, but I would be glad to perform any tasks you need that allow me to earn a bed and a hot meal. That won't be necessary, sir. There is a soft opening, so we won't charge you. In fact, we charge very little regularly, so money is not an issue. As long as the hotel is able to fulfill its mission. Styrian moves to pick up the ledger and pen off the front desk and brings it over to the dragon. Just sign here and fill out a little bit of information. After a few movements of writing, the half-man, half-bull accepts the ledger back from Coda and looks over the new guest's information. Coda has been checked into the hotel. You can see your current guests on the guest screen in the menu or clicking on the ledger icon. Mr. Coda, no surname. Born February 2nd, 1615. I must say, you're looking very well for your age, sir. February 2nd. Just after Groundhog Day? Coda blinks, frowns, and holds his hand up for the ledger. Excuse me, may I see that for a moment? He looks over the writing. Yeneth 1, 5th day of the first month, exactly the way he had written it. Because he wrote it, I guess, in a traditional Japanese way? Or something? I did not realize you could read Japanese, Mr. Styrian. Japanese, sir. And that's when it hits Coda. The shape of his tongue as he spoke to the Minotaur all this time seemed strange. Only now does he realize that after his coughing fit, he'd switched to his native language without realizing it. Yet Styrian had been able to understand him. In fact, the half-man, half-bull didn't even seem to realize that Coda was speaking another language. How? I see, I understand now. Don't be alarmed, sir. It's just a quirk of the hotel. It allows us to understand all of the guests that pass through the doors, no matter what country they hail from or language they choose to speak. I myself from the Mediterranean, far away from here, so you can rest assured that all guests are welcome no matter where they come from. I should also add, I can see you are a dragon. Enchantments do not work here, but where not that is allowed here. All who are lost are welcome. A place for wanderers indeed. I see. Dragon stands and offers Styrian a deep bow of his own. If what both Jean and this half-man, half-bull said is true, then perhaps this is exactly where Coda needs to be. Thank you very much, Miss. You honor me with your hospitality. Styrian moves to set the ledger back on the front desk and returns to Coda with a key. Passes the dragon while giving Coda another welcoming smile. Here is your key, Mr. Coda. If you'd like, I can show you to your room. I hope you have an enjoyable stay with us. I really like how Man's looks right now. He's looking very pretty.
I literally just posted that in your.
Post what?
Oh, he looks really pretty. I posted. I forgot.
Oh. It's been an hour or so since Styrian left the lounge. The Minotaur had led you back to the hotel's hearth to check on it. Everything seemed to be in working condition. You both did the rounds and inspected the hotel. The rooms, the stairways, the lobby, every lamp and switch and door you could find. Some of the walls were still cracked, windows were smashed, but there was water damage here and there. The sight displeased Styrian, but the hotel seemed to be repairing itself at an impressive rate. You both stopped at the lounge to take a break and celebrate a job well done. Styrian served you your favorite drinking game, and, with your permission, took a glass of wine himself. After a brief chat, you checked After a brief chat, you checked the time only to notice your phone's battery was long dead. Uh-oh. Wait, but the hotel has power now. You wish for a socket to plug your phone in, and after a blink, it materialized before you. Styrian was eager to resume the inspection. You were enjoying the break, so you let him continue without you. The time alone proved beneficial. So much has happened for the last few days. Meeting the old man, finding the hotel and the Minotaur inside, the altercation with Argos. After a drink and some time, you didn't feel as overwhelmed. All the craziness seemed to be under control. Honestly, I would love to be in main character man situation here. This seems way more interesting and fun than my current day-to-day job of just making enough money to get through life. Checking in on your phone after spending a couple hours in an armchair with the hearth. It had barely charged 3% of the battery. It probably won't remain on for more than a minute. Oof. Wait, why is it... Okay, I get that the hotel doesn't know, like... I couldn't tell the hotel to just make me a phone, because it wouldn't know how to make a phone. But it has working powered items in here already. Do you mean to tell me the lamp does, or like the hotel doesn't know how to make, like, output the correct amount of power to charge my phone? Or it just, like, doesn't like my phone, and it's like, nah, you get like no power to your phone. Or the hotel just not generate enough power for that. It's an Apple stand and you use Android. Oh god. As you head back to the couch to sit down, you hear the sound that has grown familiar to you over the last few days, Astarian's hooves clopping towards you. Beepy. Good afternoon, Master. Hello, Astarian. Are you done with your inspection? Well, I had to cut it short. I don't want to disturb you, but I have very good news. Astarian walks up to you at a brisk and excited pace and hands you the ledger. He stands there waiting for you to open it. The tech back row mentioned that the socket doesn't output enough voltage or something. Ah, I knew it! I knew it! That's what I was guessing, is that maybe the hotel doesn't know what voltage to output this power at. Goddamn USB when I need a USB-C. Yeah, exactly. Hands the ledger. He stands there waiting for you to open it. Shifts his weight from hoof to hoof, and his tail switches back and forth in unison with his flicking ears. Oh, baby. Coda. Just Coda, huh? Wait a second. 1615. I was born many centuries ago as well, Master. Generally, our guests are human, but not all of them. I'm still getting used to it, Astarian. Well, I have to see this for myself now. You look like a kid on Christmas Eve, you know. Please excuse me, Master. I haven't had guests in so long. Well, I can't wait to meet this guy. I'm intrigued. You think he's in his room now? I suppose so. Yes, I'd rather not disturb a guest, but it's a special occasion, isn't it? Perhaps this one time. You're about to head to the new guest room when you hear footsteps approaching the lounge. The footsteps are slow and even, carefully measured, as though the one approaching is taking sweet time to take in the surroundings. They're accompanied by a faint sound, keeping in tune with each step. A quiet, simple tune, hummed in a deep, rumbling voice. The melody is like the flowing of a stream, steady and constant. It's Coda! When your first guest arrives in the lounge, his eyes are already wandering up and down to catch the grandeur and lingering decay of this place. He seems to be lost in thought as he examines the leather couches, the hearth, tables, and chairs. It's only when Astarian clears his throat with a polite cough that the dragon seems to realize you're there. I trust the accommodations are to your liking, Mr. Coda? Ah, Mr. Astarian. They are indeed, thank you. Forgive me, I was just looking around. It's alright, go make yourself at home. Dragon, Mr. Coda, looks over to you as you speak up. He offers you a low bow and a polite smile. Thank you so much for your hospitality. I take it you are the master that Mr. Astarian mentioned. Wicked. Your dog taking the dragon, a real Japanese dragon. And his clothing, a real Japanese yukata. That's right, I'm in charge of this place. My name is Ken. Oh no. My name is Ken. You don't need to call me Sama, just San is alright. I knew it was gonna get speedrunner, cause I'm gonna look at this man and go full weeb. Ah, shit. You grin at the chance to finally put your knowledge of Japanese culture to good use. They called you a nerd, a basement dweller, a weeb, but who's laughing now? Fuck, it's exactly what I expected. Probably has a Japanese fetish or something. Oh my god. Coda sees the maniac glint in your eyes, and his polite smile starts to grow strained. Asterion clears his throat again, gaining the dragon's attention once more. Is there anything I can get for you at this time, Mr. Koda? A meal? A drink? Me? Perhaps? Oh, no. Thank you very much. But as I said, I'm looking around right now. Perhaps later. Very well. Then if I may be so bold as to ask, what do you think of our fine hotel so far? Kenshin, aka ass. Yeah. It's nice. A little more run down than I had pictured, but I would have thought there would be already guests. But I suppose that's what I get for getting my hopes up. I see. The Minotaur tries to keep his face neutral, but you can tell that Quota's words have cut deep. The hotel is Asterian's pride and joy, and having criticized by the first guest in years must really hurt. If you don't like it, you can leave! It's a work in progress. Well, hey, it's a work in progress. You have seen how it looked when I first got here. What I mean is, we're working on it. Once we get the place completely cleaned up, I think you'll be amazed. Despite how things look now, I can tell this was once a grand place. I can see the beauty of it even under all the dust and decay. Although if it's just the two of you, then I imagine that it will take quite a while to restore its former glory. Are there no other staff here? It may surprise you, but Asterion and I got a lot done. Still, yes, we're looking for people willing to join our staff. Asterion, can you tell Mr. Koda how things worked here back then? Yes. Before issues arose with the previous manager, it was quite common for guests to choose to remain here indefinitely. Most didn't have anywhere else to go, you see, and we can pay reasonably well, or we should soon enough, seeing as the hotel does not aim to generate profits. The guests who join our staff get to enjoy the hotel's facilities as long as they want, free of charge. Indeed. Dragon begins brushing his claws through his long beard, looking from you to Asterion and back again. Finally, a spark of resolve shines in his eyes. Mr. Asterion, back when I checked in and offered my services in exchange for being allowed to stay. If you two are in need of staff, then I would be happy to help in that way. That can repay the hospitality you two have shown to me. Oh, my hat fell off. Got him. I'm naked again. I've worked many odd jobs with years of traveling. I've gained a variety of skills. Cooking, cleaning, a few years doing manual labor. I might not look it. Dragon pats the round, firm rise of his belly with a laugh. But my body is solid. I even spent a few months as a bartender back then. 20 years ago? 30? Speaking honestly, I enjoyed that job the most. The conversations with others, tales swapped and secrets divulged, be kept in confidence. Finding the right drink for your customer, the one that would soothe their worries and help ease their burdens, at least for the little time they spent at the counter. The dragon's expression grows pensive and his gaze distant. When you glance over to Asterion, you see a similar look to the Minotaur's eyes. He lets out a thoughtful hum. The moment is broken as Koda shakes himself out of his reverie to give you a rueful smile. Forgive me, I got lost in reminiscence sometime. If Luke is your first guest as the speedrunner, the main character is left speechless at the sight of Luke's cocky expression, and Luke will call the main character on it being a weeb. Wow. My point is that I can do anything you need of me. I'm happy to help. You feel Astrion's eyes on you, and you glance at the bowl to see him slightly begging your permission to speak. If you have something to say, then go ahead, Asterion. Very well, Mr. Canastian. The lounge could use the services of a good bartender. Though I can perform the role well enough, I do have other duties as a keeper which come first. Management of the lounge has often been delegated to a suitable guest in the past. I think it would be good in hands with you behind the counter, Mr. Koda. Well, then that works out perfectly. The country of my birth has often said that fortune follows in the wake of dragons. Though I cannot benefit from it myself, I am happy to offer it to my gracious hosts. Believe me, we could use all the good luck we can get. But before we get ahead of ourselves, I want to ask you something, Mr. Koda. You said earlier that you got your hopes up before coming here. What were you hoping to find? I see, so nothing gets past you, Master Canastian. You say nothing and allow the dragon to gather his thoughts. For years, centuries now, I've been looking for someone dear to me who was lost a long time ago. Good God, you look like a terrible weeb. What kind of mom brought you into this world and let you live? I'm pretty sure that's some kind of crime. Did you inherit this joint? I can't see someone like you ever mustering up the cash for a place like this, Luke. Oh. Wow, Luke fucking cuts deep. That's some kind of crime. I've traveled the entire world searching for him, but so far haven't had any luck. No matter where I've gone, or how many people I've asked. When I heard about this hotel opening, I thought perhaps there would be someone here who could offer a lead in my search. The hotel is a place for wanderers together, is it not? Dragon bows and his expression grows blank. However, you can see desperation flash in his eyes for just a moment. Desperation of a man who's come so close to his goal, only to have the rug pulled up from under him time and time again. You will allow me to stay here to speak with the other guests and hear their tales of wandering. Perhaps I'll find the lead I've been searching for. Yeah, Luke's savagery here. Luke absolutely disemboweling the main character there. Ugh. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my voice from dying, but it's been an interesting 5 hours. Ugh. Do you plan to leave once you found it? Again, the dragon's eyes flash. Will I be allowed to? Of course. Of course, this hotel was not meant to be a prison. For the guests, at least. You'll be free to leave once you found what you're looking for, Mr. Coda. Or whenever you wish, naturally. I don't plan to disappear in the middle of the night. If that was, you'll be sure to make arrangements so that my departure doesn't inconvenience you. I don't know how long it will be before I find what I'm looking for anyway. Until that time comes, I may as well do my part as your guest, right? Yeah, you take a look at his steering. Looks like the Minotaur has already made up his mind about taking Coda on his staff. The hotel's mission is to take in those who are lost. Going by what you told us, it would seem you fit the bill. Are you willing to uphold the hotel's mission and bow to the owner's authority? How formal. I haven't heard a contract of service put in quite that way in centuries. It makes me feel nostalgic. As long as I'm free to pursue my own agenda, then yes, for the duration of my stay at the hotel, I'll happily serve in any way that I can. Well, Sir Canestian, with your command, I can have it all arranged. What say you? Seeing as Mr. Coda swore our oath already, all you need to say is, Mr. Coda, hereby you are taken to the hotel staff to fulfill the mission and serve as manager of the lounge. Fancy, huh? Very well, Coda. Hereby you're taken as staff of the hotel to fill the mission and work as manager of the lounge. After your handshake. Coda takes your hand in both of his and once again gives you a low bow. His smile is placid, but his eyes are shining with the earnest light you hadn't noticed when you first met the dragon. Aw. Well, lights in the hotel shift for a second, right after you both let go of each other's hand. What was that? Worry not, Mr. Coda. It's just another quirk of the hotel. As you have been taken in as a staff member in charge of the lounge, you are hereby given free authority to shape it as you please. I have fond memories of the lounge's current layout, but the labyrinth has always shifted its appearance over the years. Maybe it's time to give it an update. Well, it could look more modern. Ruth, I appreciate the way it looks. It's a thing of beauty even as it is now. He runs his clawed hand over the bar top again. Softly hummed tune rumbles in his throat. Old and new, something that appeals to a traditional sensibility, and yet is welcoming to all types. Mr. Coda? Ah, forgive me, I've lost and reminisce again. I was thinking about the bar I used to work. Would it be stepping beyond my bounds to give the lounge a personal touch? Please, feel free. In that case, I think I have a few ideas that you... One by one, the lights flicker as you approve Coda's requests. He looks to you to gauge your reaction to each change as well as Asterians. Legit, I'm not sure how much longer I can go. My voice is really taking a beating here today.
Let's add a little more light, yes? Oh, but keep the dark wood. In fact, do you mind if we take it a little darker? More seating would be nice. Here and here, and oh, and the syrup on the hearth would be perfect.
Please, Mr. Koda, my only request is that you don't alter that area too much.
Alright, how about over here then?
Koda continues to add his own personal touch to the lounge. Lamps in the shape of paper lanterns hanging over the bar counter, traditional Japanese artwork on the walls, intricately folded napkins at every table. Oh my god. Oh, interesting. This looks like quite the restaurant now. By the time we were done, the old lounge has turned to a brightly lit restaurant that strikes a delicate balance between traditional and modern. Yeah, I'm so excited to see this not look like a strip club. Koda continues to examine every detail. It seems like he won't be satisfied until everything is exactly perfect. Asteri looks around, and a thoughtful expression on the Minotaur's own face. It looks amazing. Good work, Mr. Koda.
Oh, please, I suppose if I'm to be staying here for a while, then just Koda will be alright.
In that case, just Ken Aschin and Asteri will be alright. Oh, fuck. In that case, just Ken Aschin and Asteri will be alright for us. Maybe Ken Aschin-san and Asterian-san, like I said earlier. Oh god, what have I done? Again, the dragon's smile grows strained.
Very well. Well, now, I think this place is looking much better already. Warm, welcoming. You don't mind me saying, it already feels like someplace I could call a home. At least for the time being.
A home. That sounds good to me. How about we have a drink to celebrate? We can tell you more about how things work around here and how they will work once we start getting more guests.
Koda goes over to the counter, grabs a beer mug, and returns to you. Oh, look at him!
Alright, I'll whip something up, shall I? I look forward to working with the both of you, Asterian, Canestian. Cheers.
Moment of weakness. Oh, god. You spend the rest of the day with Asterian and Koda in the lounge, admiring the change in decor, sharing drinks, and exchanging stories. Koda had some interesting stories to tell about his life on the road. You recounted some of yours in turn, records beaten in this or that game, going to your first con. At one time, this really big streamer followed you back. Koda feigned interest at first, but then started fiddling with whatever corkscrew while waiting for a change of subject. God, I'm such a nerd, it fucking hurts. Asterian has kept quiet for most of the conversation about past experiences. His brief answers made clear his apprehension about sharing his story with Koda. Still, the Minotaur had his shy smile throughout the whole night. As soon as the topic turned back to anything less personal, he rejoined the conversation. It's like me and Barley the bear, yeah. Barley? With the aid of a few glasses of wine, Asterian's posture relaxed, slouched on his chair and eyes half closed. He was afloat in a sea of bliss. Eventually it started getting late, and you bid Koda farewell. You and Asterian, meanwhile, returned to the master's quarters. Asterian stumbles about with you, drowsy but happy. He hums and sways his head back and forth. His hooves add a rhythm which echoes through the hallways. He looks back to you. One eye has a faint glimmer. Long day, huh?
Yes, indeed, it's been so long. Time demanded its due, so much has changed. Peculiar faces, a different lounge, a whole new time. But I feel like I'm used to it back then. Surrounded by friends, talking well into the night. I have a purpose again. I cannot thank you enough.
It's nothing.
No, it's quite something. The high honor to serve you, Master. Well, rather, there's something about which I should inform you. It's your right as master to know, and my duty as keeper to inform you. Remember that story I told you in the lounge?
Which one? You told so many.
One about Master Robert and his son, Master Bernard, whom I helped raise. Now, where should I start? I asked you today if you liked how I looked. When I tried on my clothes, that was not a trivial question. The master has a right to determine how the keeper should look. That, of course, includes how I should present myself. What my uniform should be. But that goes deeper than that. During Master Bernard's mandate, he deemed I should have white fur before arriving here. He was a physician, you see, and believed it would convey cleanliness. Meanwhile, Master Robert has always wanted me to have black fur, even as a child.
He thought I looked respectable and imposing like that, and that he too would seem powerful when riding on my back. Oh, baby! They're so adorable. I suspect at the time, Master Robert insisted I had black fur solely to annoy his father. The two of them bickered about it quite often. They'd even exchanged jabs about it during dinner. But when the father was on his deathbed, he requested a moment to talk in private. Each and every one of his descendants. Not so private in reality. I stayed by the bedside to annotate his will, make sure each and every one would have their corresponding legacy. Midway through, he asked me how he remembered me. His son acquiesced, and so I served him until the end. My unfaltering servant, is what he wrote in the letter. And Sir Robert to my childhood playmate. This too is the master's right. You choose how I should look. Lyra's magic will arrange it. By the oath I have sworn, I am obligated to inform, I am bound to instruct you to the best of my abilities, and in all the hotel's capacities. So you see, my asking Master what he thought of my clothes, that was not trivial. Your will is in order. Well, why is the Master allowed to do this? So, why? I have burdened you terribly, my lord, with my rambling. I prefer not to weigh you down further with unsightly knowledge. But to answer your question in a delicate way, as you can see, I can be healed quickly. The special wine I drink is used to hasten the process. I am terribly difficult to injure permanently. The labyrinth allows the Master to control my form to an extent. The goal of making it so I would not heal from certain injuries, should the Master wish it so. Okay, you say that? And, like, is there an option to keep you in a damaged state forever? Is that a thing I can do? Can I be an asshole? Try further. What do you mean by that exactly? I am obligated to answer your question, my lord. If it's truly your wish to know, then I shall tell. There were masters before the hotel who preferred to have my limbs removed. Under normal circumstances, the labyrinth would heal me and return them. Others preferred keeping me beheaded and conscious for months or years. What the fuck? With this power, the Master could determine my default shape. People of this age are merciful, more so than the first Athenian masters. Surely, to them, torturing me was an act of worship. One could say human ingenuity perverted the god's power. God damn. What else did they do to you? Measures back forth of the two, his expression takes on a cold, almost glassy look. By the oath I am bound. I was killed by decapitation, so the masters of the labyrinth found it fitting to use that as the main element of my sentence. When that grew stale, they realized it was more harrowing to keep me decapitated. But that, too, would become unsatisfying. Not about the pain discovered so often it would stop making sense. To think about pain for long enough, it stops hurting. They kept switching it up. Amputations at first, so they could throw me to the monsters in the valley, and seeing as I had no legs, I wouldn't be able to escape. Oh god! Then evisceration. They had learned that removing my kidneys and liver brought about unique forms. Oh my god. Every part of my body has been removed at least 12 times, and then put back and removed again. Some masters were lazy. Instead of innovating on my tortures, they'd keep me beheaded or ground into bloody pulp for decades while they enjoyed life. Oh god. It's all possible because they could determine my shape. I've been put under all manner of torture known to man, and then some. Compared to what I've been through, having my first color picked by my master is nothing. God damn, yeah, it's fucking dark, holy shit! I take it any day we're being skinned alive and left to fend for myself out in the valley. Now you know. I suppose Master sees where I'm going with this. It is your will, my lord. I already know you like the white. I mean, I'd like to see you in the black. Oh my god. Oh Jesus, Tyrion. I feel real bad for you now. I can't. Pick which one, then just having him as black. Let the bro pick. You won't mind. Sorry, I'm still processing all that information. Let's see what you look like in black. Black, yes, my lord. I have been told that black fur goes well with formal attire. There was one master who insisted that I help out the lounge and such. You guess even said I made for a striking spectacle. I like him with brown fur though, although we do look exactly the same and I find it a little funny. Goth cow, yeah, goth cow. Asterion closes his eyes and focuses. Before your eyes, his fur begins to change. Whoa! Okay. Damn, Asterion. You make for a nice goth cow. Asterion's fur is now a lustrous black color as per your request. Goth cow. I am honored with your choice, Master. If you look identical, it's like the white gay men who only date people who look related to oh my god, Cuppy, that's funny. Yeah, with the eye too, yeah. Asterion heads to the kitchen to prepare your dinner. From time to time, you see him staring at your arms while he's cooking. Staring at his arms while he's cooking. Maybe he's getting used to the new fur color. After a while, Asterion returns to the table, serves you dinner, and sits on the opposite end of the table as usual. Asterion waits patiently for you to finish. He eyes the window behind you, looking at the moon and the stars shining on the desert road. You finish your meal, Asterion goes back to pick up your dish as usual. This time, you left a big chunk for him to have, and he smiles as he heads to the kitchen. You bid each other goodnight, and then head to your respective bedrooms for the night. The following morning, as usual, the sound of Asterion's hooves clopping on the floor and the smell of breakfast wakes you up. That was fast. That was a fast day-night cycle? Okay. You wake up, get dressed, and head out of the bedroom. Oh, hi, Gump. Gump, you're awake again. Also, Gump, is that a frog in a car? It is. Oh, yo, oh, he's so cute. Yes. Asterion once again greets you. Good morning, Master. I hope you slept well. After the breakfast routine, this time Asterion serves scrambled eggs, ham, and freshly squeezed orange juice. He washes the dishes and returns to you. What are your plans for today, Master? Well, it's still pretty early. I think I'm going to stick around here and tinker with my phone a little, see if I can't get it to work. What about you? It's 3 a.m. Oh my god, Gump. I think I'll head down to reception if we're lucky enough to get any more guests. Wait, hang on a second. Enut? Enut? There's a typo in my visual novel? Excuse me? I've lost all my immersion now. Oh, fuck. Hang on, I gotta fucking... Oh. Sorry, I was sitting in my chair too funny, and I had to get up. Oh. For reference, I was slouching into my chair. Like, imagine me, like, laying down on a bed. Just doing that into a chair, though. Oh, there we go. Oh, Gump. I just got comfortable again.
Huzzah! Thank you.
Oh, no thank you. Oh. Gotta make sure I don't fall unconscious when I do that. Yeah. Whew. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the hydrate, Gump. I almost thought of hot chalky milk. Okay.
You want more?
I'm good, Cuppy. So soon? Well, I guess Coda got here after all we left the hearth, so it's possible. Oh, before I go, what should I wear today, Master? Is my fur color right? Alright, right, we have, canonically, Asterian's going commando here in his pants, because I didn't give him a loincloth. Although I don't have the option to have it, so he just has suspenders on, though. Actually, yeah, at this early stage, you can't have him in his 40s outfit with just suspenders. You can have his black, white, brown. I like black. Let's do black for a bit. Back to the shadows. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for coming back, Gump. Have a good, hopefully, sleep. Hi, Blurk. Thank you. What's the matter, Asterion? Well, I'm debating whether I should take this or not, but I suppose it must mean a lot to you, but I appreciate that Master has been good to me in one sense. What do you mean? Some of the more ruthless masters enjoyed humiliating me in many ways. Stripping me down and making me walk on all fours, that was a common one. I may be a hybrid, but I'm half human. I'm not a beast. That came to an end, thankfully. In accordance with the contracts written and signed by previous masters, I'm forbidden from exposing myself when we are expecting guests. And they may establish a relationship with the guest, I'm under a variety of restrictions. Not all those contracts were written out of kindness, but they were beneficial. I'm happy that you haven't attempted to break that rule, Master Kanashin. Forgive me for bringing up the subject, but I thought it was important that you know. Aw, baby. I love how they had to make a contract that's just like, yeah, nobody's allowed to fuck the cowman or get fucked by the cowman while you're staying here. And this is the master. Okay, but will you do the whole naked crawling thing if we ask nicely, Astarion? Yeah, sir, if it's just you and me in the bedroom, can you do that? Very well then, I shall head to reception. Astarion leaves and gives you a smile before closing the doors behind him. You sit down on the couch, staring out the door and then the window, and think about how to spend your morning. I literally told Astarion, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be doing real important things in here, okay? And then I proceeded to do nothing but like fiddle with my phone. Oh god, it's Luke. The griffin sits on a damp picnic table. Okay, well, I can skip this guest scene, and, yeah, suffice to say, I already know how it ends. But yeah, essentially it's just Luke, whoring it up for a bit. He's so American, it hurts. Oh, what button did I press to do that? Wait, you can use the fast forward button to get to the avert your eyes option. Oh, you mean like the, you mean like the auto one? You mean the skipping? Oh, you mean the skipping one. Oh! This is what you mean, avert your eyes. Man, they're unsightly once. Yeah? Many of the seductive sins, unrestrained deeds, disgraceful desires, and fleeting pleasures they embrace under the cover of darkness. One can imagine that what such fiery men do, and what regrets take them when the beating of their hearts is no longer the only thing thundering in their ears. I'm afraid for this one, it will take a while for that song to end, and for more men to find their way into the restroom, and there they dawdle. As for us, witnesses, there is nothing to do but to twiddle our thumbs until we well past sundown. Too often nothing can be done to avert a man from his regrettable choices. Forgive me if you perchance believe something could be done to push this boy towards a better path. I'm afraid the time is not propitious for such kindness. There it is. There's a line forming by the restroom's door. Now it's just completely classless. They could at least have some discretion. And here we are, still waiting. Well, you're an esteemed guest. We don't have much here in this precarious truck stop, but please pick yourself at home and we'll wait for this disgraceful tryst to come to a conclusion. I must say, I'm awfully sorry for this. This was meant to be some sort of whiplash, you see. But we might have gone too far in a few places. Just a few. But this has put us in a difficult position, you see. Originally, all travelers had to witness whatever is going on over there. Now, why did we do that? It's, how can I put it? We believe there are many ways to convey characterization. Now, of course, we'd be lying if we didn't acknowledge the titillating aspect of it all. Yes, it is titillating. Yeah, this is the devs breaking the fourth wall. Oh my god. For some. Oh dear, they're playing jazz now. This cannot be good. Going back to the subject, we did some introspection and acknowledged that witnessing the restroom was not a good thing to have as a mandatory moment in the story. Not a brightest moment, let's just all agree on that. The mandatory aspect, mind you, because the writing was pretty decent. But that raises the question. What to put as an alternative? That's a tough one. How can we convey this whole mess without showing the little deaths? While describing unsightly things in family-friendly ways is a literary skill in and of itself. There's this Brazilian writer called Machado de Assis that wrote a whole story wherein the protagonist had a very peculiar fixation on a married woman's arms. This is back in the 1800s. Writers had to be very creative when talking about anything spicier than a spoonful of sugar. For this safe for work variation, we wanted that in other circumstances. We'd have to give Luke a stream of conscious monologue, but you know, it's not too fond of the whole internal voice thing. This is definitely Minnow Anon. He talks like this. Which is, in retrospect, it's kind of a pity in these circumstances. I'm sorry to say, we'll never have a James Joyce-inspired monologue of Lucas Walker. So I had to go the other way. Let's make something minimalistic. And that's what this scene is mostly about. It's mostly quoting a poem from the Nag Hammadi called Thunder, Perfect Mind. It's a nice poem, you should check it out. Anywho, sorry for taking your time, and thank you for playing a game. In particular, we are grateful for you giving the speedrunner background a chance. Let's just pretend Luke and his friends were unclogging a pipe, some public service to the benefit of the truck stop's poor owner who could not hire a plumber. Let's get back to the story. Luke arrives at the cafeteria and asks for a cup of coffee. The look of disgust in the cashier's eyes makes it clear he knows exactly what Luke was up to, and that he's not welcome to drip comb on the floor. Oh god, I forgot that line. The cashier slides a styrofoam cup over, even if Luke didn't order it to go. He takes it and goes outside, sits down beside the dumpster, and looks at the stars. His shaking hands spill half the cup's contents. The stinging heat doesn't even register. You can skip the rest. Okay. Essentially, Luke gets pointed in the direction of the hotel, and drips, probably leaks cum all the way from where he was to the hotel. The engine runs once, twice, thrice for good measure. Luke's claws digging the steering wheel's leather. The early morning sunlight coming through the windshield warms his chest and grazes his beak. He takes off. Sweet mechanical memory. It hardly takes a minute for the Griffin to start humming a tune, a fine jazz hit. It's like Hansel and Gretel. Yeah. Like hand job and grissy. Leaving a trail behind him. Yeah. Washing off all that gunk, a good night's sleep in the backseat, and Jean's talk got him all back up and running. Yeah, he could use some time in a different scenery. Jean was right. It's not like he was anything better to do or a job. Scenery shifts quickly, just as easily as Luke jumps from one tune to the next. He speeds up until the car is trembling and its individual parts are shaking, threatening to come undone. More of this sweet danger. If you've gone farther, were it not for the blocky shape about a minute up ahead, and how did you not notice it sooner in this flat desert? He takes his foot off the gas pedal and allows inertia to carry him forward. He's still going fast enough that when he takes a right turn in the parking lot, the car swerves and the Griffin is pushed against the door. He cackles with his forehead pressed against the window. God. The car comes to a halt precisely over the line separating two rows of parking slots. Luke has broken his record by using not one, not two, not three, but 6 spaces simultaneously. His car's stereo still blares jazz when he steps out of it and he slams the door to the beat of the song. The tune is no more, but the Griffin crosses the wide expanse of the parking lot and is still humming the song, timing his footsteps to the beat. That's right, Luke is cool. That's why he gets to drip cum everywhere. He climbs the steps, clinking his claws on the handrail. The door swings open as he lays his weight on them, and then he seals the deal with a final push that slams him into the walls behind. Wow, Luke. Luke's arrival is like a judge's gavel silencing the world around him, and in the ensuing emptiness, his stride still follows the jazz beat. Ever since he set out earlier in the morning, he's had this contagious spring in his step. At any given moment, he could burst out into laughter or dance. But now, as his eyes adapt to the newfound indoor lighting, he sees the man behind the reception desk. Luke's attitude changes. Luke takes off his glasses. Ugh, I have to get American again, shit.
In America. Hey, you!
Yes, sir?
What the fuck happened to your face? Did a dog chew on it?
Excuse me?
You heard me. What happened to your face? What kind of fancy thing did you do to get the LED in your skull like that?
I love how he's giving a fucking American salute while he's doing that. The Minotaur looks down, stuttering out an inaudible response. He bites his lip, and with a rivet, the cold sweat runs down his back. Jesus, if you want to look like some cartoon character, you don't have to rip off half her face. Luke's stride covers the distance between them before the Minotaur has a chance to think up an answer. The Griffin puts both of his hands on the desk and leans forward. He keeps his gaze locked on the Minotaur's empty eye socket, examining the flickering flame inside.
What the weird little thing you got there? What even are you?
Minotaur looks away and covers his face without a second thought. His entire back is covered in cold sweat now. I'm sorry. I know I'm, And in a flash, Luke's contained laughter burst out like a dam.
Oh, I'm just messing with you, buddy. You're just seeing your face right there. Now, it must have been one nasty fight you got into, but I've seen him been through worse. I know how it is. You wouldn't know you've seen, but I don't have any scars to show, but yeah, I've been through some shit.
You ever been blown away once or twice? You know, the old time stick style grenades, hurt like a bitch. And there was that one time in, look at me, I always got one on more rambles. I could start talking all day. It's such a fine place to prime Angus steaks as yourself.
Well, it doesn't matter. I want to book a room here. This place must be pretty good, right?
Minotaur stumbles at the mention of the hotel. His gaze shows a blossoming warmth despite all Luke's thrown in his face. Yes, it's quite a marvelous hotel, and I guarantee it will improve. It's very empty now, but I'm sure it'll change in a few days. Yeah, I suddenly feel like a roast chicken dinner for... Yeah, chicken for dinner.
I'll hold your last, so where do I sign? What are your rights?
Yes, just sign here in the ledger and fill these forms. This is our soft opening, so we won't charge you, good sir.
Oh, Blue, you're lurking. Hello. Oh, so this place is fancy in shape. What's the catch, then?
I'm sorry to say there isn't much. The place is a mission, you see, and, well, I don't ever charge very much.
A mission, some sort of charity?
I suppose that's the way to put it, yes. At least for a good while, it's up to the owner. Luke has been checked into the hotel. You can see your current guest on the guest. Yeah, okay. Luke hands over the forms. The Minotaur takes a cursory glance at them. Mr. Lucas Walker, born in October 1923. Wait, Luke is like a fucking 100 years old?
Yeah. Get that?
Yeah. Oh wait, Blue, you just got back from a long, big day out. He's in the night. He's in the 90s. He's in the 19s. The 19s. Fucking goddamn. Luke turns 100 this year. Does that mean Luke is like a gilf? Your looks are quite misleading. I'd never have guessed your age. You'd even be old enough to...
Oh, you know how it is. Griffins don't age like humans do, and I'm from a fine lineage, you see. I'm 3.105% Greek. My papa was just like me in that regard, barely aged.
See, I'm sorry. I've never met a griffin before. I don't know how it is, I'm afraid.
Well, I could say the same. Never saw a Minotaur myself. I thought you guys were like some old Greek legend.
Cretan.
Excuse me?
Cretan, sorry, not Greek. Greece didn't exist when it all happened, about 3,000 years before Christ. Forgive my impertinence. Here is your key, Mr. Walker. The room is on the 3rd floor up the staircase down the hall. I hope you have an enjoyable stay here with us.
Oh, I'm sure I will, and I hope I have a fine taste of Angus beef someday.
A blurst statement to be sure, yeah. God. But I assume he's like a gargoyle from Disney's Gargoyles and lives twice as long as humans, so he's like a 45-year-old man. Yeah. Yeah, I'd see 45-year-old man. Okay. Not gonna lie, I've almost been going for 6 hours, and I think I might have to stop here. My voice is getting very tired today. Yeah, Gilf Luke. No, Luke is more of a Gilf. I don't know what you're talking about. He's a fucking old-ass man. He's a horny old man. I think... Yeah, I'm gonna save. Fuck. Cause I think it's time I honestly get ready for bed. I stayed up really late yesterday, and then slept really late today. So I can go try to even it out today. And also, for my first stream back, I'm having to do a lot of reading and talking, and my voice is kind of at its end. I don't think I can do it anymore. You're doing so well, Ken. Oh, thanks, Sugary. Yeah, I think it's bedtime. I've had a great time with the speedrunner already. Items. Yes. Oh, because it shows me from previous runs who these people are. So that's a doggo, and that's Kemba, I believe. He's so cute. A what? A jingostic, fun-loving... What the fuck is that word? That's a new word. Themba, yeah. Oh, I'm thinking of Kemba from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, okay, that's why. That's why I said that. Patriotic. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't have everything else done. Okay, I'm gonna call it a night. I've never heard that word before. I don't know how to pronounce Jingostic. Really bad form of patriot. Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna quit for today though. Ugh. Last played 15 seconds ago. Ugh. It's like America Guns Rar. Oh, okay. Oh god. Ah. All right. Oh god, I think that's today. Thank you everybody for joining me with Minotaur Hotel again with more fucking speedrun and shit and whatnot. Oh god, I'm very tired. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed me being naked today, because I've been naked like basically all day now. Hey, kid. Oh, thanks, Blue. Here, is Colfira still alive? No, Colfira raided somebody else. Okay. And this person raided, and oh fuck, oh shit. Okay, just everybody wanted to raid his.
Chickens is live. Cameron Otis live. Bell Pepper.
Chickens is live. Kohai is live. Oh god. Chickens has a little hat. Oh my god, Chickens has fucking a Russian tank tree? No, American tank tree? I don't know what she's doing. She's doing War Thunder, I'll give her that. Oh god, I'm tired though. God, sorry I'm so tired. My body, I don't think has recovered ever from fucking Crimbus. You always enjoy naked? Oh, thank you. Oh, and thank you, Freya. Yeah, you mean what boot? Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Oh, and thanks for lurking, Haven the Puka. I hope you enjoyed the game, because it is a very nice game. I promise the dialogue isn't normally this, special, but, you know. Here, let's raid Chickens. I haven't raided Chickens in a hot minute here. I wasn't even sure if Chickens was going to be live, because I didn't see a schedule or anything. Yeah, he is. And yeah, for anybody who's new here and doesn't know Chickens, she is a half serpent, half pony. Mostly like that. Those are the two halves. She's a Sir Pony, and she plays real good at games. She's real good at mini games. If you want to play, if you want to watch a gamer that's actually good at games, check out Chickens. She's real good. You know. And here we'll start the raid. We could say a funny thing. I don't know what we'd say to Chickens as raid message. That'd be funny, but we could say something. Oh. Oh, fuck, I'm really tired. Apparently it is really hitting me. True gamer goyle. Yeah. Ugh, ugh.
Okay.
I'm very tired. It's all hitting me. Ugh. Gamer rage. There you go. Feel free to add some cow emojis to this if you can. And this time, I'll remember to copy and paste the fucking thing I actually typed in instead of posting a fucking link to like some pornography. Which still was incredibly funny when I did that yesterday while I was drunk. It was great. 10 out of 10, hottest moment of my channel. Accidentally just spamming a person's chat with what I thought was my raid message and instead was just a link to some porn. Whoops. Anyways, good night everybody. Bye. See y'all tomorrow. Bye.